We are live at ColleCo for Saturday, April 12th, live Facebook record sale. Jake, I just connected to your AirPods. We are we are live, and sorry for the delay. It's Seth's fault. He's not even here, but we're blaming it on him. Actually, it's the master's fault, if I'm going to be honest. So, any empty crates in here? I need at least. Are you using that one? Yeah, we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to have two, at least. We'll make it work. Just go steal some from John. All right, so I'm here. Let's get everything shared. Let me see what else is going here. Owner of this send location. You are connected to an item. I don't know what's happened, Jake. I've basically logged into your AirPods here. So I'll just hit OK. I think I've got your location, Jake. So at least the location of your AirPods. That's a good thing in case you lose them. All right. So let's go over here and start getting everything shared. Sorry, I've pretty much just been watching Masters coverage, and I wanted to see how McElroy finished, and I was like, boy, I'm already going to be late, so how about we go ahead and just make it my official late starting time. So, you okay, John? May's coming through here, huh? It's a little tight. I plan on changing that next Sunday, so it's going to be like this about another week. All right. Oh, I do like that. The chat looks a little bit different. Nice. Jake, of course, I knew that because Jake just showed me. The chat is a little different looking. It's a little bit different color. It's a little something new. We like that. And John's delivering vintage. He's delivered 45s. I'm delivering a green jacket. John's going to win the green jacket this week. We should have a ColleCo jacket. I hear Metallica playing, or something metal playing, so Brian must be here. I'm hearing metal, so if I hear metal, Brian's here. That's like the mark of Brian. Metal. It's something with a lot of thrashy guitars and heavy drums. I'm pretty sure I saw his vehicle too. I think he's here. I can hear it. I can almost see him. I think he's here. All right. Let's jump over to YouTube. Hope everybody's ready for new arrivals and discounts. Paul just delivered the auctions. Hey, when I clear out these auction bins, I'll have a empty crate. All right. Almost done here. Please hit the like button. This day's always curious to me because I always ask myself when I go live on Record Store Day, has everybody saved their money for ColleCo, or did they blow their wad at Record Store Day, or did they not get what they wanted and now they've got more? Some people end up saying, Chad, I didn't get what I wanted on Record Store Day. I'm not paying scalping prices, and I'm just going to buy a bunch of stuff from you. And then some people's like, Chad, I went overboard on Record Store Day. And so we'll find out what happens tonight. Of course, it's Saturday. We just, we move right along and just, you know, and everything. Let's go here. Let's go to Instagram. And here. And story. I wish I could be showing y'all stuff right now, Record Store Day, but maybe in the future. All right. Here we go. All right, so also, let's get going. First thing is ZZ Top, a picture sleeve. Rough Boy, ZZ Top from 1985, Rough Boy. And the flip side on that is Delirious from Afterburner. In a picture sleeve, that's going to go up for a $7 start. ZZ Top, Rough Boy, that's now up for bid. So is You Got It. That's a classic song from Roy Orbison. You Got It. In the picture sleeve, that's going to go up for a $7 start. ZZ Top and Roy Orbison. Opening bids there. And I have, yes, this was a non-payment, and we're going to re-auction it. This is Yes 90125, EX condition. There is some writing. Bear wrote his name on the cover, but this is the OG Robert Ludwood cut of Owner of a Lonely Heart, 90125. SRC, it's around EX or better, and this is going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start, Yes, 90125. ZZ Top, and then Roy Orbison. That's our current 3 auctions. Aussie is $44.99. No More Tears, new and sealed. Yes. All right, let me just pull up this video. Let's see here. All right, so we got Slayer, ELO, Alice in Chains, Linkin Park, Highwayman, Slipknot, White Zombie, Black Sabbath, STP Crocus, Albert King, Hybrid Theory, No More Tears, Ozzy's actually already sold, King Crimson, and Iron Maiden. Here we go. First thing is Slayer, World Painted Blood. I have one extra copy. I think I have one up front if anybody else wants one. This is sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Thank you, Alonzo. That's sold to you for $36.99. First sale of the night from the flip video. I do have one more up front if anybody else wants one. Testament, Souls of Black. Testament is new sealed music on vinyl. That's $39.99 for Testament. Also, we have Linkin Park. This is the live unofficial. This is sold to Trez Dabney. Thank you, Trez Dabney. That's sold to you. That's my last copy. If anybody else wants one, I'll put you on a waiting list. I got Pearl Jam self-titled. It's called Pearl Jam. It's by Pearl Jam. I also call it the Avocado album. Pearl Jam's a 2LP, $38.99. Pink Floyd, who wants to go ahead and make my day and buy the Delicate Sound of Thunder box set? 3LP, 24-page booklet, 180-gram vinyl. That is $79.99. And I have another Linkin Park. This is Hybrid Theory. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. This is sold to Adrian Wimmer. Thank you, Adrian Wimmer. That's sold to you. I also have the Verve Urban Hymns. That's a gatefold 2LP. That has their big song on it, Bittersweet Symphony. $59.99 on that. We have the Black Crowes and Jimmy Page, and this is the Jones Beach concert, which is Volume 1 and Volume 2, $44.99 and $44.99. ZZ Top's now at 11. Final call to get a bid on Roy Orbison. You got it. Roy Orbison's a final call if you want it for a $7 start. And then, Yes, 90125, an OG, an RL cut by Robert Ludwig. That is a final call, or actually it just got a new bid with Ben Dygert for $25. I'm also going to reduce the price on this. This was a non-payment we had from last night. And let's go ahead and put this up for just a $25 start. This is a soundtrack, Death Wish 2, music by the Jimmy Page. And that is a Japanese pressing for a $25 start. We have Yes at 27. I forgot Laura was here. Laura's here too. We got everybody here today. We got Paul, John, and Laura. Oh, and I sent Paul for the blue juice, Laura. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. See, why did I ask him to do it? Oh well. We'll have to go on a rotation. I'm sure Jill would do it too. So there we go. We're going to have a blue juice rotation. Jill, Laura, Paul. That way we're all fair and balanced around here. My bad. The deal is, you get Chad a blue juice, you can get a blue juice. And most people's on board with that. $36.99. I try to be fair and balanced around here. Luke Bryan, heck, Jake may want to do the deal. I've never seen Jake drink blue juice, though. That might get dangerous. Luke Bryan's number one's volume 1. That's $29.99. Verve is sold to Kelly Vladarchek. Thank you. Jimmy Page is a $25 start. ZZ Top's now at $13. Yes is at $27 with Jeremy Dalton. That means Ben Diger, you've been outbid, and he says he's done. We have U2 Boy, $29.99. I Will Follow. It's worth it just for that. Out of Control. I love the song A Day Without Me. U2 is $29.99. How about XTC Drums and Wires? That's $33.99. 200 gram. Everybody in on that. Also, we have Pat Benatar Icon. I actually can do this cheaper because I got them cheaper from somewhere else. I can actually do these now for $29.99. From this distributor, I had to charge as much as $38.99. So it kind of depends sometimes where I get records from. As y'all know, I try to get them cheaper. But if I get them cheaper, I can sell them cheaper. So that one came from a different place. I got 2 more back there, and they're on blue vinyl. It's essentially a Pat Benatar Greatest Hits for $29.99. King Crimson Red. King Crimson's $33.99. That's called King Crimson Red. We also have Tatechi Trucks Band. This is Layla, 3LP blue vinyl, $46.99 on that. And we have Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal, $39.99. That's a 2LP purple vinyl. Rat Alba Cellar, Rats on splatter vinyl. Lenticular cover, $49.99. Round and Round. Sundays. The Sundays, Reading, Writing, Arithmetic, $36.99. Godsmack is $39.99. We have Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. This did get claimed. Albert King is sold to Melanie Jennings. Thank you, Melanie, that's sold. So Roy Orbison's a $7 buy it now. Thank you. Let's go ahead and sell our first 45 of the night. ZZ Top is sold to Tim Voldness for $13. Thank you, Tim Voldness. That's so to you. Yes now is sold for $27 to Jeremy Dalton. And we had a question on Death Wish 2. The condition, the cover's around VG Plus with just some light discoloration, and the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. So Death Wish 2 is a $35 start, $25 start. Tony McDaniel gets Roy Orbison. Thank you, Tony McDaniel. That is sold to you. All right, first thing I'm going to do is some quick buy it now 45s. These are all $6.99 each. Hope everybody's ready. Hope you're ready. I'm going to be ready. If you're not ready, you probably need to be ready, okay? These are all $6.99. Willie Nelson, always on my mind, and the party's over. Jerry Rafferty, Baker Street, New Edition, Count Me Out, and then we have Phil Collins, 2 Hearts from Buster, Cyndi Lauper, She Bop, and I'm also going to do 2 more Phil Collins. We have White Nights, and we have A Groovy Kind of Love. So, Willie Nelson, Jerry Rafferty, New Edition, Phil Collins, and Cyndi Lauper. And then I've got our next 2 45s in my hand here, okay? So, if anybody wants those, they're all available, and I'm going to lay them right back here and get a new pile started for tonight. And then the last record in here was Judas Priest, Ram It Down for $33.99. Brad Waits wants a New Edition. That's sold to him for $6.99. Thank you, Brad Waits. That's sold to you. And then Brandon on the Phil Collins. Let me know which of the 3 that you want. Don't forget about Cyndi Lauper, Jerry Rafferty, and Willie Nelson there. And now we have Death Wish at 25 going once, going twice. Uh-oh, here's our next auction. This was a Japanese pressing of Kiss, Rock and Roll Over. This was a non-payment from Hatchet Ed's crate last night. I'm going to slash the price and re-auction it. The vinyl is beautiful. It's your typical high-grade vinyl. This is Kiss, Rock and Roll Over. It has the insert. The cover does have a little bit of discoloration, just some of that Japanese humidity discoloration you see. This is the only time you can get this album as a gatefold. The Japanese pressing has a unique gatefold. Wow, look at Kiss there. Wow. $35 start on that. Now up for bid. Brandon Lack wants 1 Phil Collins, 2 Phil Collins, and 3 Phil Collins. That's called the Phil Collins trifecta. Those are also to Brandon Lack, $6.99 each. Tracy Miller on Godsmack. William Warner on Judas Priest. Those are all sold and sold. And Let's go ahead and sell Death Wish then for $25, and $25 winning bid goes to Charlie DeFrank. And now Kiss has bids for $35, $35, $35. Those three are all still available if anybody wants them. All right, great crate there. And here's our next 45s. We have AA Mars, Pump Up the Volume. And this is going to go up for a $7 start. Pump up the volume. AA Mars in the picture sleeve, and U2 Desire. Let's put this one up for a $5 start because the sleeve does have some damage. The vinyl's fine, but that's U2 Desire. Hallelujah, here she comes. And it does have some sleeve. It is a gatefold jacket. So we'll put that one up for just a $5 start, okay? That was a great warm-up bin there. I'm going through our flip video. I still got a lot of stuff to claim and pull. I think I'm going to go through this crate over here next. I still got the Sundays. Don't forget about Rap, Black Label Society, Tedeschi Trucks, King Crimson, Pat Benatar, XTC, U2, Luke Bryan, Marvin Gaye, Jimmy Page, Black Crowes, Pink Floyd, Pearl Jam, and Testament. So that's all what's available there. I think I'm going to go through this one and then maybe that one. Then we'll get into some other vintage discount bins, okay? Let me just figure out where to put these. Actually, you know what? Before I completely swap out the crates, first thing I need to do is let's do some more Buy It Now 45s. We have Theme from E.T., Extraterrestrial, Vern Gotson, Tied as Twin Fiddles, Bonnie Tyler, It's a Heartache. We also have The Outsiders, Gotta Leave Us Alone, Delia by Tom Jones, and check out that picture sleeve from Conway, Sweet Sorrow. Don't see that one too often. $6.99 on all those, okay? Let's put up some other more auctions. There's those, and let me go ahead and swap out crates, and let me figure out where to put these. I guess if you decide that you want something in here, you'll have to let me know, because I'm going to have to probably put it over here on this side. I'm interested in the Yes Record Store Day release. Now, the reason I didn't say anything to anybody is because the last time I told somebody, or I announced it live here, that I was wanting the Yes Record Store Day release, I had like 5 customers send me a copy. And I didn't want anybody to go buy one because I just kind of casually, I would like to have it. And I made sure I was saying it now instead of late, because I had way too many people send me a copy for, just for a token of appreciation or just, as a gift. And I was like, no. And then I think I've got that Yes Record Store Day Knoxville. I think I've got 5 copies now in my collection because I feel bad if I sell them, and unless I sell them and just send the money back to the people. But I'm like, I'm not going to tell anybody else that I want something for Record Store Day because I don't want to be gifted anything, because even though that's a very nice gesture. But I am going to try to get that Yes that came out today. Tim Voldness, that's sold to Tim for $6.99. And will you be able to order Sting? I think that was a Record Store Day, wasn't it? Wasn't the Sting a Record Store Day release? Tim Voldness gets E.T. We still got Conway, Tom Jones, The Outsiders, Bonnie Tyler, and Vern Gotson. Did anybody see the Yes out today? Is that a tough one to get? Now, the Knoxville Record Store Day concert was pretty tough. And then I think they made more of them, honestly. I think they pressed more after Record Store Day, and then the price came greatly down. By the way, Jeff Brindley has Kiss for $50. That is a final call. That's a $50. And I didn't even know that was coming out. I saw where John Anderson posted it on his social medias today. And then AA Mars, Pump Up the Volume. This is a Buy It Now. No, Ben Diger got it for $7. And then if anybody wants U2 Desire, it's $5, okay? If anybody wants this, it's $5. Larry Smith, let's see here. Let me see here. Tim Graham, what happened here? Oh, Larry Smith put CT, okay. I knew I missed something else. Larry Smith got Conway Twitty. Thank you, Larry. That's sold to you for $6.99. Tim Voldness got ET. Kiss is a final call for $50. And then there we have it. So there is Kiss. All right, let's keep going right here. All right, John just handed me this. It's sealed. Rock the Casbah 12-inch single, $20 start. He just walked up here and handed it to me. This is the Clash Rock the Casbah, sealed, a $20 start. Also, we have Alice in Chains, Dirt. This is a 2 LP remaster for $36.99. We have Alice in Chains Facelift for $38.99. Kiss Love Gun, new and sealed, $36.99. Stone Temple Pilots, this is sold, and STP is done, and STP is sold, and STP is sold to who? I know somebody bought one. Greg Preston. Thank you, Greg Preston. That's sold to you. Tim Voldness said he bid 8 on pump. Man, I think I messed up the auctions there. Oh, he did. P8. Sorry. I got distracted talking about yes. So pump. Sorry, Ben Dygert. That did get a new bid. I missed a lot of stuff there. Larry put CT. Jeff bid on Kiss, and then Tim bid 8 on Pump Up. So that's at 8. Ben Dygert, you're out. Tim, you did get ET, though. Larry got Conway Twitty. And now we have Clash at 25, Clash at 27, and we have Stevie Ray Vaughan, $29.99. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And the very important thing before you go and hit the casinos tonight. I forgot Laura was here. Laura's mad at me now because I forgot she was here. So we're going to have to do a rotation. All right, here we go. Sold out my record stores. Wow. Yeah, I didn't know Yes was putting out. I didn't see it till this morning. I don't try to look at the record store day releases because I'll just get frustrated. So, because I know I can't go, and then I know I won't be able to go anywhere, and then second of all, it makes me more frustrated I can't order them. Right, Paul? All right, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Blue juice has been delivered. All right, here we go. So, sorry. So Clash. Pump is at 9. SMI wants Allison Chains Dirt, $36.99. That's sold to you. No Skid Row tonight. Pump Up the Jam 10. We have Music from Big Pink, the band, $36.99. Music from Big Pink, the band. We have the Globetrotters, as in the Harlem Globetrotters. That is orange vinyl, $33.99. Depeche Mode, the best of Depeche Mode. That is a triple LP, $69.99. Jeff Brindley, you get the Kiss for $50. Thank you. We're chipping away at some stuff here from the flip video that I posted. And we're going to go through this stuff fast and furiously because it's new vinyl that was here on the table. That was my flip video this morning. I went through everything on the table, posted it in the group. Tommy Call got the last Stevie Ray Vaughan. Thank you, Tommy. That's so to you. Also, we got Doug Karn, Spirit of the New Land. That's a rare black jazz label album, $34.99. Depeche Mode Live. That's California, Los Angeles, Dodger Stadium, 1990 yellow vinyl, $29.99. Van Halen self-titled, $33.99. And Ozzy, this is Memoirs of a Madman, which is a 2LP greatest hits, $38.99. Who has Pump Up? Tim has this for 10. Tommy Call and Ben Dygert, y'all are out, and the Clash is sealed, and that's a final call to Michael Snared for $31. All right, here's some quick bite nows right quick. Friends of Distinction, Grazing in the Grass. That's a great song. The Duprees, Have You Heard? We have Rainbow Connection, Kermit. Jim Henson, The Muppet Movie. Also, the Isley Brothers, Come My Way. Jocelyn Brown, Caught in the Act. And UB40. And this is Suffering and Red Wine. That's the big hit there. Also, we have Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Iron Maiden is $34.99. And we have Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, $36.99. The remaster. Also, Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, $39.99. System of a Down is $33.99. Live Throwing Copper is $39.99. Queens of the Stone Age, $46.99. And Ozzy, No More Tears. And this was already sold. Ozzy, No More Tears was officially sold to Adrian Wimmer. Thank you, Adrian Wimmer. That is sold to you. Matt Shiker, Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. That is sold to Matt Shiker. Thank you, Matt Shiker. That is sold to you. So Finley Depperstein wants Rainbow. And that was Rainbow Connection. That's sold to Finley Depperstein. And then Robert Vlodarchuk was second. Tim Voldness was next. Pump Up is at 12. So that leaves Red Wine by UB40, Jocelyn Brown, Caught in the Act, the Isley Brothers, Come My Way, the Duprees, Have You Heard, and Friends of Distinction, Grazing the Grass. If you heard that opening line, That was used in Ron Burgundy's Anchorman, Friends of Distinction, Grazing in the Grass. Let's go ahead, even though I've never seen the movie, I just know the music from it. We have the Clash Rock the Casbah. This is sold for $31. Michael Snared. Is that worth my time to watch the Anchorman, Paul? He said yes. Okay. We have $12 on that for Pump Up the Volume. Yeah, we did change the Restream chat. Jake changed the font and the color of it. So yeah, he changed the font and the color of it there. I kind of like it. Looks pretty cool to me. A little bit more darker, sleeker look. He had to go in and like do the coding on that to make that work. And we have this, and let's swap out some crates here, okay? I think this back left one is, no, let's do the one right next to me. That way it's a little easier to swap around some crates, I think, to play the game here. By the way, U2, it does have some cover wear, but it is a $5 buy it now. 10 voltness, now you get Pump Up the Volume for 12. And now let's do one little sort here and get going. And let's put up some new LPs, okay? Let's slide this thing over right here on this. Yeah, I think the darker looking font makes it look better to see. And you can see the time better. They use those timestamps, I think, quite often when they're tagging and stuff. I don't know. I've never rewatched a cell and had to tag it. I'm glad they're here doing it. Otherwise, I'd lose my mind, and then I'd have to start playing chess for a living, and then I would go broke. The next thing I have is a new LP. That was very random. I don't know where that came from, playing chess. Let's put up this Santana here. This was in the hot picture. This is a 1978 Japanese pressing with insert. This is going to have to go up for a $35 start. This is Santana by Santana. And the name of the album is Santana. The artist is Santana. A $35 start. We have the Obi, $35 start. That's with insert. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Let's go ahead and grab a new handful of 45s. And these are $6.99. We got Conga, Miami Sound Machine. I'll put that up for auction. It's Now or Never. That's a classic from Elvis Presley. Connie Stevens, Now That You're Gone. David and Jonathan, Michelle, the Pointer Sisters, that's Neutron Dance. Buck Owens, I've got a Tiger by the Tail. And Sergio Mendez, Never Gonna Let You Go. That's going to be our next 45 auction there in my hand. Those are all $6.99 if you decide you want any of those. First thing in here is Jimmy Buffett, Margaritaville. The actual name of the album's Changes in Latitudes, Changes in Attitudes, $34.99. Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. I was just appreciating the song Learning to Fly again the other night. $33.99 for Pink Floyd. We have Styx, Paradise Theater. I've actually got 2 copies of this. This is new and sealed. Styx, $38.99. And we have Echo and the Bunnymen, B-Sides and Live. Echo is $38.99. And Gladiator, music from the motion picture. Music by Hans Zimmer, $39.99 from Gladiator. Also, we have Deftones Around the Fur for $33.99. The Offspring's Greatest Hits for $34.99. Alison Krauss Arcadia is $33.99. And then Van Halen Live in Dallas, 1991, 2 LP, Live Van Halen, $39.99. And don't forget about Brittany Fox, music on vinyl, new and sealed white vinyl, $39.99. Final call to get a bid on Santana for $35. That's going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Nico, yep, Tennessee got rid of our quarterback today. He wanted more money, and we basically said, there's the door. See you later, buddy. No more money for you. We have the Bubble Puppy, Hot Smoke and Sassafras. This is a classic sock track on that very collectible international artist label, the Bubble Puppy. $7 start on Hot Smoke and Sassafras. Next is Jonathan Feller. He said he'll take a Jimmy Buffett, thank you. Stephen Reeves says he'll take a Styx, thank you. There's now 1 Styx left if anybody else wants one. Paradise Theater. Heading out, Jill. Thank you as always. I'll see you very soon. I'll get you your master shirt ASAP. We have White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000, $38.99. That's for White Zombie. And we did sell a Devil Music Volume 1 to Tim Floyd. Thank you, Tim Floyd. That's so to you. We also have 1 copy left of Music from the X-Files, $29.99. Santana, $35. College quarterback, yep. Our quarterback, Nico Iamaleava. We're supposed to have our spring game today, and 2 days ago, he basically said, I need $2 million more dollars. He's like, I want $2 million more dollars. And we basically said, well, you're not getting it. And Josh Heupel said, you're gone. And he said, we don't need him. So he's gone. So we're looking, I guess we have a quarterback. I don't know. I hadn't got to talk to Seth and all of them. They keep up with all that like it's their life. So I just got a text from Seth, and he said Nico's gone. And that's what I woke up to this afternoon. Santana 35, Bubble Puppy 77, Santana 37, David Shelton on EP. Now, David, EP, was that for the Elvis Presley single? The Elvis Presley single over here, The Best of Crocus. This is sold. The Best of Crocus, that's sold to Greg Preston. Thank you, Greg Preston. That's sold to you. Also, we have the 13, speaking of them, the 13 4 elevators, Bull of the Woods, $34.99. Alice in Chains Freak Show, $39.99. The Very Best of ELO. We've got a claim for this to Michael Fairchild. Thank you, Michael Fairchild. And this last copy of Alice in Chains Black Gives Way to Blue, this is sold to Randy Jr. Tabor. So if anybody else wants a Best of ELO or an Alice in Chains, let me know, okay? Because we have sold all those. And I just got a few more claims. I don't think I'm going to go through the other cranes. Nico's gone, and McElroy's leading at Augusta. Yep. I'm at this point, because Scheffler's kind of fell back, I guess I'd like to see McElroy win it tomorrow. That's probably going to be my guy tomorrow. That would be very historic. Listen, we're not going to see many people win a Grand Slam in golf. The only other person that can do it right now is Phil Mickelson and Jordan Spieth. And I don't see Phil Mickelson winning a U.S. Open. And Jordan Spieth is kind of off right now. So seeing McElroy win tomorrow, we might not see it done again for what? Another 25, 50 years? Very well could be. I'm going to mute my mic for a second, drink some blue juice. All right. Very delicious blue juice. I'm not going to pull, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to go through these other crates because that's going to take a long, we've been through that so much already. What I'm going to go ahead and do is just pull the stuff people's bought and show it to you. And if anybody else wants an additional copy, that way we don't have to go through all those crates again for a second and third and fourth and fifth time. I've got other stuff I want to show you, especially half off vintage and other stuff like that. So let me do that right now. First, let's update our auction. David Shelton is the next comment. He does want Elvis Presley. It's now or never. That's sold. Jonathan Feller put PF. And Jonathan Feller, PF, that was for, sorry, I've jumped around so much now. Was PF for the Pink Floyd remaster from the previous bin? Was that this right here? Jonathan, you may have to help me out there. PF. And then next is Bubble Puppy 10, Santana 40, Bubble Puppy 11. Has the X-Files album been released? Songs in the Key of X. I've never seen that before. Okay, I'm also looking for the Highwayman. So Bubble Puppy and Santana still getting bids. We do have a claim on the Highwayman, which is right here. That was my last copy. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. This Highwayman was sold here to who? Highwayman was sold officially to Trez Dabney. Thank you, Trez Dabney. That's OD. That's my last copy. That'll be a wait list if anybody else wants it. Then we got Slipknot, self-titled for $28.99. That's sold to Tim Floyd. Thank you, Tim Floyd. That's sold to you. And then my last copy of Black Sabbath 13. This is sold to William Warner. Thank you, William Warner. That's sold to you. And then my last copy of King Crimson Discipline. I could feel John was looking at me. And that's, thank you, John. And then King Crimson Discipline is sold to Dean Tefford. Dean Tefford, that's sold to you. And that was King Crimson Discipline. And I've got everybody's claims pulled, okay? That was a lot faster than going through every crate back there. Jonathan Feller does want a Pink Floyd remaster. So my sister just headed out, Jill, which I told y'all she just started working here. She just left. John just left. And let's see, who else is here? Jake's around the corner keying in stuff. Paul and Laura's in the back marking records. And the only person I hadn't seen is Brian. But like I said, I knew he was here because I heard metal. I heard metal playing. When I hear metal playing, that's when I typically know Brian is here. But he's around the corner working on orders. I hear the shipping label printer. I hear the price guns. I hear computers clicking. And now we're about to do some half-off vintage. And honestly, I think this is a pretty recent bin. And this is what I like to do. I like to start with some pretty good vintage half-off crates and just go ahead and get some of this stuff knocked out, okay? Is Neutron Dance still available? It is. And let's update these auctions, okay? The first thing I have is Santana, which is this really nice Japanese press, and Christopher Dean has it for $40. Edwin Riviera was the other bidder, and he said out, okay? So that's at $40, and that's a final call to Christopher Dean. And then we have the Bubble Puppy, which Chuck Haley just went out. And the Bubble Puppy then is with John Gollan for $11. That's going twice, going 3 times. All right. Now, let's go through some half-off vintage. feel like it's really hot in here, or that could just be me where I'm already worked up quite a sweat. And Jeremy Warwick said he will take the Neutron Dance. All right, we're going to be going through a lot of 45s, half off vintage, all kinds of stuff. Pointer Sisters Neutron Dance is sold to Jeremy Warwick. Already chipping away at a lot of 45s here, okay? Now Santana has a new bid for 41. First half off record. This stuff should be pretty recent. Of course, we're already going to go ahead and check off the Moody Blues tonight. Moody Blues, 7th Sojourn, $7.50. This is a half off bin. No more, no less. First come, first serve. How about New Monkeys? New Monkeys is $10. I don't think this has anything to do with the Monkeys. New Monkeys is $10. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. Van Morrison, also a non-check condition bin. So all these discs, all these LPs are really nice. Van Morrison is $17.50. That's wavelength. Van Morrison, $17.50. John Lennon Double Fantasy. John Lennon is $10. And we have Alvin Lee RX5. Alvin Lee is $10. And we have Darlene Love, Paint Another Picture. Darlene Love is $10. There is a new bid on Santana for 41. Now 45. Christopher Dean right back in. Let's go ahead and sell the Bubble Puppy to John Gollan for $11. Thank you. Sandy Mile on V for Van Morrison. Margaret Gerhold was second. Sandy first there on the Van Morrison. Next thing I'm going to do is go ahead and grab another handful of 45s. These are $6.99. Another Pointer Sisters. That's called Operator. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, Paint Me a Picture. Conway Twitty, Happy Birthday, Darling. The Angels, My Boyfriend's Back. Patty Duke, Just Don't Stand There. Ragdoll, Four Seasons. And Linda Ronstadt, Nobodies. Those are all $6.99. Margaret says V was a mistake. That's okay. Clifford Umstead on Alvin Lee. That's the one that looks like it has C3PO on the cover. That's so to Clifford Umstead. Richard Zeinert on AL. And AL was for... That might have been something already sold. What did we just sell out of there? Van Morrison and Alvin Lee. Yeah, Richard, you're second. All these are $6.99. So Linda Ronstadt, Four Seasons, Patty Duke, Angels, Conway Twitty, Gary Lewis, and Pointer Sisters. Tim Voldens, I hadn't heard back from you on the Santana. Final call to Christopher Dean for $45. David Shelton does take the John Lennon. And we have the Carpenters, Voice of the Heart. Carpenters is $5. We're going through a half-off bin. America, this is $5. America and Dave Loggins, Apprentice in a Musical Workshop. Please come to Boston in the springtime. He also composed the song The Masters theme. Dave Loggins, that piano theme. That was actually that you'll hear on CBS today and tomorrow. That was actually composed by Dave Loggins, Kathy, and then first is Susie. She wants My Boyfriend's Back. That's so to Susie. And Kathy Collinsworth wants Ragdoll, which is that classic Four Seasons. That's so to Kathy Collinsworth. Thank you. We have an out on Santana. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and show Alarm for $12.50. Strength, a gold stamp promo, and Aerosmith for $10. Now, no condition notes, but it has a pretty messed up cover, okay? But it's now only $10. Santana is so to Christopher Dean for $45. And now let's go ahead and put up two new LP auctions, okay? Let's do that right now. Two new LP auctions. First thing I have is a bootleg. Ooh, a bootleg, Deep Purple. And this is live at the BBC, August of 1969, and live at the Paris Theatre, also in London, and that's a $35 start. This is a vintage bootleg, trademark of quality. Man, it looks like it's in excellent condition for a vintage Deep Purple bootleg. Look at this, the cover, the shrink, and the one of those Xerox primitive kind of crude deals there, trademark of quality, $35 start on the Deep Purple. That's called Strange Kind of Session. We have Ragdoll. We've already pulled that. David Shelton got the America. That's sold. And then Fred Carnell got the Alarm. We're going through a half-off vintage bin. Half off, no more, no less. How about the Amazing Rhythm Aces? That's $6.50, burning the ballroom down. Moody Blues Caught Live +5, that's $12.50. And John Fogerty self-titled, John Fogerty, $10. And Boogie with Canned Heat is now just $20. Nice, clean copy and original on the Liberty label. $20 there on Boogie with Canned Heat. Next thing I have here is going to be another handful of 45s. I've got my next auction, which is this really cool Carole King picture sleeve. But first, we got Paul Murray, Love is Blue for $6.99. Eric Clapton, Too Bad. Simon and Garfunkel, The Sound of Silence, and Homeward Bound, kind of a double hit there. Then Paul Simon, You Can Call Me Al. And we also have, I'll skip because I've got too many Simons up. We got Nancy Sinatra, These Boots Are Made for Walking, and Cheap Trick doing Ghost Town. Those are all $6.99 there. All right, Clifford's in on the Deep Purple 35. All those 45s are $6.99, including Cheap Trick, Nancy Sinatra, Paul Simon, Simon & Garfunkel, Eric Clapton, and Paul Murray. Next in here is Focus 3, has the die-cut cover and lettering. Focus is $13.50. Don't forget, Deep Purple is at $35, going once, going twice. The Carpenters, we'll call that one self-titled, $5 on that. Roger Ramjet got Canned Heat. Kelly Vlodarchek on Paul Simon. You Can Call Me Al for $6.99. Kathy Collinsworth on The Sounds of Silence. And then Krista Barnett was next, and Ryan Anderson wants Nancy Sinatra. And the B-side to that's Love Lies. That's one of those back-to-back hit singles that is sold and sold, okay? Next, we have Gloria Estefan, Let It Loose. Gloria Estefan, The Miami Sound Machine. That is $7.50. Also, The Cars, Door to Door. We don't get that one as often in their discography as an OG, and it has the original on her sleeve, and it's near mint for $17.50. And Alvin Lee, 10 Years After, Rocket Fuel, $10 on that. Kristen, you were second on the Paul Simon. This is a really cool picture sleeve. Carole King with one of her big hits and songs, So Far Away. That's from Tapestry and Smackwater Jack. That is going to go up for a $7 start, and was the Van Morrison BSK 3212. BSK 3132 on the Van Morrison catalog number. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. All right. And a couple more records, and we're selling Deep Purple and putting up new stuff. Toucan Could Do It, Maze and Rhythm Aces, that's $6.50. And Nice, the Allman Brothers, an OG copy of Brothers and Sisters, just $17.50 now. That's really nice. Carole King has a bid for $7. Richard's on it on Alvin Lee. Richard, you do get that Alvin Lee. Let me go ahead and squat down here and see what's next in the auction bin, because I don't have them up here in my crate like I normally do yet. I see another bootleg. Let's go ahead and knock that one out, and let's see what's going on with this Rocky Erickson. You may know him from the 13-4 Elevators, so let's see what's going on here. First thing we have is Clifford Umstead got the Deep Purple for $35. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That's so to you. It's just 6:12 here. We're already off to a fast start. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight. There's that. There's this. So to Clifford Umstead for $35. Next is Timothy Horn on the Cars. Everybody picking out some great titles in here, taking advantage of the early part of the show discounts. That's so to Timothy Horn on the Cars, and Nashville Tiger got Allman Brothers. Here's our next two auctions. Rocky Erickson, Gremlins Have Pictures. That's an original 1986 US for a $45 start on Pink Dust Records. No condition notes. Extremely nice, as in near mint minus. And a nice jacket. Rocky Erickson, RE, a $45 start. And Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, Poot Face Boogie. And Poot Face Boogie is live and studio outtakes from Frank Zappa, anywhere from 68 to 71. That's a vintage bootleg from Frank Zappa, and that's going to go up for a $45 start. And Carole King is a final call to John Gallen. Craig, you were reading my mind. Yes, that's going to be our next wave of auctions, is going to be that stuff there. Let me move around these. I still don't know why I have so many baseball cards around me. They're like in boxes. Everybody's like, why don't I have all these over here? It's going to be like another 2 weeks before I show them. All right, let me grab this. Yeah, and I'm going to have to do some hunting, because I have this basket and I have this box, but I've got to ask them in the back if they know where the other batch of New Orleans stuff is. It might have got buried, or another crate or another box of it. I don't really know, because I don't, after these two here, I'm going to have to do some digging, because they're back there somewhere. They're back there somewhere. Where? I don't know, but they're back there somewhere. I will say, though, we are going through these at a record fast pace, so they'll end up selling faster than we think. All right, let's grab this one right here. This is first in the New Orleans Grizzly family. This is on red vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. Grizzly family, $5 start on that. I got a few more here next to run in just a second. Carole King sold to John Gallen for $7. Let's get back to the half-off LPs. Excuse me. Another Carpenters, close to you. That one's $5 as well. Also, we have Canned Heat, live at Topacana Corral. Canned Heat is $10. Earlier, somebody asked about metal cassettes, and there's another question for metal cassettes. No, if we have metal cassettes, those usually get shown right away. Like if I find them, they get brought to me, or if they find them back there, and then they're all gone. In my near vicinity here, I don't see any cassettes worthy of showing or auctioning. the ones that are around me have kind of been shown to death, and it's about time for me to do a bundle or something. So let's get back to the top here and figure out what's first. Grizzly has bids for 5 and 5. No bids on those auctions yet back there. They're both $45 starts, going once, going twice. Let's go ahead and show another Cars album in shrink wrap. This one's Panorama, now just $12.50. The Cars Panorama. Eddie Money, Where's the Party? That's now just $7.50. The Fabulous Impressions. The Impressions on ABC Records is $17.50. And the Best of Melanie, a double LP, that's $10. Let's go ahead and show some more buy it nows. All for $6.99. Stand By Me. We have the Dillards, Rainmaker. Eric Clapton, Forever Man. Also, we have Sanford Clark, The Fool. I have found some couple good auctions. How about Bebopalua by Gene Vincent? The Virtues, Guitar Boogie Shuffle. And Eric Clapton, Lay Down Sally. So there's 2 Eric Claptons there. I'm going to go over those 2 auctions. I just found 3 great auctions here. 45 auctions, Clapton and Guns N' Roses. So the first thing is the Grizzlies has bids for 5, 5, 7, now 9. Chris X gets Eddie Money out of the crate. Brad Waits wants Stand By Me. That's sold to Brad Waits for $6.99. Melissa Bailey second on Eddie Money. Kelly Vlodarchek second on Stand By Me. And now Grizzlies at 9 with Tim Voldness. So we got Eric Clapton, Lay Down Sally. Also the Virtues, Guitar Boogie Shuffle. Bebopalua, Gene Vincent. Sanford Clark, The Fool. Clapton, Forever Man. And the Dillards, Rainmaker. Those are all $6.99 each on those. A few more half-off records. Head East is $10. Also, we have Heart, Dog, and Butterfly. That's now just $12.50, and Hall & Oates H2O is $10. Now, here is auction number 1. It's a final call. Frank Zappa, Poot Face Boogie. It's a vintage Frank Zappa bootleg, live and studio outtakes from 68 to 71. Tim Voldness has it for $45. That's going twice, going 3 times. Grizzly is at 9 with Tim Voldness, and we're about to sell that to him. And then one more look at Rocky Erickson. Gremlins have pictures. No bid, looking for a $45 start, but I'm about to make them a buy now. The next 45 auction is Eric Clapton, Tears in Heaven, from the movie Rush. Tears from Heaven. And that's going to go up for a $7 start. That's definitely later. 1992. Never seen that before. People ask about that track quite often. I'm like, that was a little bit later. You don't see that as often on vinyl. Eric Clapton's going to go up for a $7 start. Tracy Miller was next on stand. Margaret got Hall & Oates. We're doing a half-off vintage bin. That's sold to Margaret for $10. The Osmonds, the proud one. The Osmonds is $5. The proud one. Gordon Lightfoot, If You Could Read My Mind. A nice copy here in shrink wrap. If You Could Read My Mind. That's $10 on Gordon Lightfoot. And the Bee Gees, Monday's Rain. Bee Gees is now $5. And how about John Cougar Mellencamp in shrink, $12.50. $12.50 on John Cougar Mellencamp. I think we're going to run Sticky Fingers, and I'd like to wait maybe another about 40 minutes, Carol, if we could. A couple of the other better, I think, what's going to be some of the better LPs tonight. About 40 more minutes, maybe a little bit sooner. I'll make sure you're watching since you requested it, though. Charles Siebert on Bee Gees. Eric Clapton's at 9. And we have Nat King Cole at the Sands, $6.50. Nat King Cole at the Sands, $6.50. Grizzly is sold for 9 to Tim Voldness. Tim Voldness also gets Zappa for $45. Chris X is at 9 on Eric Clapton. Melissa Bailey's out. Chris X also gets John Cougar Mellencamp out of the half-off bin. And if anybody wants Rocky Erickson. Rocky Erickson's a 45. What a name, Rocky Fingers. $45 on this if anybody wants it. It's a buy it now. And our next 45 auction is The Clash, Gates of the West, and Groovy Times. The Clash, Gates of the West, and Groovy Times. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Next is Dr. Zebo on John Cougar, Chris X on Nat King Cole, Melanie Jennings on Dog and Butterfly, and Ryan Anderson gets the Rocky Erickson for the $45 minimum bid, buy it now price. All right, let's see what we got in here. Here's some of our auctions coming up tonight. Miles Davis, The Zombies, Art Blakey, Miles Davis, Muddy Waters, Super Blues. Let It Be is on red vinyl at 77 Netherlands. There's a note from Paul, Highlight of the Night, Sticky Fingers. Oh my gosh, the cheapest on Discogs right now is $900. Yeah, we might have to wait till like 8 o'clock on that one. I might just push that one back. I knew it was good. I didn't realize it was that good. We have a reasonable starting bid on it, though. Okay, a reasonable starting bid is applied tonight. Let's go ahead and put up Dwight Yoakam. We got Pink Floyd. Yeah, I mean, we got some killer auctions here. We got a lot of people watching right now already, but nothing for like what's about to happen with some of these auctions, okay? I don't know if y'all realize some of the caliber of some of the stuff I just read through. It is some pretty wild stuff, okay? Here is Dwight Yoakam, Buenos Noches from a Lonely Room. This is an original 1988 SRC pressing with the original inner sleeve. A real retail copy here of Dwight Yoakam. Let's put that up for a $25 start. The Clash is at 11. And what about old Eric Clapton here? That's a final call to Melissa Bailey for 12. Yeah, the Sticky Fingers is an original white label promo copy. And I think that's why it's going to generate a lot of activity tonight, okay? I'm going to take a breath and drink some blue juice. Let's drink some blue juice right quick, okay? Coming up right now. That was delicious blue juice. All right, they're still bidding on that and that. And let's do some more buy it nows right quick, okay? Going through a half off bin. And what do we have here? I Get Around. That's by the Beach Boys, a classic. How about Sweet Mother Earth? A cool picture sleeve. Cecilia from Simon & Garfunkel. Lazy Day, Spanking Our Gang. Jan and Dean, Ride the Wild Surf. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. Summer Rain by Johnny Denver's Maureen McGovern, Different Worlds. And a classic by the Eagles. It's a Heartache Tonight in the original sleeve. And one of my favorite Stevie Wonder songs, I Was Made to Love Her, an original Tamala Motown in the Tamala Motown sleeve. That's really cool. Has all the album advertisements. $6.99 on that. Clash is at 11, final call. Dwight Yoakam does have a bid for $25. And let's go ahead and sell this Eric Clapton, Tears from Heaven. Melissa Bailey gets that for $12, okay? Clash has a new bid for $12. Kelly Vlodarchik first on Simon & Garfunkel. Cecilia. Brad Waits on the Eagles. It's a Heartache Tonight. Kathy next on Cecilia. Chris X first on Stevie Wonder. That leaves Maureen McGovern, Johnny Rivers, Paul Simon, Jan and Dean, Spanking Her Gang, Sweet, and the Beach Boys. Chuck Haley next there on Cecilia. All right, let's see what else I can put up for auction. This was actually in Hatchet Ed's putback bin last night. Now, it didn't have a price on it, and usually it's tough because it's hard to put in a sleeve, but evidently somebody didn't pay for it. It looks like a VG Plus or better copy with the insert of Alice Cooper's Muscle of Love album. Okay, it's in the original box, and of course this flap being kind of torn off right here is pretty common. It's barely hanging on over here, and that stain is part of it, okay? It's supposed to be stained like that. Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love. This is an original, and I'm going to put it up for a $25 start. Always a bizarre record because just unusual packaging there. Alice Cooper's a $25 start. Let's get back to the half-off bin. We have Harry Belafonte, Streets I've Walked. We're doing half-off records here, $5 on that. Craig, it looks like you're going to get The Clash for $12. Final call to you. Jethro Tull Benefit, great album here. $10 on here. Teacher, Nothing to Say, Inside. $10 for Jethro Tull, Ian Anderson. It is a green chrysalis, and it's very clean. That's $10. James Gang Thirds. This has the hit song Walk Away on it. Joe Walsh, James Gang. $10 on that. Robin Trowers and Shrink Wrap for Earth Below, $10. Van Morrison is $17.50. Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. And the Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe, $10 on that. Jeremy Dalton, nice pickup there. I was talking last night about how these OGs now can be bought very reasonably, just $25 on this. Before these were reissued, new pressings were out. That was like a $100 record. The Clash is sold for $12 to Craig Thomas. Probably the biggest fan of The Clash that I know, Craig Thomas. That's him for $12. And oh boy, here we go. We have Guns N' Roses, Welcome to the Jungle. Welcome to the Jungle. This is around VG Plus condition because it was in a jukebox. See those kind of swirls? So it's got some scuffing. Should be fine. Welcome to the Jungle. Nice picture sleeve, though. $10 start on GNR. Alice Cooper's at $31. We have bids for $25. And then Rebecca, I don't see anybody else that bid. I see your $25 and I see a $31. So I'm not for sure what went on there. Epic Sleeves. Yes, let me make a note of that. Epic Sleeves. Let me make a note of that. I don't think that ever made it to my desk on a sticky note. And I'll put it right below the note that I made from Paul. Order crates. Epic sleeves. I know exactly what that means. Okay, sorry. Let me catch my breath again. Y'all have already got me out of breath tonight. Guns N' Roses 10, Guns N' Roses 10, Guns N' Roses 10, Guns N' Roses 10. Jeff Mallwitz got Robin Trower. That's so to Jeff Mallwitz. We have Savoy Brown, Street Corner Talking. Savoy Brown, $10. Savoy Brown is $10. Alice Cooper is at $25 technically, but I guess if you want to outbid Rebecca, you better bid more than $31. Linda Ronstadt, that's just $5. That's her early stuff there. And we have Chili Whack. Chili Whack is $5. Chili Whack is $5. And the Rolling Stones, get your yayas out. Very cool pressing here of the Rolling Stones, $17.50 on that. All right, let's put up another auction. This was also from that Hatchet Ed bin. I don't know what happened. It might have been a buy it now or something, but it's a sealed copy of Chicago 10. We're going to put it up for a $10 start. $10 start on that one. Let's go back to the top. Guns N' Roses 10, 10, 10, 12. What was the Van Morrison? Van Morrison was called the Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. The half-off price is $17.50. Now Guns N' Roses 15. Melissa Bailey on CW for Chili Whack. That's sort of Melissa Bailey. And then we have, this is not live, is it? This is live. This is real. Guns N' Roses 16. Brandy Klein on LR for Linda Ronstadt. Sold. Guns N' Roses 20. Guns N' Roses 17. Kristen Barnett on RS for Rolling Stones. Chuck Haley next on Linda Ronstadt. And then I guess Rebecca, I'm going to go ahead and say I can't believe it. Alice Cooper, you're the only bidder. This is such a tough record to get, but I think it's almost so bizarre, the packaging and stuff, people just don't like it. I think if this album was in any other kind of sleeve or jacket, it would probably sell for more and more people would want it. I think it's such a bizarre packaging because it's just in a cardboard box. People don't realize, like, this is the original packaging. This is how it comes. And actually, to find this in really good shape can be a challenge. But they usually don't sell too well. That's sold for $25 to Rebecca Howitt. Chicago's the final call, and Guns N' Roses is at $21. Guns N' Roses at $21. Some people don't like bizarre packaging like that. It's almost like, oh man, I got to take it out of the box and do this and do that. Let's go ahead and grab another. Every time I hear the air cut on here, I think it's pouring rain outside. I was like, there's no way. The sun was shining earlier. Here's our next auction. This is the Deep Purple live at Maple Leaf Gardens. I think that's called Madison Square. No, this is different. Maple Leaf Gardens in Ontario, 1985. Both discs are EX Plus condition. Deep Purple, Complete Strangers, live in 1985. That is a $45 start. Guns N' Roses now at $23. If anybody wants Chicago, it's sealed. It's just a $10 buy it now. Next is going to be Humble Pie, Go for the Throat. Humble Pie is $10. And the Doobie Brothers, the classic, The Captain and Me, $7.50. Our next New Orleans auction is Betty and the Bops. Betty's and the Bops. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Also, we have the John Lennon Collection. That's a great compilation. $12.50 on the John Lennon Collection. Brad Waits put Chicago 25. I think you meant Chicago 16, right? Which is $10. That's sold to Brad Waits for $10. Ed Riviere was second. Deep Purple Bootleg, a $45 start. Warren Zevon. Man, I remember showing this the other night. It's got the Silver Bullet Hop sticker, Werewolves of London. It's in shrink with the original inner sleeve. Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy, is a $20 buy it now. That's half off of $39.99. Rick Harrington on the John Lennon. Where are we on Guns N' Roses? Guns N' Roses is at $23 with Rebecca Howitt. The Betty and the Bops is at $5 and $5. Deep Purple's the final call for $45. Let me go ahead and show one more record here. Yes Drama, a good pull. $10 on Yes now, doing a half-off vintage bin. There's way too much still left in here. Might have to run them back one more time, but not before I grab some 45s here for buy it now. These are all going to be $6.99. First come, first serve. First is Donna Mitchell on that very nice Warren Zevon. That is sold to Donna Mitchell. Let me move that over. We're about to sell GNR for $23 to Rebecca. We have Cherish by Coin the Game for $6.99. Andrew Gold Lonely Boy for $6.99. The Guess Who Star Baby. The Guess Who Laughing. Also, we have Neil Diamond doing Cracklin' Rosie. And Rare Earth, I Know I'm Losing You. The two I set aside will be two great auctions we'll do in just a second. Now Betting the Bops as a new bid for $6. Ben Digert on EZ. And EZ was for WZ. Warren Zevon's already sold. Brad Waits gets Cool in the Gang for $6.99. That leaves Rare Earth, Neil Diamond, Guess Who, and Andrew Gold, if anybody wants those. I'm going to put them right back there. Next is Savoy Brown, Jack the Toad. Savoy Brown is $10. And we have A Period of Transition by Van Morrison. That one's in shrink wrap, original inner sleeve. Very nice, $17.50 on that. And Robin Trower, Victims of the Fury. Robin Trower is $10. Betting the Bops is at $8. Let's go ahead and sell the GNR then. That is sold for $23 to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca. That's sold to you. And we have, Janie wants AG Lonely Boy, Andrew Gold. That's sold to Janie Green for $6.99. Nobody bid on the Deep Purple bootleg. Wow, $45 buy it now on that. Our next auction is Whoa Black Betty. That's the original single here by Ram Jam in the original sleeve. Extremely nice. Black Betty is going to go up for a $7 start. That's now up for bid. And wow, Steely Dan in the half-off bin. What is the world coming to? Steely Dan is $17.50. That is Steely Dan. And we have Argent. That is their self-titled album in shrink wrap, in no condition notes, now just $13.50. Sandy Mile got the Deep Purple for $45. George Samberez was second. What about Betting the Bops? Betting the Bops is at $8. Fred Cardinell says he's done. That's sold to Tim Voldness for $8. Black Betty is we just sold Betting the Bops. Now we got Black Betty. And Black Betty has a bid for $7. Fred Cardinell, I've already sold Deep Purple. And now our next New Orleans single for a $5 start is called The Less Sequels. The Less Sequels. Let's put this up for a $5 start. It's on blue vinyl. The Less Sequels. $5 start there on The Less Sequels. Now, we need a new LP auction. And the next newest LP auction is going to be, there's Brian. Oh, yeah. I was going to ask you, does David Hetfield have an oyster shack? Oh, yeah. What did I say? Oh, yeah. Yeah. This month's fan club shirt was James Hetfield oyster shack.
I think that might have been a play on when Bart missed the bill when he got food poisoning from the oysters.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I knew Brian would have an explanation. Yeah. This month's Metallica fan club shirt was James Hetfield's oyster shack, and I was like, what the heck? Not really something I anticipated them sending. I hadn't got to really see Brian to ask him. I was like, what the heck is up with this? We have This Is Buddy Guy, his fantastic in-person performance recorded live. This is Buddy Guy. It's an original 68. He had a perfect explanation, though. He said Lars got food poisoning one time from oysters, and so that's supposed to be like a comedy shirt. I was like, that makes sense. If you need to know something about Metallica, just ask Brian, okay? He's a walking encyclopedia. This is Buddy Guy, an original 68 US EX Plus, $35 start. I think about everybody here has their own random knowledge of bands you can ask them. I'd say mine is Beatles and Zeppelin. Probably I could answer the most. Definitely go to Brian if you're here, if you have a Metallica question, okay? Next is James Gang Newborn. James Gang is $15. This is a foreign press. $15 on that. And we have Pretenders. The Pretenders is $12.50. Brian's been to more Metallica shows than I've been to shows in general, in total concerts probably. $12.50 on the Pretenders. That's a beautiful copy of that. Brass and Pocklet. All right, let's go back to the top and figure out where I left off. Ram Jam 7. Ram Jam 7. Vintage Vinyl gets Argent. Argent goes to Vintage Vinyl, South Carolina. Black Betty 8. Ram Jam 8. Black Betty 8. Less Sequels 5. Black Betty 11. Melissa Bailey on Robin Trower. Sold to Melissa Bailey. We got Buddy Guy 35. Eric Dalby on Steely Dan. And we have Toucan Could Do It, the Amazing Rhythm Aces. That is $6.50. Jethro Tull Heavy Horses is $10. And Elton John Blue Moves. Elton John is $12.50. Jefferson Starship $7.50. And the Best of Alan Parsons Project Volume 2 is $10. That's in shrink wrap. I remember showing that to that. There's some staining on the shrink wrap, but no big deal. If anything, you can just take that off or clean it off the shrink wrap. Less Sequels just got one bid. That's sold to Robert Warner for $5. Black Betty's at $11 with Rebecca, John, Ryan, and everybody else is out. And Buddy Guy, I think I was yapping when this record was being put up. This is called Buddy Guy. This is Buddy Guy, his fantastic in-person performance recorded live, which is a 68 US EX Plus, a $35 star. Finley Depperstein on Alan Parsons. And now we got some stuff moving to a final call, but not Ram Jam. Our next auction, here's what I'm about to do. I'm not going to update auctions. I'm not going to show any 45s. I'm about to run through this entire crate, basically without stopping, unless there's a bunch of claims and I need to pause the tag. We're going to run through this crate one more time, and that way everybody can stay really focused in it. I'm not going to pause to show anything or call any bids. I think I might go ahead and do some final calls. That way, when I do get done, we can go ahead and stop. But here's a classic song from the Georgia Satellites, Keep Your Hands to Yourself. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Keep your hands to yourself. So let's run through these one more time. I'm not going to show any 45s. I'm not going to call any bids up until right now. And I'm going to show you what's left in here, because I think from when we started, we have about 80 more people watching. And this is a half-off bin, and it's a final call before I probably offer a bundle. And if there's not much more sales out of here, it's going to be a great bundle deal. So Buddy Guy is a final call to Chris X for $35. Ram Jam's at $15. 10 bonus, you're out. Georgia Satellite 7. So let's run this crate one last time. Speedrun. Nothing in here had any condition notes. So they're all EX Plus or better. A lot of them near mint minus. Moody Blues, 7th Sojourn, $7.50. New Monkeys was $10. Darlene Love was $10. First come, first serve on these, no more, no less. The Carpenters was $5. Dave Loggins was $7.50. Aerosmith, $10, does have cover damage. Amazing Rhythm Aces was $6.50. Moody Blues was $12.50. Mike Bartley got the Moody Blues. We have John Fogerty self-titled for $10. Focus 3 was $13.50. Carpenter self-titled was $5. Gloria Estefan Let It Loose, $7.50. Miami Sound Machine. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $6.50. Another Carpenter's Close to You is $5. Canned Heat is $10. The Cars Panorama in shrink wrap, that's $12.50. The Fabulous Impressions is $17.50. Finley Depperstein on Gloria Estefan, that's sold. The Best of Melanie is $10. Head East is $10. We have the Osmonds. The Proud One is $5. Also, Gord Lightfoot in shrink wrap. If you could read my mind, $10. The Cards is sold to Shannon Mashaka. Thank you. We have Harry Belafonte, Streets I've Walked for $5. Jethro Tull was $10. James Gang Third was $10. James Gang for $10. Alan Parsons Project, also $10. Savoy Brown, Street Corner Talking, also $10. And $17.50 for Van Morrison. Inarticulate Humble Pie is $10. Doobie Brothers is $7.50. Scott Reimer next on the Cars. Yes Drama. Yes is $10. Savoy Brown, $10. David Shelton on JSS. Jefferson Starship. Now, have I shown one? I know there's one in the very front of the bin. I don't think I've shown one since this crate's been going. Condition of canned heat. Everything in here is EX Plus or better. Jefferson Starship, that is sold to David Shelton. We have Van Morrison for $17.50 in shrink. James Gang for $15. The Pretenders for $12.50. Amazing Rhythm Aces for $12.50. Jethro Tull for $10. And Elton John for $12.50. Everything in here is EX Plus or better. Everything in here is really nice. EX Plus or better. Buddy Guy is sold to Chris X for $35, or was there a new bid since I've been talking? There was a new bid since I've been talking. Sandy Mile has this for $37. Sandy Mile has this for $37. So Chris X, since I've been doing that rundown, there was a new bid. Sandy Mile bid $37. Ram Jam got a new bid for $17. Ram Jam got a new bid for $20. Georgia Satellites got bids for $11, both now being led by Rebecca, and then Billy Butler on Carpenters. And we have a claim on Canned Heat and Yes. Now, Billy Butler, the only problem is there is, I think, 4 Carpenters records in here. So you can take all of them, or you can let me know which one you want. These are sold, and these are sold to Vintage Vinyl, South Carolina. So those are sold and sold. And let me actually get all the Carpenters together. I know there's 3. There might be 4. There is the first one. There's the second one. And then I know there's at least one more right here. Yeah, there's 3 Carpenters albums. And the titles of those are called Close to You, self-titled, and Voice of the Heart. And the prices are $5, $5, and $5. $15. That'd be like buy two, get one free, and then I'm giving you $5 if you buy all three of them. Buddy Guys at $39. Sandy Mile, you're out. We have Georgia Satellites. That's sold for $11 to Rebecca. And then Ram Jam is at $20. The only person that hadn't set out is Tim Voldness, and he just bid $22. And now Sandy on that, okay? Sandy, you're out on Buddy Guy. Folks, that's a great crate. Now, there's a lot of killer stuff in here, which is going to make great for a bundle deal. Been trying to figure out how to do this when there's a lot left over. I think what we might do is, usually I set them aside and we make flip crates out of them. I'm going to offer tonight maybe a couple more bundles. I'm thinking about like putting a bunch of it together and like running some auctions, like trying to sort them by genre, the stuff they don't sell in the half-off bins, or do like we do sometimes, just go store them somewhere else and then show them again 3 months later. And we might have, 40 new people watching and sell a bunch more of them. Billy Butler wants all three carpenters. So he gets those for $5, $5, and $5. Those are sold to Billy Butler. And then we're going to start running some of the keynote stuff in at least 19 minutes. But some of the really high-end stuff, it might be closer to 7:30 or 8. I'll just keep an eye on the viewership, on the numbers. We're getting pretty close where I feel a little bit more. But we've already run a couple bootlegs and some really good stuff, and it's only got a couple bids. It is still pretty early for a Saturday night, but some of it I'm about to start putting up anyway. All right, so let's count what's in here, and I'm going to offer it as a bundle deal, but I've been trying to figure out how to handle some of the, like I said, leftovers of these because it'll I think, be easier for us to move some of them in bulk that way. And plus some of the older, like up front, and back here next to me, up against this wall, I probably got 50 crates of like vintage LPs around here I could come up with that have been shown half off that needs to get like a further discount or sold in a bundle or something. And the reason I haven't accumulated so much lately is because we've been doing these. So I'm going to count these and I'm going to offer them as a bundle. And there's some pretty good stuff in here, okay? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. 29, I'll say on these, $145. $145 if anybody wants what's left. Now, I think there's some pretty good titles left in here. $145 if anybody else wants anything that's left in there. Black Betty is officially... I have not heard back from Tim Voldness. That has a new bid for $25. Buddy Guys at $40, and Chris X went out. So this is sold for $40 to Sandy, and the bundle deal is sold to Thomas Baumhart. He always comes through on that. He always comes through. Thomas Baumhart gets everything that's left here for $145. All right. So Thomas, thank you as always. I'm going to move him right over here. Whoever's tagging, the first thing in the bin is the Buddy Guy auction. And then the first record in the bundle is going to be Elton John. And the last record is going to be the New Monkeys. And those are all sold to him. Thank you. Appreciate that. And those are sold to Thomas Baumhart. Those are all gone. There's nothing left. I have nothing left there. And now Tim's out on Ram Jam. The board's cleared. We're ready for all new auctions, new crate, new everything. Rebecca gets Ram Jam for $25. Awesome song there. And I have a new empty crate, which I desperately need. I'm going to go ahead and put sticky notes around the bundle anyways. Now, it's Saturday night. There's already a lore crate up here. John's dropped off 4 crates of vintage, so we have plenty of new arrivals, but also, as soon as I get done with those, we'll get back into some vintage stuff tonight as well. Okay? So let me put a sticky note there, and let me put a sticky note there. Thomas Baumhart, that's like his second. Boy, Thomas, you're going to have a lot of boxes. Thomas is taking advantage of $7 in limited shipping. Oh my gosh, we're going to spend probably $300 on postage. I don't even know where he lives. I hope it's not on the West Coast because there's surcharges. Hopefully he lives like right down the road. I don't even know. Air horn. Yeah, we got to do an air horn. First, let me go ahead and stage the next stuff here. And yes, let's go ahead and let everybody know to plug your ears. It's coming very soon. How about we go ahead and start with possibly a vintage crate of new arrivals over here. And like Paul said, it looked like a lot of stuff here. Some of it could be. I'm going to live in the bins, and I'm going to pull some of it out, and we're going to But yeah, this crate right here I'm looking at has great stuff in it. I'm actually going to move a record to the back and make it the first one just to catch your show. Some of it we don't have often. Some of it I have almost every night. You never know about the vintage stuff. Vintage LPs from the 60s and 70s. Some of it is, quite plentiful. They sold millions of copies back in the day. Everybody owned a copy of certain records. And then some of these vintage bins that has stuff that I've never seen before, we never get, and we may not get for like another 6 months. All right. Now, we also have my mic breaking up. That's not good. Test 1, 2. I did walk away, so that's weird. I didn't go too far, though. Also, somebody asked how much was Queens of the Stone Age. Queens of the Stone Age is $46.99. Whoever asked that. Queens of the Stone Age, $46.99. All right, so new vintage stuff here. We just sold an entire crate. Time for the air horn. But first, let's introduce all new auctions. Plus, I took a break from 45s so we could get that crate taken care of. So let's go ahead and show some more 45s right quick, okay? These are buy it nows for $6.99. Stevie Nicks, Talk to Me, and one more big-time rock and roll star. Marty Robbins, Devil Music. Bruce Springsteen, I'm on Fire. The Swimming Pool Cues, that's pretty cool. Reba McEntire, Somebody Should Leave. And John Lennon, Nobody Told Me. Those are all $6.99, okay? Now, when I walked away, the next thing was air horn, mic, audio, mic. And I think we're good to go. So now our next LPs is going to be, man, did y'all hear some of that stuff I read off earlier? If you like, well, there's just a lot of great stuff in here. I don't know really where to begin. There's so much blues and jazz and Bowie and Iggy Pop and just greatness. Pink Floyd records. Let's grab Junior Wells here. And I'll also we'll get a David Bowie here on deck, okay? With David Bowie on deck. First thing I have is Junior Wells, Southside Blues Jam with Otis Spann, Buddy Guy, and Louis Myers. This is an early U.S. reissue, Paul says, probably the mid-70s. It's super clean, as in like near mint minus, and we're going to put that up for a $35 start. It's in shrink. It's on the Delmark label, and that's going to go up for a $35 start on that. Let me turn off my mic and reconnect it right quick, okay? See if that's better. And time for some blue juice. All right. Sorry, I hit the wrong buttons. Here we go. Iggy Pop's on deck. Iggy Pop's on deck. Rebecca is chomping at the bits. It's on deck. I have it here for you in just a second. Also, Rebecca also got Swimming Pool Cues. Colin Butler, you were second. Arnold Adams was first on Reba. And that left John Lennon, Nobody Told Me, Bruce Springsteen, Marty Robbins, and Stevie Nicks, if anybody wants those, okay? That is all available. Junior Wells is a $35 start. Let's go through new vintage arrivals. UFO, I told you I was going to put something good to start the crate. Phenomenon. Green Chrysalis label, clean and nice. UFO is $34.99. Huey Lewis and the New Sports. Huey Lewis is $19.99. James Brown, boy, look at this. $49.99. That should be in the auction bin. Thinking about Little Willie John and a few nice things. $49.99, nice and clean too. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, just $14.99, no condition notes, but does have some writing and wear. ELP is $14.99, and Lou Graham, Ready or Not, Lou Graham is $19.99. Lou Graham from Foreigner. Our next New Orleans auction is Beat Session number 1 with the Kaisers. The Kaisers are going to go up for a $5 start. That is going to go up for a $5 start. The Kaisers, and we also have another auction to put up right now, and that's going to be David Bowie Heroes. David Bowie is a 1980 U.S. reissue, a perfect copy. Wow, I like those words. Perfect copy. This is a 1980 U.S. press. Beautiful vinyl. Like, perfect. I like those words. Like I said, perfect copy. $35 start. Teresa's in on the Kaisers at 5. David Bowie 35. Junior Wells 35. Man, I had forgot about the air horn. Y'all always remind me. People tune in to hear this air horn. If we didn't have this, I don't know if we'd be in business, honestly. Most people tune in just for this moment. Now, I hope everybody's ready, including Jake and Paul and Laura and Brian, because this is loud. This is like the boat horn edition, so hope everybody's ready. That's become a nightly thing because we usually clean out at least one vintage bin doing those bundles. I may have to amend the rules. I may have to amend it and be like, you have to buy everything individually. Otherwise, if we start doing these bundle deals, we're going to have an air horn 2 or 3 times a night. All right, so first thing we have is David Bowie 35, Melissa Bailey on UFO. That's sold to Melissa Bailey. And then David Bowie 36 and Nat King Cole Looking Back. Nat King Cole is $9.99. Also, we have the Rolling Stones, England's newest hit makers. This is a blue London, a little bit later pressing, but still vintage, $36.99. And we have Boys and Girls, Brian Ferry, $24.99. Brian Ferry, $24.99. Also, the Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, $14.99. Now the Kaisers at 6. Teresa, you're out. Now David Bowie's at 50. And now we have David Bowie is at $50. Junior Wells is a buy it now for $35. No bid. Southside Blues Jam with Otis Bond, Buddy Guy, and Lewis Myers. That is at $35 if anybody wants that. We have Jack Bruce out of the Storm. Jack Bruce, you may know him from Cream. That's $19.99. She says, not me on UFO. Monica Malley got UFO. Monica Malley got UFO. Colin put WTSOLT. I don't know if that's a claim or something I'm supposed to read in slang. Also, Bowie's at 50 and Leland McCurry first on the Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager. Roger Ramjet got the Rolling Stones. That's so to Roger Ramjet. Now Bowie's at 51. The Kaisers is a final call for 6. Brian's coming through with mail, trying to negotiate the tight passageways. We have New Edition. This is in Shrink and Hot. This is $19.99 for New Edition. Monica Malley on JW and JW. So we have Junior Wells. That was a buy it now. Monica got that for $35. Then Roger Ramjet, Bowie 55, Kaiser 7, Fred 3rd on Junior Wells. Daryl Hall, John Oates, Hall & Oates, Private Eyes, $19.99. New Edition, so to Melissa Bailey. Also, Little Richard's Greatest Hits, that's $19.99. And the Dave Clark 5 Return is $9.99. The Kaiser's now at 7. Tim Voldness is out. Oh boy, we got Teresa and Tim Voldness watching. If y'all want to see some absolute stone cold battles on some bids tonight, I've seen Teresa and Tim bid on 45s, sometimes for hours. We have James Brown, The Payback. Awesome. That's a classic song in the original Polydor sleeve. Part 1 and 2, $7 start on that. Brad Waits on Hall & Oates. That's so to Brad Waits. New vintage arrivals. These things are really clean from some of our most newest collection purchases too. John Cougar Mellencamp, American Full. That's $19.99. We have Bill Nelson's Red Noise. Sound on Sound. Bill Nelson, $19.99. That's on the Harvest label. Are we done on Bowie? Bowie's at $55. James Brown's at $7. We have Aretha Franklin. There is some writing on the cover. That's one we don't get as often, though. Story. Whoever's name was Story, they wrote their name once, twice, 3, 4 times, and maybe even on the gatefold. Let's see here. Yep, 5. They wrote their name on here 8 times. This is Aretha Franklin, and this is $26.99. Very clean copy, one we don't get as often. And then who has the high bid on David Bowie? 55. Donna Mitchell, you're out. Rebecca has it for 55. The Kaisers, Tim says he's out. He said, we won't take this one too far tonight. That's sold to Teresa for $7. James Brown 7, James Brown 8. Looks like we need some more new auctions. Let's make another pull in here. Hope we got our jazz and blues buyers on tonight. We got some pretty cool stuff here. We'll go ahead and put up the Cooker, Lee Morgan. Lee Morgan is a 1977 U.S. stereo. This is a note on here from Paul. Beautiful disc. Classic jazz album. Wow. It is nice. That's the way you probably want to see your jazz vinyl to look. $25 start. The cover does have some writing on the back. We'll call it VG minus because of the wear and the writing. $25 start on that. Donna is out on Bowie. Donna's out on Bowie. Bowie's the final call for 55. James Brown's at 8 with Fred Cardinale. Moving on. Happy Trails Quicksilver. Happy Trails is $19.99. Aretha Franklin's Greatest Hits. I don't know if I've seen this one before. $26.99. Aretha Franklin's Greatest Hits, $26.99. We have Ellie Greenwich, Let It Be Written, Let It Be Sung. Ellie's $14.99. Lee Morgan's $25. Lee Morgan, $25. What's the bet on Bowie? $55. Fred Cardinale has James Brown at 8. And then I guess, Craig, let me know if you want back in. And let's go ahead and do some more quick buy nows on some 45s. And maybe I'll find a couple more auctions over here. If anything, I'll grab the next New Orleans single. But first, for $6.99, we got Spanish Harlem by Ben E. King. That's $6.99. Pete Townsend, Give Blood. We have George Thorogood, I Drink Alone. Woodstock by Matthew Southern Comfort. The Diamonds, Little Darling. And the Guess Who, Don't You Miss Me, Darling. That is $6.99. Back to the new arrivals. We have John Fogerty's Centerfield and Shrink and Hop. John Fogerty's $24.99. Here is the Rolling Stones Between the Buttons. This looks nice. Dark blue London label, very clean. Another nice Stones. That's $34.99. Bowie has a new bid for $57. Lee Morgan's at $25, $25, $30. And John Gollin on Woodstock. John Gollin gets Woodstock for $6.99. Now Bowie's at $60. Now Lee Morgan's at $31. We have the Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream. Gatefold, nice. And it feels like it has the booklet with it. It does. And with booklet, $14.99. Thank you for the water, Laura. I'm definitely going to need that. $14.99 on the Moody Blues. On the Threshold of a Dream. I'm trying to get the disc out, but there we go. Beautiful. I knew it'd be nice because the jacket's nice and it's got the book with it. The Turtles, more golden hits. That's $9.99. And Huey Lewis is $19.99. James Brown is sold to Fred Cardinale for $8. And now we have Bowie is at $60. We Can Be Heroes. Now it's at $62. Now Lee Morgan's at $35. And now we need more 45 auctions. So let me step over here and see what we got over here in the good old what department. Let's see what I got over here. Record Store Day stuff. Oh, this is Keith Richards. And this looks interesting here. I think this is kind of new and sealed / Record Store Day stuff here. Here's Keith Richards. Hate It When You Leave. Key to the Highway. Record Store Day. Red vinyl. $7 start on Keith Richards. And JTB Garbage Man. That is numbered. And that's going to go up for a $7 start. Okay? Now, how much is Huey Lewis Small World? That's $19.99. Does RS have Miss You on it? No, not on that one. That song came a little bit later. We have Nat King Cole at the JTP, and that is $9.99. How is the vinyl on Lee Morgan? The vinyl was described as beautiful disc. That is a grade of near mint minus. Lee Morgan. The cover's like VG minus. Vinyl is near mint minus. Bowie's also near mint minus. These two here are sealed. Keith Richards at 7. Lee Morgan details. Lee Morgan's a 1977 US stereo. 77 US stereo. Vinyl's near mint minus. The cover does have some writing on the back. Looks like somebody very craftily wrote their name. I'm making up words here, but you get what I'm saying. And then Garbage Man has a bid for 8, okay? And then next is Hall & Oates Along the Red Edge. Hall & Oates is $19.99. No yes for me. No, I was just mentioning that. I didn't even know that came out today till this morning. Debbie Harry Cuckoo is $19.99. Also, Quicksilver Messenger Service. Quicksilver is $24.99. Quicksilver Messenger Service, $24.99. And Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars, $24.99. Jeremy Rourke does want the Huey Lewis. Thank you, Jeremy. That's so do you. We have Whitford St. Holmes, $19.99. Featuring Aerosmith guitarist Brad Whitford. Hey, he's been here in ColleCo before. I just now made that. Made that connection. I didn't know Whitford St. Holmes was Brad Whitford from Aerosmith. Hey, when did it set this one aside? He lives here pretty locally. He was in the store, a couple months ago? Whitford St. Holmes. I didn't realize that's Brad Whitford. We have Alvin Lee, 10 Years After Rocket Fuel, $19.99. And 10 Years Little River Band Sleeper Catcher, $9.99. We have UK. UK is $19.99. UK is $19.99. That is self-titled. Very clean copy there. Also, Little Steven, The Disciples of Soul, $14.99. Now, where are we on David Bowie? Janie went out. This is sold to Rebecca for $65. So, Rebecca, that is sold to you for $65. $65. All right. That is sold. And then Lee Morgan, Jeremiah went out. Christopher Dean had it for 35. We're about to sell it to Christopher Dean. The Keith Richards is at 12. Carol, it's back to you. Tim Volness got garbage for 8. Yeah, there was another note on here. What does it say? Ted Nugent, vocalist Derek St. Holmes. Wow. Pretty cool. Melanie, Garden in the City. $9.99 for Melanie, Garden in the City. Magnifique, Mireille Mathieu. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. Head East, self-titled, $19.99. And John Cougar, $19.99 on that. All right, looks like we're ready for some more 45 buy it nows at least. Let's grab a couple more handfuls here. And I have found some more. Oh, man, I found some cool singles back here to auction as well. First is Billy Joel. It's still rock and roll to me. That is $6.99. Toto Africa is $6.99. The Beach Boys, I Get Around. Styx Renegade, that's $6.99. Auction, auction, auction. And let's go ahead and show Jimmy Rogers here. Jimmy Rogers, that is $6.99. There we have it. All right, those are all sold. Now, let's figure out what we have here and figure out what's going on, okay? Keith Richards, 12. Keith Richards, 14. And then Rebecca Howard on Whitford. Rebecca Howard on Whitford. Whitford St. Holmes, that's sold to Rebecca Howard. Thank you, Rebecca. Brian Frenfrock was second. Lee Morgan, 40. And now let's tag some 45s here. Jeremy Rourke on Toto Africa. That is sold for $6.99. We still got Jimmy Rogers, a vintage picture sleeve here. Ringalirio, and Wonderful You. Renegade, that's the Jig Is Up. Styx, I Get Around, an original Capital Swirl from the Beach Boys. And Billy Joel, It's Still Rock and Roll to Me. That's a classic. Now, Lee Morgan has a new bid for 40 and now 45. And we have a new single. I just saw this. Oh boy, it's Kiss. And this is a promo of Strutter 78 from Double Platinum. It's a mono stereo promo. Haven't had a chance to check on this one, but that sounds pretty good. Strutter 78, a Kiss promo. Casablanca EX. How about a $10 start? Arnold Adams is in on the BB, which is the Beach Boys. I Get Around. Thank you, Arnold. That's so to you. And then Jeremy Rourke's got Styx. So that's sold. Jeremy Rourke's got Styx. Larry Smith on the Jimmy Rogers picture sleeve. That's sold. And now we just have Billy Joel left. And Jeff Brindley says he'll take that. So let me redo those because I need to show them here on camera. I think that entire handful sold. It did. Jeremy Rourke got Toto. Arnold Adams got the Beach Boys. Jeremy Rourke got Styx Renegade. Larry Smith on Jimmy Rogers. And Billy Joel sold to Jeff Brindley. Lee Morgan's now at 50. Kiss is at 10. Kiss is at 11. Who's leading? Keith Richards. Kathy went out after Carol bid 14. Final call to Carol. Next is Stevie, almost said Stevie Nicks. No, it's her colleague, Christine McVie. $26.99 for Christine McVie. Eddie Money, No Control. Gold stamp promo. This has Shaken on it, and I Think I'm in Love. $14.99 on that. Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager. $14.99. This is cool here. John Lennon, live in New York City in shrink with hop sticker. I almost pulled this out not only to auction it, but maybe to keep it. So that's 2 records in here now I should have pulled out to keep. One was Whitford St. Holmes. The second one's that. I would get them before I change my mind. Keith Richards is sold to Carol Puckett for $14. Lee Morgan still getting bids. Kiss is still getting bids. Now we need a new LP auction. And let's go ahead and throw up Mr. Buddy Guy. Buddy Guy is a 1972 US stereo. He's in EX condition, and he's going to go up for a $35 start. This is Buddy Guy. I was walking through the woods on chess. Nice. EX vinyl. Mr. Buddy Guy, a $35 start. There's the cover, and here we go. Kiss is at 15. David Shelton, let me know if you want back in. For any Kiss Army out there, this is Strutter 78, a promo. George Samberez got Eddie Money, sold. Sandy got John Lennon. Clifford was second. Todd Doris was third. Next is Linda Ronstadt, Hand Sewn. Linda's $9.99. Leonard Skinnard, one more from the road. This is the non-gatefold version, 2LP. Leonard Skinnard, $34.99. They're still bidding on Lee Morgan. It's now at $60. The Dave Clark 5 is in shrink with a promo sticker which is weird because it also has a price tag. Arlen's price tag, 68 cents. Shrinks a little torn down here. I'm trying to fix it, but that's $9.99. Also, we have Phil Spector, Echoes of the 60s. Oh, man, that's a great, looks like Phil Spector compilation. The Ronettes is on here. The Crystals, Bobby Sox, that's $19.99. And we have the Rolling Stones Now. Awesome. $36.99. $36.99 for the Rolling Stones. A Heart of Stone is on here. $36.99. Little Red Rooster, the Willie Dixon song. All right, so Lee Morgan's at $65. Looks like we're done on Kiss. And Kiss is sold for $15 to Brad Waits. Is the John Lennon catalog number SVBBB3392. John Lennon is a catalog number SVBBB3392. This is John Lennon live in New York City, SV-12451. SV-12451. All right. And then we have Lee Morgan, 65. Okay, next was Chris Bachek on PS for Phil Spector, then Donna Mitchell. Kiss just got a late bid with 17. Sorry, I've already sold it. And then Buddy Guys at 42, and now we have an out on Lee Morgan. So Christopher D, final call to you on Lee Morgan for 65. Now Buddy Guys at 42. All right. Now, new everything. First is our next auction. We've got two here. We have Beastie Boys. You've got to fight for your right to party. This is a $7 start. And Fat Boys Wipeout with the Beach Boys. The Fat Boys is a $7 start. Sandy wants to put back John Lennon. So who was next on John Lennon? Next on John Lennon was Clifford Umstead. Clifford, you're going to get the John Lennon. That is sold to you. Okay, if that's all right, that is sold to you. I'm trying to figure out where she came up with that catalog number because this is an OG record, Sandy. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, this is the OG pressing, Sandy. I'm just going to let you know. That's a 1986 original. I was trying to figure out where you came up with that catalog number, but this is sold to Clifford Umstead. I was about to say, I don't think that album had ever got reissued. It's just a US and a club. Beastie Boys and Fat Boys. So we got Beastie Boys and Fat Boys. So there we have it. Buddy Guy 42, Beastie Boys 7, Buddy Guy 43, Beastie Boys 10, Beastie Boys 7, Fat Boys 7, Roger Ramjet on the Rolling Stones Now, Fat Boys 8, Fat Boys 8, Fat Boys 9, Fat Boys 15. Okay, and then Lee Morgan, the Cooker. And Lee Morgan, the Cooker. And this is sold to Christopher Dean for 65. Okay, no problem, Sandy. Just wanted to make sure. Because I knew that album. I knew it wasn't on Apple. And so I was like, that's got to be the OG because that album never was reissued, really. And I never had seen one with Shrink and Hype. All right, so now we got quite the auction block going on now. That was a great first crate of new arrivals. Chad needs blue juice, which I still got some left. I may have to get some crab chips here pretty soon. I love those crab chips. And then we need a new LP auction and a new crate. All right. Here we go. Fat Boys is at 20 with Jerry Stone, going once, going twice. Beastie Boys is at 15 with Jeff Brinley. And Buddy Guy is at 50 with George Samberez. And Fred Cardinale, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. I'm not going to go back through this crate in detail. I'm just going to read the titles. And if you hear something, you're like, whoa, 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 what was that? Let me know. If not, I'm going to go ahead and go through a Laura crate. And we're going to go through other crates. Might even go through, I don't know. We might even go through a Paul McCartney crate. He came in this morning and priced some records for us. Huey Lewis and the news. Sports. If you need a price, let me know. Beautiful James Brown. Emerson Lake and Palmer works. Lou Graham, Ready or Not. Nat King Cole, Looking Back. Brian Ferry, Boys and Girls. Jack Bruce of Cream. Little Richard's Greatest Hits. Dave Clark 5. John Cougar. Bill Nelson. Aretha Franklin. Quicksilver. Aretha Franklin. Ellen Greenwich. John Fogerty. The Rolling Stones, the only one left between the buttons. This has Let's Spend the Night Together on it and Ruby Tuesday. This is definitely a vintage copy. It is stereo, $34.99. There's so many pressings of these different Stones, kind of hard to track them unless you spend a lot of time looking them up. Moody Blues, The Turtles, Nat King Cole, Hall & Oates, Debbie Harry, Quicksilver, Paul McCartney, Alvin Lee, Little River, UK, Little Stephen, Melanie, Magnified, Morel, Matthew, Head East, John Cougar, Christine McVie, of Fleetwood Mac, Moody Blues, Linda Ronstadt, Leonard Skinner, and Dave Clark 5. Fat Boys. That is sold to you, Jerry Stone, coming in on a 45 auction. Thank you, Jerry. That's sold to you for 20. We have Buddy Guy, sold to George Samberes for 50. Fred Cardinell says he's done. And now the Beastie Boys. You've got to fight for your right. Is at 22. Scott Smith wants the Jack Bruce. That was $19.99. One I don't see too often. And Chris Sheridan on H.O. Hall & Notes Along the Red Ledge. Chris, that was $19.99 sold to you. Let's grab a few more 45s here and do some buy nows before I transition crates. We got the Beach Boys, Little Deuce Coupe. The Beach Boys, Good Timing. So Beach Boys. Here's another Beach Boys, Get You Back. And Come Go With Me. Wow, so a bunch of Beach Boys there. And then Cheap Trick, The Flame. Cheap Trick, Don't Be Cruel. That needs to be auctioned. And Neil Diamond, I Got the Feeling, Oh No No. And the one I said needs to be auctioned, I'll put up right now. It's the Dickies, Silent Night on white vinyl. The Dickies is going to go up for a $7 start. So we got Neil Diamond, I Got the Feeling on his original Bang label. And the B on that is The Boat That, oh, that's the best song, The Boat That I Row. That's a great Neil Diamond, so The Boat That I Row. Tony Lewis wants Cheap Trick, The Flame. And then we still got Cheap Trick, Don't Be Cruel. And I Know What I Want Live. And then Larry, there's 4 Beach Boys. Come Go With Me, Get Your Back, Good Timing, and Little Deuce Coupe. Or if you want all 4 of them, I'll sell them to you for $20. Or I'll sell them to you all for $20. Your pick on that. Okay, and then we have Kevin LeBady on The Boat That I Row by Neil Diamond. Did he actually write that one? Yeah, that's one of my favorites by his. That's sold to Kevin LeBady. And then Cheap Trick and Cheap Trick. That's the only one left, okay? And then Kelly wants Come Go With Me unless Larry buys them all. I've offered to him as a package deal to go ahead and move them. And I still got Blue Juice left, but boy, that stuff's tart tonight. They'll tell you that stuff is sour. This Blue Juice has like a sour, it's like blue raspberry sour kind of taste. So you drink a lot of it fast and it feels like you've ate a box of Sour Patch Kids. Okay, I'm back. It's like a big bottle of sour energy juice. All right, so he wants the Beach Boys picture sleeve only. All right, that was Get You Back. That's $6.99. We have Come Go With Me to Kelly for $6.99. And that leaves Good Timing, Little Deuce Coupe, and Surfer Girl. If anybody wants those there. All the Japanese are sold, every single one of them. Yep, there's none left. They're all gone. Excuse me. The Dickies at 20 and the Beastie Boys is officially sold to Teresa for 22. Well, hold on a second. Did Jeff Brindley actually say out? He did. All right, Teresa gets that for 22. Let's swap out crates. Let's see what Laura's marked right over here. I'm going to take these and put them right here behind me. Looks like we need all new auctions. Looks like we need all new everything, right? It's about time to get some of this other stuff up and rolling that was advertised for tonight. It's about that time, 7:14. I promised some big auctions between now and 8 o'clock. And let me get these a little bit higher. I want to take you higher. Sly on the Family Stone. We need a new auction. Let me go ahead and put the crate up here first. Looks like some nice vintage stuff. All right, so the Dickie's a final call for 20. I knew that was a good one when I was flipping through there. Here's the Laura Crate sticker. Oh, we got a Powerpuff Girl. Do you have anything to add to commentary on that, Laura? All right, here's our next Buy It Now singles, and maybe we'll find some auctions. I love the song by Brian Hyland, Gypsy Woman. That's $6.99. Bobby Darin, Splish Splash, I Was Taking a Bath. I don't know if that's the same song or not. Herman's Hermits, For Love. Rock Around the Clock, Bill Haley. Heart, What About Love? Chicago, Feeling Stronger Every Day. And Genie, that's on Westbound. Detroit Emeralds, that's the same label that like Funkadelic and Parliament's on. And Over and Over, Disco Circus. $6.99 on that. All right, and then the Dickies is sold to Jeff Brealey for $20. The one last night, it was Pikachu holding a record, like a LP disc. All right. Kelly Vlodarchek on Herman's Hermits. That's sold. Brad Waits on Heart for $6.99. New LP auctions are coming up right now, so that leaves Disco Circus, Detroit Emeralds, Chicago. What's the B-side? Genie, Bill Haley, Bobby Darin, and Brian Hyland. That's a great Brian Hyland song. All right, and then while I'm in transition, we have knocked out a ton of 45s here. Let me take this sold stack around the corner before there's a light earthquake and they all fall on the floor. And put these in here and put them, I'll put them right here. I usually start right here. I'll work my, oh, that's the bundle. I'll start right here. That should give enough room. Looks like I've got enough room right here. All right, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. All right, there's that. Now, I've got my eye on a John Coltrane in here. I'm kind of curious what version it is. So how about we do, actually, you know what? Yeah, let's do this and this. These are pretty eye-opening records right here. This is Buckingham Nicks. It's a 1978 US PRC repress, VG Plus condition, the gatefold jacket, a $45 start. Quick backstory, I always tell on this. This is Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham. This came out right before they joined the Fleetwood Mac lineup. It's a solo album. It's their only collaboration they did. It's never been repressed. This is a VG Plus copy. It's a 78 US repress, and it's a $45 start. And then we have John Coltrane, A Love Supreme. This is a 67 US repress. Unfortunately, it's in G condition, but a very desirable jazz album, especially when we start talking about vintage, even represses or reissues. A Love Supreme, it's graded G. Paul has cleaned it and graded it G, a $35 start. $35 start. John Coltrane, okay? So 45 on Buckingham Nicks, 35 on Coltrane. And I'm going to go ahead and start showing records, and then we'll put up our next 45 auctions, which I'm grabbing right now. I think I got some more Record Store Day stuff. I do. This is Twisted and Squeeze. Okay? They're Record Store Day singles. Here we go. First record in here is Jenga Chavin's Country Porn. Is that what that says? VG Condition, 1999. Or does that say, what does this say? VG Condition, yeah. Or, yeah, VG Condition, 1999. And I'm assuming she's nude underneath here. You know, I guess so. That's why it's covered up. VG, 1999. We have Billy, almost said Billy Joe and the Fish. How about Country Joe and the Fish? Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $12.99. VG Plus, $12.99. We have Bad Company, Straight Shooter. Feel Like Making Love, VG Plus, $14.99. Good Lovin' Gone Bad. That has the original on her sleeve in it, $14.99. And Stillwater, I Reserve the Right. I Reserve the Right. Stillwater is EX, $12.99. All right. Here's our next single from Record Store Day, Twisted. A picture disc, Splitting This Paint. It's numbered Twisted's a $7 start. And we have Squeeze, also a record store day. Quintessence, Mike Watt, and the second men. I'm not for sure, but it's a record store day. $7 start on that. Okay. That's where we're at right now. And the first thing we have is Clifford Umstead said he will take the Bad Company. And Clifford Umstead also gets the Lore Crate sticker. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That's so to you. Twisted has a bid for 7-7. Diego on Stillwater. Kelly Vloderchek on Jenga Chapin. That leaves Country Joe. Wow, no bid on Coltrane. Final call for 35. No bid on Buckingham Nicks. Final call for 45. Wow. Twisted already has several bids. King Crimson's a 2013 Euro reissue. EX, Lark's Tongue in Aspic. I think these are all on 200 gram. It feels like it too. That is EX 1999. We have Green Slade, Time and Tide. Boy, look at that cover. Green Slade, EX 1299 Prague. I know he being Roger Dean did some of these covers for them. I don't know if he did this one though. EX 1299. EX 1299. To cover paint. No, not on this one. Sleeve concept, no. Not on that one. EX 1299. Green Slade. Time and Tide. EX 1299. I missed a bit on Buckingham. The feed was acting funky there for a while. Okay, Jeff Brindley. Buckingham, $50. Sorry. Yeah, wow, you opened that up early. Yeah, I never did see that. That was 4 minutes ago. So final call on Buckingham Nicks. Just one bid for $50 to Jeff Brindley. We're about to sell it. Bad Company sold. Twisted 7. Stillwater sold. Kelly got Jenga. Stillwater. Gary Samuel 2nd. Twisted 8. Twisted 10. Twisted 8. Squeeze 7. Buckingham 50. Diego on King. King Crimson sold. And then Twisted 11. Coltrane 35. So now everything has auctions. Everything has bids. And now Fred Carnell wants Green Slade. And now Buckingham Nicks has a new bid. Next is Blood Rock Passage, VG Plus $14.99. That's on the Red Capel label. Very nice for a VG Plus record. Also, Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, with his song Life's Been Good. That's VG Plus $12.99. Bill Stewart next on Green Slade. Squeeze has one bid for $7. We're about to sell it. Now we got new bids on Buckingham. Those usually bring 100 or more every time we have one, even VG Plus copies. And Coltrane's G, as in less than VG minus, we're about to sell it for $35. We have Twisted at 16, German Rourke on Joe Walsh, and we have Paul McCartney and Wings, Red Rose Speedway, My Love, Big Barn Bed, EX $22.99 on that. Let me pause there. We're almost done with a whole nother box of 45s already tonight. Pretty amazing. So first I'm going to go ahead and pull these out, and let's go ahead and read through some more. There's our next auction, and we got Santo and Johnny Sleepwalk. That's definitely an auction. We have New York Rock and Roll Ensemble, Wait Until Tomorrow. These are all $6.99. Dino, Desi, and Billy, Pretty Flamingo. The Dawn of Correction, The Spokesman, and the Beach Boys, Break Away and Celebrate the News. Those are all $6.99. So we got the Beach Boys, Dawn of Correction, The Spokesman, Dino, Desi, and Billy, New York Rock and Roll Ensemble, and Santo and Johnny. Those are all available if anybody wants them. We had Margaret second on Joe Walsh. Squeeze got a new bid for 8, now 9. Buckingham Nicks 80, now 85. Twisted 17, back to the bin. Gentle Giant, Freehand, Gentle Giant, VG Condition, $9.99. Phantom Canuck wants Santo and Johnny. That's sold for $6.99. We also have 9 Below Zero, Don't Point Your Finger. That's VG, $9.99. 9 Below Zero, The Temptations, 1990. This album actually came out in 1973. This is one of those albums where they thought the future would have like walking robots in 1990. EX $17.99. Almost. We're getting there. Rockin' with Wanda. This is like Wanda Jackson's Rockabilly album. Very desirable OG. I've only ever had a couple. This is a 2013 EX $12.99. Wow. I paused to sell Coltrane and we have a new bid. And now another new bid. And another bid on Squeeze. And another bid on Twisted. Everything's still getting bids. Now another bid on Twisted. So Twisted 40. Coltrane 40. Buckingham Nicks 90. And Squeeze is at 11 or 10 with Preston Rose. Fred Carnell's You're Out. All right. Back to the crate. Cosmos Factory. CCR. A 1970 U.S. original. OG. The real deal here. EX $37.99. Blue label. Gold font. Nice. A classic album. Traveling Band. How about Looking Out My Back Door? Run Through the Jungle, Up Around the Bend, Who'll Stop the Rain, Heard It Through the Grapevine, As Long as I Could See the Right. We have Larry Smith on Wanda Jackson. Twisted's now at 21. Fred, you're also out on Squeeze. We have John Mayall's Blues from Laurel Canyon. John Mayall, EX 22.99. That's pretty cool. EX 22.99. He's out on Buckingham Nicks. Jeff Brindley, you have it for 100. Final call. Richard Solly wants CCR. That's sold to Richard T. Solly. Thank you. And ZZ Top, El Loco in shrink wrap. EX 32.99 for old El Loco there. And we have Artful Dodger Power Pop album, VG Plus 14.99 on that. I think we're about to sell Coltrane. I think we're about to sell Buckingham Nicks. Just saying. I think those are about to, the hammer's about to drop. Just got to make sure Fred's done on Squeeze. And he's not. And I got to make sure everybody else is done on Twisted. Because Fred also has that. A couple big keynote auctions tonight. The Doors. We have a mono repress over here. And then we got the highlight of the night, which I'm officially going to put a timer, okay? I'm going to say we're going to auction this thing off at 7:45. I'm officially dropping the time on it. I'm locking it in, okay? We're going to drop it at 7:45. The highlight of the night. Hope everybody's ready. Now, let's go ahead and sell Buckingham Nicks to Jeff Brindley for 100. Thank you, Jeff Brindley. That's sold to you. 100. That's done. Sometimes a grail for some people. Squeeze is sold to Fred for 11. Twisted is sold to Fred for 21. Coltrane is sold to Chris Farrar for 40. Now, Preston, I think, give me 1 second, because I just cleared the auction block. I think in this box of Record Store Day stuff, there's another Squeeze. There is. If you want it for $11. There's another one if you want it for $11. And then there's another one. Oh, actually, you know what? I already had our next. That's our next 45 auctions. But here is the ones I had set aside. Rock the Casbah, The Clash. Rock the Casbah. $7 start, original in the original sleeve. And AC/DC, Money Talks from The Razor's Edge and Borrowed Time. AC/DC, Money Talks from Razor's Edge and The Clash. Those are $7 starts. Preston said he will take the other Squeeze for 11. That's my only other copy. Okay. Let's go ahead and put up an LP, and then I'll put up another one after that. Let's go ahead and do this one, because the art on it's just so intriguing. Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf, London Revisited. An original 1974. We put mostly sealed, because it is sealed. It's never been opened, but the shrink is torn right here. So it's slightly torn, but it still has never been opened. Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, a $35 start. And then two great singles there, now up for bid. Let's go back through the new vintage stuff, or pre-owned. Price is marked. Dark Muddy Bottom Blues with John Lee Hooker, Big Joe Williams, Lightning Hopkins. That's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Rage Against the Machine, a 2012 US, that's VG Plus, $17.99. Sugarloaf, Jerry Corbetta, Don't Call Us, We'll Call You, VG condition, $9.99. Rush Power Windows, a 1985 US Hot Pog original, OG Rush, The Manhattan Project, EX, $22.99. The Big Money, EX, $22.99. Clash is a final call for 7. AC/DC is a final call for 7. Jeremy Rourke on Rage Against the Machine. That is sold to Jeremy Rourke. That's VG Plus, $17.99. That is sold. And then Ivan R. was next. Then Janie Green. MT Matt on Rush. MT Matt on Rush. That's sold to MT Matt. Next is Foghat Stone Blue. Stone Blue is EX, $12.99. And a final call. There's no bid on the sealed London Revisited by Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf. So that's a final call. Oh boy, here's our next auction. David Bowie. This is a 1990 US Ryco remaster, Coke bottle clear vinyl, numbered, analog, remaster. Now, they say Ryco analog, and then it says digitally remastered. So that's kind of like condescending words there, digital and then analog. So, but it's from 1990. These usually demand pretty good money because I think they're pretty good sounding records. Very cool vinyl, Coke bottle clear, David Bowie, 1990, $85 start. Everything is near mint minus, including the cover and the obi. Comes with an obi as well, okay? Muddy Waters is a bid for $35. Chris Bachek on Artful Dodger. That's so to Chris Bachek. What's on Dark Muddy? The artists are John Lee Hooker, Pine Bluff Pete, Big Joe Williams, Lightning Hopkins, Clarence London, Country Jim, Mercy D, Big Joe Williams, Pine Bluff Pete, John Lee Hooker, Country Jim, and Lightning Hopkins. It's a blues comp. Various tracks, AC/DC 10, 11. Bowie is a $85 starting bid. We already have a bid for $90. Bob Riger on Foghat Stone Blue. That's sold. Muddy Waters does have a bid. And next is what was... did Clash just have one bid? It did, and now we're selling it. Rock the Casbah, just one bid for $7, and that is sold to Joey Sorge for $7, okay? Now, let's get back to the bin. We got Frank Zappa, Chunga's Revenge, a 1975 U.S. Jacksonville reissue, VG++/EX, $22.99 on Frank Zappa, Chunga's Revenge. How much was the blues comp? How much was ZZ Top? ZZ Top was, no, somebody said, what is ZZ Top again? That is El Loco. El Loco's in Shrink, EX $32.99. How much is the blues comp? That's VG plus $14.99. And now we have Kristen also just asked. She also asked what it was. Also, it's on the specialty label, which is, you know, that's pretty cool. Specialty's a pretty good label. And then Ivan R. got Zappa. And that sealed Muddy Waters, just one bid for $35 to Eric Dalby. Eric, that's so to you. Thank you. Now, I haven't done any more 45s in a moment because we've already went through a whole box. And back there in the back right corner on the top of your screen, those are the ones that didn't sell. But I had a half of a box back here we didn't finish last night. So I'm going to go ahead and grab those. And let's go ahead and knock out the rest of these. And we might find some more auctions doing that. But I'm going to go ahead and do this. And I got plenty of New Orleans and sealed Record Store Day stuff and other items like that, okay? Now, Kristen got Dark Muddy Bottom Blue. She asked about it first, then Brandon wanted it. Here's some more buy it nows. We got Dean Martin, Old Yellow Line, the Ohio Express down at Lulu's, Indian Giver by 1910 Fruit Gum Company, the Carpenters Hurting Each Other in the picture sleeve, Seals and Croft, Truth is But a Woman, Loggins and Messina, My Music, and we'll stop back right here with My Maria, big one-hit wonder song there from B.W. Stevenson, My Maria. That's all $6.99 each there. First, we have Paul McCartney with Ram, VG $19.99, Paul McCartney Ram, VG $19.99, Paul McCartney Ram, and Rich Mountain Tower. This is a white label promo quad record, VG Plus $14.99. Rich Mountain Tower, VG Plus $14.99. Larry Smith gets the Carpenters out of there for $6.99. And that leaves My Maria, Loggins and Messina, Seals and Croft, 1910 Fruit Gum Company, Ohio Express, and Dean Martin. Those are all available if anybody changes their mind. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And we hadn't done a Pink Floyd record yet, so we might as well go ahead and try at least one in here. And boy, this thing looks bizarre. So I like the words bizarre, Pink Floyd together. This is Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, the Extraction version. Boy, what are we getting into here? This is a German unofficial, Shine On complete, and uncut version, alternate studio takes of the other tracks. Wow, so a lot of this is a bootleg unofficial. I don't know if Pink Floyd has really released officially alternate takes and tracks of stuff from like Wish You Were Here. So this looks like it's really well done. First of all, the vinyl's near mint minus. And this is a really well-made looking bootleg here of Shine On Complete, the uncut version, and alternate studio tracks. So that sounds pretty cool. I'd like to listen to this. That's one of those bootlegs that I might have to pull out of the crate tonight and give it a spin before we ship that out. $55 start on Pink Floyd. Now, there's one thing I forgot about here, AC/DC, but Brad went out, and I can go ahead and sell it to Jeff Brindley for $13, okay? Now, they're having an absolute war over there for Bowie. Also, George Samberez, the B-side on Dean Martin is You've Still Got a Place in My Heart. That's in the original reprise sleeve. Now, the next Record Store Day single here I have is the Lemonheads, Wild Child. Now, this actually may be, I don't know how these things were packaged, honestly. You know, I mean, I know some singles aren't really sealed, but this was in a sleeve of all the original tags, so I'll just leave it in that. But there's the Lemonheads, Can't Forget, and Wild Child, $7 start. And here's the Charlatans. And if it's sealed, I'll take it out. Like this one's sealed. This is the Charlatans, Plastic Machinery. That's also going up for a $7 start. So there we have it. Back to the pre-owned bin, vintage, No One on Paul McCartney. That's a great album there. ZZ Top still in here. John Mayall, The Temptations, Gentle Giant. Also, there was a comment about Rush earlier from Jason. I can't let that go unnoticed. Yes, Rush Power Windows, fantastic album. Fantastic album. Awesome stuff on that one. Grand Design. Some of those songs on there are just incredible. We have early Orbison, Roy Orbison, a 64 mono US original. Has Cry on here, EX edition, $17.99. This is in mono, covers and shrink, EX $17.99. Charlatan 7, Bowie $175, and Pink Floyd just has one bid for $55. We have Prefab Sprout, Two Wheels Good, VG++/EX, 80s indie record, Prefab Spout, $19.99 on that. And the Earl Scruggs Review, EX condition, $12.99, Earl Scruggs Review. And America, History's Greatest Hits, VG condition, $12.99. Bowie is at $175 of Kelly Wlodarczyk. Rebecca says she's out. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $60, Charlatans $9, and now Pink Floyd's at $60. Favorite Rush album? I get a lot of heat over this, but I usually tell people, hold your fire. I usually get a lot of heat. People's like, what? Sandy Villa on Roy Orbison. That's so to Sandy Villa. MT Matt on America. Charlatans now at 10. And the Hollies Greatest Hits. An 80s US press. VG, Look Through Any Window. VG, $12.99. Pink Floyd is a Rocco analog remaster. 1990 US Rocco remaster. Numbered. It's numbered on the Obi. It's near mint. And this is extremely nice. And that is David Bowie. And Mr. DB there has a final call for $175. It's a Rocco Coke bottle clear vinyl. And then the Charlatans is at 11. But personal favorite, not necessarily their best, but personal favorites, hold your fire. The best Rush album, I don't know if you can put a label on that. I mean, I guess commercially it's, of course, Moving Pictures. I mean, side one is like all hits. So, and big hits too. Well, except for YY. I don't know if YYZ is a hit, but everybody knows it. Pink Floyd 65. Nobody bid on the Lemonheads, right? Let's go ahead and make the Lemonheads a $7 buy now. Nobody bid on that. That's only the second no bid of the 45s tonight. And we have Pink Floyd at 65 and the Charlatans still getting bids. Let's get back to the crate here. And the first thing I have is Revolution soundtrack. That's Quicksilver Messenger Service, Steve Miller Band, Mother Earth, VG Plus $12.99. This is VG Plus $12.99. Great sock soundtrack there. Quicksilver, Steve Miller Band. At least it's got a psychedelic cover. And Roy Gallagher, we'll have to ask Paul if it's actually sock or not. VG $9.99. He's the in-house expert on that. This is Jinx by Roy Gallagher. Go Stamp promo, $9.99 on Roy Gallagher. Lemonhead sold to Fred Cardinale for $7. And we have Roadrunner. This is a mono, 66 US Hollywood original, VG Plus $14.99 on that. Now, before I go any further, I got to update all these auctions. I think we can go ahead and sell Bowie. But first, we have Fred Cardinale got the Lemonheads, Teresa second. We got the Roy Gallagher sold to Diego. Bill Keenum on Revolution. That's sold to Bill Keenum. Now, the last bid on the sealed Charlatans was with Craig Thomas at 11. That's a final call. We can go ahead and sell the David Bowie, DB here, Mr. Bowie, Ground Control is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $175. That is sold. And now we got a very unusual Pink Floyd bootleg back here. It's called Wish You Were Here, the Extraction version, which has the complete Shine on You. You know, that's like a one song that's in multiple parts on that original Wish You Were Here album. So that's the entire version's on here complete. So like, I think what that means, you know how on the album it's broken up? Well, if you put this on, I think it plays the album, probably this side right here, because there's very little variance in the grooves. That plays the entire Shine on You like in order. You know how the album splits it up. And then the B-side is uncut versions and alternate studio tracks also from that album. So a pretty cool Pink Floyd bootleg there, an unofficial release, a $75 start. Or excuse me, a $75 bid just came in, and then another $75 bid. Fred, you were second on Roy Gallagher. What is the condition of Junior Walker? It's VG Plus and covers in shrink wrap. Now Pink Floyd's at 82. And we have The Who, Meaty Beaty Big and Bouncy. This is a 1971 Gloversville original, VG condition, $14.99. The Who, Meaty Beaty Big and Bouncy, VG $14.99. And Sharks. Sharks is called First Water, EX $12.99. Janie Green wants both Paul McCartneys. She even said, please. You got them. There's one. There's two. Those are sold and sold. Sticky Fingers are being sold in 3 minutes. We have Craig on Junior Walker, and that was VG Plus $14.99. Craig, you were the last person standing on the Charlatans. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you then for $11. That's sold to Craig, okay? And Fred said he will take Junior Walker. Here we go. Now that's sold. So Pink Floyd's at 92. Get ready for a barn burner on Sticky Fingers. It's not just any normal Sticky Fingers. Okay, this one is extra sticky. This one's really sticky. And we have, let's see what these next two sealed records here from Record Store Day. Let's grab these. Look interesting here. I don't know. We'll put these up for $5 starts. This first one here, is it sealed? Yeah. Gold, what? It's numbered. Gold Blums. Gold, it looks like Gold Blums. $5 start. And we have Chad Smith and Josh Killinghofer. $5 start. Okay. Pink Floyd's at 100. Next LP is going up right now. And it's going to be Mississippi John Hurt, Worried Blues. Mississippi John Hurt. Boy, look at this label. 1964 US. It is a second press. It's on Chesapeake. I've never seen a label that has a dragon on it before. Or maybe I've just never noticed. That's a cool label. Chesapeake. It's got a dragon. That is a 64 US VG Plus condition. Worried Blues by Mississippi John Hurt. Piedmont. $45 start. All right. So those are $5 starts there. Pink Floyd still getting bids. And my crate is pretty much full. Let me go ahead and swap out bins because this one has filled up pretty quick, especially with that bundle. And do I have an empty one already handy? I do. Let me go ahead and swap out crates where I'm at a good pause. And I'll tell you what else is a great time since I'm at a pause. Let me grab another handful of singles over here to do Buy It Now. All right, we're almost done with another box. John brings up one every day. He said, is this ever going to stop? And I was like, I doubt it. All right, and then Sharks is sold to Ivan R. And then also, I think The Who, I hadn't pulled that yet either for Christopher Dean. Christopher Dean got The Who. Now I'm caught up, but we still got new bids. Here's some quick Buy It Nows. Small World by Huey Lewis and the News, $6.99 on these. Samantha Fox, I Only Want to Be With You. We have Traffic, Feeling All Right. And Glad, Traffic. Mrs. Robinson. And Bookends, Old Friends, Simon and Garfunkel. Slade, Run, Runaway. And Delaney and Bonnie, one of their best songs there. Only You Know and I Know, which was written by Dave Mason. Those are all $6.99 there, if anybody wants any of those, okay? Now, the next comment and the next bids was as follows. Pink Floyd was at 100, 100, 108, gold 5, Josh 5, gold 5, gold 6. Someone give me a description of the Pink Floyd. Ivan got Sharks. Pink Floyd 112. First is Fred Carnell on Samantha Fox for $6.99. John Galling got Traffic for $6.99. And we're good to go. So we still got Delaney and Bonnie, Slade, Simon and Garfunkel, and Huey Lewis. Pink Floyd is an unofficial pressing of Wish You Were Here, the complete Shine On You Crazy Diamond, and alternate takes and uncut versions. $118 is the high bid. Now, back to the bin of new arrivals. Spooky Tooth. Don't see that one very often. Also, quick note, this has been a great bin. A 68 U.S. Monarch Original of Spooky Tooth. VG condition, $19.99. Huey Lewis sold to Brad Waits for $6.99. And Michael Butler got the Delaney and Bonnie for $6.99. So those are sold. We have Friends. That's an A&M sampler. VG, as in the label. This has Fairport Convention on it, Cat Stevens, Quincy Jones, Free, Spooky Tooth, Humble Pie, The Move. That's VG $9.99. Next is Michael Ruttman on ST for Spooky Tooth. What color's Pink Floyd? It's on black vinyl. And let's also not forget gold here. Did I just get one bid for 5? Fred Cardinell, you're out on gold blums. Robert has it for 6. Josh just got one bid with Craig for 5. Let's go ahead and sell that for 5 to Craig Thomas. And I want to remind everybody about Mississippi John Hurt. He's a final call. No one has bid for a $45 start. 1964, VG Plus, Worried Blues. Next is Backstreet Crawler. This is VG Plus, $12.99. Backstreet Crawler, 2nd Street. Pink Floyd's at 125. Pink Floyd's at 125. Soul of a Convict, Porter Wagner. A mono, 1966 U.S. Indianapolis original. VG condition, $9.99. Red Cross, Neurotica. Red Cross is a garage power pop album. VG++/EX, $27.99. Pink Floyd, 125. Pink Floyd, 125. Pink Floyd, 132. Go Blums has a new bid for 7 with Fred Carnell. Teresa, you've been outbid. Bill Stewart on Backstreet Crawler. That's sold to Bill Stewart. Vintage Vinyl was second on that one. And Mark, Don, and Mel. This is Grand Funk Railroad, essentially a greatest hits. VG $14.99. Like I'm Your Captain. Now, Michael Butler's in on the John Hurt at $45. I was just about to make it a buy it now. So here's what we'll say. Final call. That way I can sell one of the two back there and we can put up the old sticky fingers. Here's our next auction. The Jackson State of Shock in the picture sleeve. Lead vocals by Michael Jackson and Mick Jagger. The Jacksons with Mick Jagger. That's a $5 start. Troy Overmeyer on the Grand Funk compilation. Thank you, Troy. That's so to you. The Doors, Soft Parade, a 1976 U.S. Terre Haute reissue. VG condition, $14.99. The Doors, Soft Parade, VG $14.99 on that. And the Grand Wazoo, that's Frank Zappa, a 72 U.S. Terre Haute original, EX $32.99. And Rush 2112, an 83 U.S. Hop Hog reissue, EX condition, $29.99. Rush 2112. Nice. Take a look at that. Oh, man. Let me go ahead and do my spiel about the lyrics to 2112. Absolutely incredible. This is all one song right here, okay? This is all one song. Man. I know it's most unusual to come before you so, but I found an ancient miracle I thought that you should know. Listen to my music and hear what it can do. Wow, powerful stuff there, right, Paul? I'm going to wear out anybody that's walking next to me. So it's going to be either Paul, Brian, Laura, whoever's next to me. I'm going to try to talk to them. I'm kind of isolated up here. I mean, I'm talking to all 254 of y'all right now, but if I see a human next to me, I'm going to try to talk to them. Because here in a minute, they're all going to be gone, and I'm going to be here by myself. Ivan R. on Zappa. That's so to Ivan R. Thank you, Ivan R. Jackson's 5 and 5, and then Pink Floyd 150, Jackson's 10, and then Jason Thomas on Rush, MJ 15. How much was the A&M sampler? That was VG $9.99. All right, Michael Butler, you get Mississippi John Hurt. That is sold to you for $45. That was magical reading. Thank you. So yeah, that's amazing. I mean, the first time I heard that, I've always heard it in passing, but then when I was listening to 2112 one night and I opened up this gatefold, probably like so many people did, and I'm realizing what's going on here with this story. I can't believe you're saying these things just can't be true. Yes. Yes. That's such an amazing. I mean, he basically, finds that guitar, an ancient miracle of music, and he brings it forward to the, I guess, like to me, it's like some kind of oligarchy or something. All righty, here we go. Gold Bum. I think this is sold. I lost Teresa there, so we got to sell this to Fred then for 7. Fred, that's sold to you for 7. Next is Bill Keenan on Friends. That is sold. And then State of Shock. That is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for 15. Now let's put up the Sticky Fingers as promised. Okay, and this is the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers. I love the sticker here. Hell, I'll even include the Paul Hop sticker. It says Highlight of the Night. Oh boy. So this is an original 1971 Sticky Fingers. And not just any Sticky Fingers. It's an original white label promo copy, okay? An original white label promo copy. So let's look at the very important part first, the vinyl. Because this disc is notorious for being very tough to find and high grade. Luckily here, we got a nice VG++. Now, mostly because of that mark right there and this mark right here on similar spots. Now, those marks are because of the zipper. When they designed this album originally, they had no idea it was just naturally going to cause kind of imperfections in the vinyl. Usually it doesn't affect that playback too much, but enough to call it VG++. And I think y'all can see that's really where the only spots are on the disc. So VG++, this is a OG white label promo Sticky Fingers. So there's the disc promo. It's got a couple marks right there on both sides. I don't know really what that is, but it actually looks like it's printed on the label. So, but it is a promo. Very cool. It's an original 71. I'll go ahead and show you a really cool bonus item that comes with it. A rare promotional poster is included. You may have seen these images before. It's really cool. So this comes with it. Take a look at that. Wow. Well, I don't know. It's kind of odd, but I'm saying wow because of the poster, not because the Rolling Stones here are posed in odd fashion. Those marks and label. That's what I thought. I don't guess I've ever noticed them too much. All right, let me try to get this thing folded back together now. It's very crisp. The poster is very crisp, just FYI. Oh no, what have I done? Never let Chad try to fold up a poster. There we go. We used to do a lot of poster nights. I got good at it. Okay, there's the original inner sleeve. Also, the original inner sleeve's nice. Has the very cool promo sticker. Zipper's nice. Belt buckle, lightly detached here, which is very normal. And it has the hop sticker on the back. So the cheapest one listed for sale right now is around $900. Let's start this one at $375. Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers. That's now up for bid. $375. Original 1971 white label promo, rare promotional poster, original inner sleeve, VG Plus, strong VG Plus, strong VG Plus, and that is a $375 start. Now, we also need to do a final call on Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd, the last bid on Pink Floyd was George Samberez at $158. That's now a final call. Carol's in on the Stones at $375. Pink Floyd's at $158. That was a fantastic crate. Let's go ahead and get some more stuff up for auction. Pink Floyd's a final call. Now the Stones is active. First, I might go ahead and do a few buy it nows. We have Enya Orinoco Flow. That is $6.99 for Enya. We have Insparable by Natalie Cole. The Power Station, Get It On. Big Ted, the Incredible String Band, the Dale Vikings, Whispering Bells, a great song by America, Daisy Jane, Eddie Money, Live for the Taking, and Drumology, Buddy, Lou Hamp, and Zuddy. That is Louis Bellison, Buddy Rich, Lionel Hampton. It's an old RCA EP from 1955. $6.99. Stones $3.75. Stones $3.75. Stones $400. Orinoco Flow is sold to Ivan R. Then Teresa. Our next auction is Johnny Cash singing in Vietnam Talking Blues, and you've got a new light shining. Johnny Cash is a $7 start. Teresa wants Drumology for $6.99. Janie Green gets the Power Station for $6.99. George Jones next on BR. If that's for Buddy Rich, already sold. That leaves Eddie Money, America, the Dale Vikings, the Incredible String Band, and Natalie Cole. That means we can go ahead and sell Pink Floyd then. Nice, and thank you, George Samberez. That is sold to you for $158. Get ready for some slobber knocking to go on with the Stones. It's already at $475. Johnny's a $7 start. Our next auction's a really cool looking Jimi Hendrix bootleg here. We got Sticky Fingers, and how about we do Magic Fingers? Jimi Hendrix, The Experience, Magic Fingers. Sides 1 through 3 is Jimi Hendrix live in Ottawa, March 1968, and side 4 is live and outtakes from Jimi Hendrix as well. Disc 1's VG Plus, and disc 2 is EX Plus, a vintage Jimi Hendrix bootleg, and this is going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start on Jimi Hendrix. The Stones is at $475. Let's go ahead and read through this bin one more time and see what happens here. All right. Now, Chad needs some blue juice, actually. And then I have more. We got plenty of new arrivals. We're going to have new arrivals for a long time, plus all these auctions. 45s, holy moly. Johnny Cash is now up for auction. All right. These next couple singles here I'm going to put up. We have another Record Store Day release here. Chester Atkins, Guitar Blues. I'm going to leave it in the sleeve, actually. Chester Atkins, Guitar Blues. That's a $5 start. The Stones is at $475. And then what was the Eddie Money? Eddie Money was Live for the Taking and Maybe I'm a Fool. All right. I'll go over in detail the Rolling Stones one more time before we sell it. But Carol's out. It is a final call for $475. Let's read through these one more time. Country Joe and the Fish, Greatest Hits. VG Plus $12.99. Blood Rock Passage is VG Plus $14.99. We have Gentle Giant Freehand, VG $9.99. 9 Below Zero was VG $9.99. The Temptations 1990 is EX $17.99. John Mayall's EX $22.99. Don't Call Us, We'll Call You, Sugarloaf, Jerry Corbetta, VG $9.99. ZZ Top El Loco, EX $32.99. Rich Mountain Tower, VG Plus $14.99. Prefab Spout, Two Wheels Good, VG Plus EX $19.99. Earl Scruggs was EX $12.99. The Hollies Greatest Hits, VG $12.99. Porter Wagner, Soul of a Convict, and this is an original 66 US mono for Porter, by the way, VG $9.99. We have Red Cross Neurotica, VG Plus $27.99, and The Doors was a 76 US Terre Haute reissue of The Soft Parade, VG $14.99. Nobody bet on Johnny Cash. He's a $7 buy it now. And one more look at the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers, an original 1971 white label promo with a rare promotional photo or a rare promotional poster, original on her sleeve, and it is a white label promo with promo sticker, and that's a final call for $475. Chester's already a 7 and now 8 with Jim B. And Jimi Hendrix is a no bid. Final call for $55. A vintage bootleg, Magic Fingers by Jimi Hendrix. Live and studio. Jason Thomas does want the Eddie Money single. Susie was second, and Fred Carnell gets Red Cross. Okay? And don't forget, Right now on Discogs, the cheapest copy of that available is $900. Jetstream got John Mayall. That's sold to Jetstream. Bill Keenum gets the Doris Off Parade. And Chester's at 9. And Andy, I'm going to sell that to you in just 1 second. Just a big record. I want to make sure everybody's thought about it, done their research, and nobody's waiting to bid. If not, we're about to sell it, and we were so close to an air horn, our second of the night. I'm going to go ahead and set this crate behind me, and let me bring over another new arrivals crate, and I see a Marillion and an MC5, so I don't know which crate to grab. I see a Marillion and an NC5, so let me flip through these and figure out which one we want to do. Oh, it's check condition. That's great. This is going to be a great crate then. Oh, yeah. Yes, we definitely need to go through this one. Oh, wow. Yes. Yes. Okay. There's a lot of good stuff in here. Yes. Is this... What version is this? All right. Here we go. Y'all ready? And I think it's time to drop the hammer on the stones. There's a new bid. Adam Bernardi, $480. Now, we have Chester Aikens is at a 9, and Jimi Hendrix has a bid for $55. There's a new bid on the Rolling Stones. $480. Adam Bernardi. Hendrix is at 55 of MT Matt. That's a final call. Chester is sold to Fred Cardinale for 9. We need new 45s. We're not done on the Rolling Stones. Plus, there's one other person I think inquired about it, and I didn't see them bid. They've either changed their mind or they're not on right now. If they're not on, then they're about to miss out. Next is 2 new New Orleans singles here. The grade on the Stones is VG plus. Just a couple of those zipper marks on those tracks. Here's the Hard Lessons live. Here's a New Orleans pool. The Hard Lessons is a $5 start. And we have the Meows at the Magic Club. The Meows is a $5 start. The Stones is at $500. $500 is the high bid on the Rolling Stones, okay? Now, let's go through new arrivals. Check condition, which means the grade I tell you on these is the grade. Okay? Should be some really good stuff in here. I went ahead and moved Marillion to the front. Script for a Jester's tier. Marillion is VG plus, $26.99. So if I say VG plus, that means they are VG plus. James Brown, sold on top. James Brown is VG condition, $24.99 for James Brown. We have Bread, Guitar Man, VG plus, $9.99 on Bread. And Black Oak, Arkansas, Street Party, VG plus, $14.99. Adam Bernardi says he's out. It's a grail, but he's done. Andy, final call to you for $500. Also, George Samberez says he needs a favor. The Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here, the German unofficial. He says he'll pay for it, but send it to Teresa Brookshire. We can do that. Just whoever's watching, make sure we make a note on that, okay? All right. Now, Experience Hendrix. Experience Hendrix is officially sold, or the Experience Magic Fingers is sold to MT Matt for $55. That's sold to MT Matt for $55. The Rolling Stones is at $500, but we do have a question. Chad, have you played the vinyl on the Stones? Do the marks make any noise? That would be a question for Paul, because this is the first time I've touched this record tonight. I didn't even know we were going to sell it until he sent me pictures of it about 1:30, but I didn't post them till 4:30, so I have not looked at it. That might be a question for them in the back. Usually those marks, VG Plus, they make like light noise in there. That's usually what those, that's usually how those marks played anytime I've played through them. You know, like it's VG Plus because of those marks. April Wine, Harder, Faster. April Wine is VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. Also, Roger Glover Elements. Roger Glover is VG Plus $17.99. Roger Glover, VG Plus $17.99. And also, we have Wings at the Speed of Sound. VG Plus $17.99. Now, Hard Lessons is sold to Robert Warner for $5. The Meows was a no bid, so it's a $5 buy it now. Christopher, let me know, because since you asked, if you don't want to bid, just say out. If you do want to bid, But, you know, usually those zipper marks, that's why we graded the VG Plus. Usually it just makes like light noise when you play through those. Anyone that I've ever listened to. You know, they're never like enough to make it skip or anything. Just usually, you know, just light noise. Plus, it's the Rolling Stones. You're going to have that thing absolutely blasted. It's going to be so loud, your pictures of your grandma's going to be falling off the wall. We have the Crystal set. Oh my gosh, it's broken. Can't sell that. Looks like somebody took a bite out of it. Let's pull the next one. Heading out. Thank you as always. All right, let's grab a couple new singles here for auction. Brian says he's heading out. And let's grab this. And then let's grab a new LP auction here too. And the next LP auction is going to be Pink Floyd. Can't wait any longer on this one. First, we have the Gorgons. And the Gorgons is a $5 start. We'll put that right there. And oh boy, here we go. Oh, it's unofficial. Interesting. Pink Floyd is an unofficial press. Y'all can tell I have live reactions because I never know what I'm selling until usually I'm holding it. Here's Pink Floyd. This is an unofficial press. So this was out of print for the longest, and they used to bootleg it. And then finally, Pink Floyd put it into print officially. But this is Division Bell. EX edition, a $55 start. $55 start for Pink Floyd, the Division Bell. EX edition, a $55 start. That's a blue vinyl, unofficial of that. Gorgon's a $5 start, and this is sold to Andy Wade for $500. Andy Wade, this is sold to you for $500. Thank you. And also, let's bring out the air horn for Andy. Appreciate it. I had a feeling that would get there. Also, if it would have brought 750, I also wouldn't have been surprised. I wouldn't have been surprised if it brought 1,033 or something like that. You never know with records like this. Truly a rarity, highly desirable. You're talking about one of the most iconic albums ever and the promo copy of it. Wow, nice. Thank you, Andy. That's so to you. I've already got it nicely repackaged there. Let me put on my ear protection, and we have our second air horn of the night. I need to fair warn everybody back there in the back that literally a boat horn is about to sound inside of the store. So I don't want them to be holding like a, you know, a rare record, and then I scare them and they drop it and it shatters. We don't want that to happen. So fair warning, air horn. A big thanks to Andy. Pink Floyd's a $55 start. I let off the trigger too early on that one. All righty. And Gorgon's a $5 start. There's been some requests for this Doors. Let's go ahead and put this up. This is an interesting Doors here. Very interesting how they've done this one. So the Doors is a 67 US mono. It is in mono. It's got a stereo jacket with a mono sticker. And I think they just had to put mono on there because they used stereo jackets and they were mono disc. So this is a 67 US mono repress. 1967 was the year. 1967 was the year that this was released. A mono repress. It is on Abbey Recordings. It's VG. It's a $35 start. $35 start on the Doors. Gorgons is a no bid. That's a $5 buy it now. And Pink Floyd has one bid for $55. That is a final call. Next is George Thorogood and the Destroyers, EX 1799. I want to let everybody know we're also going through a fantastic bin of check condition stuff. George Thorogood is EX 1799. We also have Molly Hatchet. I'm traveling down that road, flirting with disaster. VG condition, $9.99. Also, final call on Pink Floyd for $55. We have Roxy Music. That's one I don't see as often. EX condition, $22.99. For Roxy Music, and that is called For Your Pleasure, the second Roxy Music album. Tony Bradford's in on the Doors at $35. Cody Gray gets Molly Hatchet with that awesome Frank Fazetta artwork. Johnny Winter, EX condition, $17.99. Johnny Winter on the original Columbia 2i label. And we have Johnny Rivers at the Whiskey A Go-Go, VG Plus, $9.99. Johnny Rivers at the Whiskey A Go-Go. Naz, VG $14.99. VG $14.99. And we have Botman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile, VG Plus, $9.99. David Shelton next on Molly Hatchet. Charles Owens on Johnny Winter. Jason Short on Roxy Music. And then Pink Floyd already has a bid for $5.5. It's Pink Floyd a 2 LP. No, Pink Floyd is a single LP, blue vinyl unofficial. Smoky blue vinyl unofficial. MT Matt has it. MT, I was about to sell that to you, and now there's 2 questions. And shockingly, the Doors in mono back there does not have a bid. That is a final call, and we're about to sell that unless somebody claims it or, unless somebody else bids right now. Give me 1 second over here. Okay, so next is a couple more 45s here. Let's grab this, and let's grab this, and let's put these up for auctions, okay? Give me 1 second here and here. And first thing we have is Planet 7 Crime Wave. Planet 7 Crime Wave, and that is on black vinyl. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And Eddie Angel plays Link Ray. That's going to go up for a $5 start, okay? Kevin Boyer, Johnny Winter's already been claimed. Now the Doors is at 40, and let's keep rolling. Uriah Heep Live, EX $27.99, EX $27.99. Charlie Daniels Band Night Rider, VG Plus $17.99. Finley Depperstein, you're back out on Pink Floyd. MT Matt's back in at $65. Queen, A Night at the Opera, Bohemian Rhapsody, VG $14.99 on Queen. And we have Proud Mary by Solomon Burke. Solomon Burke, VG Condition, $16.99. Bell Records, Solomon Burke. Also, The Babies, Head First, VG Plus $14.99. And Lou Reed Live, Take No Prisoners, VG Plus $29.99. The Doors has a new bid for 43 with Adam Bernardi. And now these have 1 bids for 5. Now another bid for 6. And he's out. So let's go ahead and sell this to MT Matt for $65. Mark Fallon says, trivia, what was the first LP I bought from ColleCo? Hint, I can see it. I'm going to guess Pink Floyd, even though I've already took it off the table. 65. I think that is the correct answer. What is Pink Floyd? Now, let's put up a new auction. I'm looking at a Art Blakey here, which is probably one of my favorite jazz albums. Moanin'. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. BLP 4003, BS8T 84003. That means this is a 1975 US pressing. The vinyl is super clean. I like that. I like that. That means it's near mint minus. There's the jacket. This is Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. Does have a little corner ding here. A 1975 US pressing of Moanin'. A $35 start. Teresa Brookshire and Lou Reed. How bad is Queen condition? I think you mean how good is it? It's in VG condition. $14.99. So I never know really how to answer that. It's got some scuffs on it. It's got some scuffs there. You probably can see it in the camera right now. $14.99. VG by definition means no feelers, but it does have scuffs on it. And it can have several scuffs. VG Plus has less scuffs, no feelers for sure. If you get a feelable mark, that immediately puts it as VG minus. Art Blakey's at 35. That has a bid. And now the Doors is at 47. Adam's out. They're still bidding on Planet. It's at 7. Teresa's out. I don't think anybody bid on Eddie Angel. That's a $5 buy now on Eddie Angel if anybody wants that. Next is White Witch, VG Plus $19.99. White Witch, VG Plus $19.99. I think, I don't know how they do it in the back sometimes, but I usually kind of try to count scuffs or look for, imperfections. So if it's got, a couple marks, it's like EX, several marks, VG Plus, multiple scuffs, VG. As soon as you get into, a feelable mark, that's VG minus or less. Eddie Angel is sold to Jim B for $5. Teresa was second. We're about to sell the Doors then to Tony for $47. New LP is going up right now. New LP is going up right now. And the next most newest LP is right here. It's called Sex Bomba. The Liquidator, Satan's Shriners, Bizarre, $5 start. That's now up for bid. Great new check condition stuff here. Otis Blue, Otis Redding Sing Soul. That's VG plus $24.99 on a Sunday's reissue. JK gets White Witch. That is sold. And we have The Who, Odds and Sods. That's VG plus $17.99. Jethro Tull Stand Up, EX Edition, $32.99. It does have the pop-up cover. Jethro Tull is EX Edition, $32.99. That is called Stand Up, EX, and it has the pop-up cover. Very cool there. All right, give me 1 second, please. Okay, and then White Witch, we pulled that. And then also, we have Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, Tangled Up in Blue. Has the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. Bob Dylan, $17.99. Blood on the Tracks. Planet 7 is sold for $7 to Craig Thomas. The Doors is officially sold to Tony Bradford for $47. Thank you, Tony Bradford. That's sold to you for $47. That is gone. And Art Blakey, I think, just got that one bid with Christopher Dean 3 minutes ago, and now it's sold for $35 to Christopher Dean. I found that kind of surprising, but now it's sold and it's gone, and that's sold to Christopher Dean for $35. Now, the Bomba there has one bid with Teresa for $5, and now we have a couple claims that just come in. Adam Bernardi on Otis Redding, that's sold to Adam Bernardi. Andy Wade on Bob Dylan. And then that has another bid for $5 of Fred Cardinale. The Beatles Help, a VG Scranton press. This is a VG OG mono from Scranton. VG Beatles Help, $24.99, the US edition there. That is now up for bid. We also are now up for grabs, I guess I should say. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. We got John Lee Hooker plays and sings The Blues. And this is a 1966 US stereo. No condition notes on this one. John Lee Hooker plays and sings The Blues. The vinyl is extremely nice. A $35 start. There's the cover. Does show some signs of wears. There's that and that. $35 start. John Lee Hooker plays and sings The Blues. Miles Davis. Let's see. Now, I'll go ahead and put one up right now. Or actually, let me know which one, and then I'll put it up because there's a couple specifically. And then here's our next one, a 1977 Netherlands press on red vinyl of the Rolling Stones' Let It Bleed. This is the Rolling Stones' Let It Bleed, a 77 Netherlands press on red vinyl, EX Plus condition, a $45 start. That is now going up for bid. So in the Netherlands, here in the mid-late 70s, they pressed a lot of the Stones albums on colored vinyl. It's really cool. There's Let It Be. You can't always get what you want. Gimme Shelter has the original inner sleeve with it as well. Very cool there on red vinyl. Bomba has bids for 8 and 9. And then first on the Beatles is Samuel Kopech, then George Samberez, and then Ryan Eaton. And now the Stones has bids already for 45 and 45. John Lee Hooker is a $35 start. Just saying. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Sorry, I had to send a message right quick. John Lee Hooker, and that's at 35, and Stones 55. Now, Bomba, Fred Cardinale, you're out. Teresa has it for 9. Elvis Costello, My Aim Is True. Elvis Costello's in VG Plus condition, $17.99 for Elvis Costello. Also, Johnny Rivers, and I Know You Want to Dance, including Secret Agent Man. VG Plus, $9.99. Johnny Rivers, Secret Agent Man. Mott the Hoople, Brain Capers, that's VG Plus, $14.99. And the Almond Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, EX Condition, $32.99. The Almond Brothers, EX Condition, $32.99. And Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, VG Plus, $22.99. Nice. Rainbow in the bin. What is going on? Stones has a bid for $65. What about John Lee Hooker? Still just that one bid with Fred Cardinale, which was about 2 minutes ago, a minute and a half ago. So it's getting on the tail end. I'm about to sell it. And we have Susie Breedlove on Johnny Rivers. That is sold. Paul Fritch was second. Nashville Tiger on the Almond Brothers. Now the Stones at 70. I'm going to try to grab another single right quick if I can. And that next single is going to go up right now. And it is whoever these chicks are, the Gutter Queens. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. The Gutter Queens. That's up for a $5 start. Eden Riviera picking up a Rainbow. Very nice. That's sold to Eden Riviera. Deep Purple Machine Head. VG Plus, $24.99. Deep Purple on the Green Warner Brothers label. $24.99. Another classic Almond Brothers. Eat a Peach. Gatefold 2LP textured cover, $24.99. Sex Bomba. Let's go ahead and sell this. I never did hear back from Fred Cardinale, so that's sold to Teresa for $9. MT Matt got Deep Purple. That's sold to MT Matt. Gutter has a bid for $5. The Rolling Stones, and then John Lee Hooker is sold to Fred Cardinale for $35. Now, where are we on the red vinyl? Let It Be. That's a pretty cool pressing there. That is the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. And the high bid on that, a red vinyl, 77 Netherlands, nice with the original inner sleeve, that's at $70. $70 on the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. The pressing on Eat a Peach, VG Plus, $14.99. See if I can go to the label. This is a Terre Haute. This is a Terre Haute original pressing. It's a gatefold. It's got the original insert with it as well, I think. Hold on a second. Let me take a look at it here. That's the correct cover, gatefold. That's an old inner sleeve and then a new inner sleeve, old inner sleeve. I think I saw an insert in here. I did. Yeah, it's got the insert with it too. Very cool. So yeah, it's got T1 for Terre Haute, Indiana. That's a quick identification mark. T for Terre Haute. All right, now Gutter 6, Gutter 8, Stone 77. Still not done there. Looks like we did a new auction. And now, did he let me know which Miles Davis? Andrew said Miles Davis, and then I said which one. I don't know if he let me know. So let me go ahead and put up, I'll go ahead and put up one, and then if it wasn't the right one, I'll run the other one next. Here's Miles Davis live. Miles Davis live is an original 71 US Terre Haute. EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, Disc 2, VG Plus. Miles Davis is a $35 start. So this is Miles Davis live. VG Plus on Disc 2, but Disc 1 is essentially Near Mint Minus. Very nice. There's that, and there's that. A $35 start. It has a complimentary, not for sale sticker on the back. It has a promo sticker on the back, and this is an original 71. $35 start on that. Now the Rolling Stones is at 80. Adam Bernardi says he will take Eat a Peach. Can't go wrong with that. That has Sweet Melissa on it. Sweet Melissa on it. Let's grab another single right quick and see what we got. And here is the Flaming Sideburns. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. The Flaming Sideburns. $5 start on that. That's now up for bid. Also, we have Naz. Naz is in VG Plus condition, $24.99. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Thunderclap Newman, Hollywood Dream, VG condition, $12.99. Thunderclap Newman, Hollywood Dream. And we have Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain, VG $12.99. I thought I had Almond Brothers. I got you down for Almond Brothers. I've got you down for... Whoa, what just happened here? I see Nashville Tiger put AB, Charles Owens put ABB, Nashville Tiger put AB, and then Adam asked the pressing detail. So does that mean that you got both both Almond Brothers here? I got you down for brothers. Okay, so you claim both. Okay, that might have what messed me up. Oh boy. So the first Allman Brothers, which is brothers and sisters, this is for sure sold to Nashville Tiger. Okay. Then Edwin Riviera put Rainbow. Then Charles Owens also put ABB, and I think he wanted brothers and sisters. Then we sold Deep Purple. And then Nashville Tiger put AB again. And I saw that, and I thought that was just another or the same claim. So Adam, I apologize, but he was actually first to both of these. So that one is sold to him as well. Okay, sorry. And then since then, Adam asked the Preston. I looked it up. I gave it to Adam. And then he was like, wait a minute, I claimed it first. So now he has it. And now we have an Out on the Stones. And now we have Jeremy Dalton put GD. And that was for, let's see here. All right, the Stones was at 77. The Stones was at 80. Okay. Gutter's at 10. Flame 5. Gutter 12. Then there's a GD comment. And then Adam Bernardi first on Mott the Hoople. And then Gutter 13. Paul Fritch got Charlie Daniels. Unless that's what Jeremy meant to put. Okay. Unless that's what Jeremy meant to put. If not, it goes to him. And then Gutter 15. He said it's supposed to be CD. Okay. So I think I've translated all this. And that means this goes to Jeremy Dalton. All the rest of the bins pretty easy for whoever's tagging. And now back in the back left, after about 100 bids with 30 different bidders, the Rolling Stones is with $80, at $80 with Mike Torres, which is on red vinyl. It's a 77 Netherlands. It is an official press. He has that for $80. Now, Gutter Queens are still getting bids. It's at 15. Fred Cardinal, you're out. And then the other single is the Flamin' Sideburns. And the Flamin' Sideburns is with Teresa at 5, and she's the only bidder. And then Miles Davis Live. Somebody wants to know the pressing, and then after that, right before that, somebody else wants to know what is the Miles Davis. So let me just explain this again in great detail. Miles Davis is an original 1971 U.S. Terre Haute. Disc 1's EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, Disc 2's VG Plus. This is OG. As of right now, at this moment, at 8:26 Central Time in Middle Tennessee, there's no bid, and we're looking for a $35 start. Back to the bin of check condition, which has been pretty fantastic. Roxy Music Avalon, VG Plus $17.99. Traffic when the Eagle flies, EX $17.99 on Traffic. The Babies on the Edge, EX $12.99 on the Babies. Alan Parsons Project's Greatest Hits, VG Condition $9.99. Arthur Conley, Soul Direction, Still and Shrink. EX on the vinyl has Funky Street. It looks like a hop sticker, but it's actually on the cover. That's $27.99. Now Miles Davis has bids for $35.35. Percy Sledge, VG $19.99. Warm and Wonderful, Warm and Tender Soul. And CCR, Green River, VG Plus, $24.99. Flamin' Sideburns, sold to Teresa for $7. Gutter Queens, sold to Teresa for $15. The Rolling Stones, sold to Mike Torres for $80. Miles Davis has a two-way tie at $35 with Michael McCullen and Jay Jetstream. There's actually two J's there, Jay Jetstream. I've been calling them Jetstream, though, for a long time. Let's not do anything crazy tonight. Sandy Villa gets Alan Parsons. That is sold to Sandy Villa. Okay, now back to the bin. Let's put up the Zombies. And, oh, we had a request for U2 as well. Is there a U2 Joshua tree tonight? Are you sure? I've got Miles Davis, Muddy Water, Super Blues, a Stones bootleg, Hawkwind, Talking Heads, Betty Davis, Pink Floyd, John Lee Hooker, Fleetwood Mac, Miles Davis, Iggy Pop, Robert Plant, John Coltrane, and in my hand is a Zombies, Odyssey, and Oracle. All right. we have the Zombies, Odyssey, and Oracle. Oh boy, this is the one. This is an original 1968 US Santa Maria pressing. The disc is super clean. That is what we like to see on this record here. EX Plus. It is a $145 start. A very desirable OG record here. The classic Zombies, Odyssey, and Oracle. On date, it's an original. Very cool. The cover does have signs of wear. Chipping on the spine. Shelf and corner wear. Splitting at the bottom. We'll probably have to call this a VG minus. Plus, on the back, someone wrote Richard M. Nesson, the Yeti. I don't know what that means, but that's what's wrote on the back. $145 start on the Zombies. An original 68. Chad's stretching. Chad's got to get a stretch in. Oh my gosh. Give me 1 second, please. Okay. We have a request for Hawkwind. Sorry, I got some blood flow back into my spine and back. And here we go. Tigers of Pantang. This is new and sealed. This is called Burning in the Shade, numbered 97 of 100 on green splatter. New and sealed, $33.99. Okay. Miles Davis is at 38. Michael McCullen, you're out. Okay? Michael McCullen, you're out. Now, that was a fantastic crate. I'm not going to go through it again in detail, but I am going to hit maybe a few highlights. I'm going to go ahead and put up some more 45s. We have a stall on Miles Davis. We have no bid on Zombies. We've had a few auction requests, and we're about to get to those. Not before I go ahead and grab a few more New Orleans singles here. Pulling some stuff up. Picking some stuff up. And here we go. Miles Davis has a new bid for 40. We have the Playboys, Comeback Judy, and El Rocca. Also, this is who? Sin Alley. Sin Alley. Let's Dance. Sin Alley, $5 start. Very quickly. Marillion, VG Plus, $26.99. James Brown, VG, $24.99. Bread, VG Plus, $9.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, VG Plus, $14.99. April Wine, VG Plus, $14.99. Roger Glover, VG Plus, $17.99. Wings, VG Plus, $17.99. George Thorogood, EX, $17.99. Johnny Rivers, VG Plus, $9.99. Naz, VG, $14.99. Botman Turner Overdrive, VG Plus, $9.99. Uriah Heep, EX, $27.99. Odyssey for asking. Now, Odyssey and Oracle's $145 start. It's a final call. I was just about to make it a buy it now. These are up for auction. They're getting new bids. Miles Davis is officially sold to Michael McCullen for $40. Everything in here is new arrival sticker price right now. Everything in here is new arrival sticker price. So first is that sold. Thank you, Jetstream, for letting me know you're out. Eden Riviera got April Wine. That sold. Brad Waits on Bach. Bachman Turner, that sold. Michael Butler on Naz. That sold. And Paul Fritch on Johnny Rivers. Johnny Rivers is sold. Also, Charlie Daniels Band Night Rider, VG Plus $17.99. Solomon Burke was VG $16.99. The Babies is VG Plus $14.99. Queen is VG $14.99. The Who is VG plus $17.99. Jethro Tull EX $32.99 with the pop-up cover. Elvis Costello's VG plus $17.99. Naz, that's the first one, VG plus $24.99. Thunderclap Newman, VG $12.99 on Thunderclap Newman. Roxy Music Avalon, VG plus $17.99. Traffic EX $17.99. The Babies is EX $12.99. Arthur Conley is EX $27.99. Percy Sledge is VG $14.99. And CCR Green River VG Plus $24.99. So the Playboys is at 8. Sin Alley's at 8 and 8. And we have the Zombies is a buy it now for $145. Somebody can pick that up at a great price if you've been looking for that record. The jacket could use an upgrade, but the vinyl is fantastic. That is available, $145. That is a buy it now if anybody wants the Zombies. Nick Orlando gets Naz, and that is so did Nick Orlando. Now we need new LPs. Now we need a new crate. We got 45 auctions. We'll put up LP auctions. I consider that one a really good crate there. Let me go ahead and try to condense. Let me put these with these. That way I have some space and a new empty crate because we're going to need it here in a second. There's that. And Kristen Barnett wants Queen. I'm assuming David Baber, you're passing it sticker. If so, we'll go ahead and sell that to Kristen Barnett. All right, I'm going to put this up here. We might run through those again later tonight. But let's see here. I hear bells jingling. I wonder if that's a crate. Okay, I'll go ahead and do that instead of the next John crate. I'll just let you come put it right here on the table if you can get over here. I'll have you even do all the work for me, Paul. Your biceps getting a workout. All right, I'll go ahead and let you do the show. I'll see you later. I can't go home. I didn't watch the last 9 holes of Masters coverage. All right. Thank you, Paul. All right. So, let's see here. I called for Roxy Music. Oh, you did. Sorry. That was right after Craig said Playboy's a $30 record overseas. Roxy Music. You got it. What did I do with it? Sorry. I didn't ignore you. I just missed it. I promise I'm never ignoring a claim. Ever. Okay? Never. I just miss them. Vintage Vinyl got Roxy Music. I'm not going to turn down a sale. Okay? Now, Michael, yeah, there was 2 Naz's. You got Naz. Nick got the other Naz. We bought that. And the second one's still there. No, I think Naz got grabbed. I got Michael Butler down for Naz. Nick Orlando got Naz. And all the Naz's are gone. There's no more Naz. Okay, so let me make sure I didn't miss anything else there. So Paul, as y'all seen, just delivered a new crate. Paul just put this on the table. So here we go. Let's put up new LPs. The next new LP, somebody said Miles Davis earlier. And to my knowledge, we only had 3, and I never confirmed which one he wanted. So I'm just going to do the next one in the bin, Bitches Brew. I feel like we've had a lot of these lately, but you never can have enough of the Bitches Brew. And boy, this thing's OG. Finally. For some reason, this thing's like just so tough to get OG. Every time I pull one out, it's never this label. You know, anytime I see one in the back or we're looking through records, I'm like, man, 70s label. The 2i. This is the first label, the true OG, a 1970 US original, and it's nice. It's a Pittman 2i original, EX on disc 1, EX Plus on disc 1, disc 2, EX. So that's what you want to see with this Miles Davis. OG, awesome artwork on this thing, killer gatefold. That's going to go up for a $75 start. $75 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Now, we have a lot of bidding going on for the Playboys and Sin Alley. Somebody left a note on Sin Alley. Real wild. That's what they wrote on there. Real wild. Okay, Sin Alley is at 17 and Playboys at 17. And we have a request for Hawkwind. And Laura just delivered another new crate with another killer sticky note. Hawkwind request. Let's do it. Hawkwind. Hawkwind is an original 1972 US Terre Haute with the original inner sleeve and booklet. VG Plus, a $35 start. So this is In Search of Space, an original 72 US. So this thing does have the book with it. This thing does have the book with it. It has the original inner sleeve. The jacket does have some wear. This is really common. It's one of those gimmick type covers with a lot of wear. As you can see, the flap there is kind of, it's like an envelope type deal, but it's really cool. It does fold out like this and this. Very cool. All right. And that's a $35 start. Teresa has both 45s at 17. Now Jim B has this one for 18. And now let's go through this Paul crate that was just delivered. Just delivered. First thing we have is the Cisco Kid by Reuben Wilson, a 74 US. If I don't say anything about condition, then it's nice. That's on the Groove Merchant label. Reuben Wilson's $14.99. We have the new Tony Williams Lifetime $1 Million Legs, a 1976 white label promo for Tony Williams, and a promo strip. Very clean, $19.99. Also, McCoy Tyner, Song for My Lady. McCoy Tyner's an 87 US remaster, $19.99. Miles Davis is at 80. We've already it opened at 100. Chris X over on YouTube bid 100. Andrew bid 75. Then Rick Berrien bid 80. Now we're at 81, but the opening bid was 100. Now Playboy's at 20. Okay, now Hawkwind's at 40. So lots of bidding. Some of it's out of order, just so everybody knows. Tony Williams sold Adam Bernardi. Susie Breedlove gets Reuben Wilson. Those are all sold. And we also have Art Ensemble of Chicago live at Mondale Hall, an original 1976 US at $34.99. And just so everybody knows, here's kind of the lineup tonight at 20 minutes till 9 o'clock Central Time. Laura just delivered a record, or a crate. Ooh, we might have to auction this, Laura. That's a killer record right there. Oh, man, that's going to go up for auction next. I'm pulling this straight out of the crate. I'm glad she left that up front. That's a killer record there. All right, so that's going to go up for auction. But as you see, Laura just delivered a fantastic crate of records. And I still got 2 more back here from John. And the records I can see in the crate from John, the visible records are MC5 and the Beatles. And I also see Queen and all kinds of other great stuff in there. So fantastic bins. There's already 3 more here behind me. We got plenty of time for discounts. I'll be here at least until midnight or later. It is Saturday night, the last night for combined shipping. If anybody new is watching, $7 unlimited shipping. So if you're new and you want to make a purchase, you don't have to be pre-registered, because between now and the end of the show, you're going to have literally thousands of opportunities to make a purchase. We're going to go through a lot of records. If you're new here, we do $7 unlimited shipping. We will have another sale tomorrow. Paul will be doing a record sale tomorrow. He'll be here tomorrow selling records live. That starts a new week and a new invoicing cycle. All right, I've done enough talking. Let's get back to where we was. So Miles Davis is at 101. Curtis, I've seen your comment. If I can find one of those, it's yours. I just got to find it, okay? Testament for $24.99. I have no idea really where I've moved that stuff. That stuff being the left on sale new vinyl. When I find it, it's yours, okay? As soon as I find one. I have so many crates as usual around me, I don't know where I'm at. Sorry for the delay. Here's where we're at. Miles Davis is at 101. A final call with Andrew Eisensmith. Chris X is out. And Rick Berrien's out. Hawkwind is at $40 with Nick Orlando. Everybody else is out. Both of these singles are sold to Teresa. She gets the Playboys for $20, and she gets Sin Alley for $17. Yes, those are both sold to Teresa. Those are 2 good pulls. Maybe I'll find some more. We're also going through a new arrival crate from Paul. The Ornette Coleman Trio at the Golden Circle, Stockholm. 77 UK, $24.99 on that. We have Wynton Marsalis. That's a gold stamp promo. $19.99 on Wynton Marsalis. And Buddy Miles, We Got to Live Together. Buddy Miles is $19.99. Buddy Miles, and one more here, Ahmad Jamal, Inspiration, 1972 on the Cadet label, $19.99. Here's our next singles. The first one is Johnny Cash and June Carter, If I Were a Carpenter. Very cool Columbia single, $7 start on that, Cash and Carter. And all of a sudden, both auctions have stalled, and I haven't heard back from anybody else. I'm going to have to sell them as soon as I go ahead and put up a couple more auctions right here. Got a Stones bootleg on deck I'm about to run, and some other stuff here in my hand. So, as usual, don't go anywhere. Here is the Helicopters, and we have Rocket from the Crypt. That sounds like a pretty good single there. Rocket from the Crypt, DeLorean. Rocket from the Crypt, DeLorean, and the Helicopters, Crimson Ballroom. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Ornette Coleman is sold to Fred Cardinale. That's sold to Ornette Coleman. And we have That's Right, Nat Adderley in the Big Sack section. An early stereo reissue, that's $29.99. And Max Roach Quartet in the Light, an 83 Italian press, $14.99. Very bizarre. I've got to sell both auctions after losing multiple bidders, but this is sold. Nick Orlando gets Hawk Wind for $40. That is sold to Nick Orlando for $40. Thank you, Nick, on the Hawk Wind. And Miles Davis is sold for $101 to Andrew Eisensmith. I lost a couple people there. I lost Chris X and Rick Berrien on Miles Davis, but this is sold to Andrew Eisensmith for $101. A nice OG copy. Finally, we get an OG coming through that's in high grade. We have had OGs, but they're like really beat up. All right, Johnny's up for bid. Helicopters and Rocket, whatever you want to call it. I bet Rocket from the Crypt's probably the more desirable track on that one. We already pulled Ornette Coleman. Jetstream on AJ, and that was Ahmad Jamal. And then we have Something Else by the Kinks. 70s Winchester. And Paul has a note back here. The best of the British invasion bands. Wow, that's a big statement. Something Else by the Kinks, $34.99. That's now up for bid. So let's call, because it's going to confuse me if not, Rocket. Let's call this one Rocket. If you want to, because it's like two art, it's split. Let's call this one Rocket. Craig has it for 7. Teresa, you're out. Johnny Cash is at 9, now 10. Robert's out, so Shane, you have that for 10. Here's a pull I just did from a Laura crate. Check this record out. Evel Knievel. This is sealed, the real deal, 1974 unopened, with a hype sticker that says includes full color autograph photo. Let's put that up. Mr. Evel Knievel for a $30 start. What an interesting record there. I don't think I've had that too many times. Very cool though. Evel Knievel, sealed. $30 start on Mr. Evel Knievel. David Hoy on MR. That was Max Roach. I was about to say, I wonder if David's watching since we're going through all this jazz stuff here that Paul's marked. Noel Redding Band. That is sealed for $24.99. And Hendrix, Burning Desire. A 2022 record store day on orange vinyl. $29.99 on old Jimi Hendrix here. Look at the color of that. That's awesome. And it's getting QRP sleeves. That probably means it was pressed at QRP. And Bootsy, as in Bootsy Collins. This is Ultra Wave, $19.99. Rocket from the Crypt. This is at 7. And I never did hear back from Teresa. So that is sold for 7 to Craig Thomas. We have Evel Knievel, 30, 32, 40. Thomas Reed says he'll take the Kinks. Great decision there. There's a new bid on Johnny Cash, 12. Shane Devers, you've been outbid. Teresa just bid 9 on Rocket. I've already sold it, though. I lost you there for a while, Teresa. Chris X put NA. NA. Let me know what that is. And then Susie put Jimi Hendrix and Jason wants Bootsy. All right, so we'll go ahead and give Jason Short Bootsy. Jimi Hendrix is sold to Susie. Evil's at 42. Johnny Cash is at 15. Paul Fritz, you've been outbid. Next auction. The Rolling Stones, a vintage bootleg, it looks like here. Hyde Park, July 1969. Very cool. This is the Rolling Stones, Hyde Park, July 1969. Live at Hyde Park, July 5th, 1969. VG Plus, a Vintage Stones bootleg, a $45 start. That's now up for bid. That was Nat Adderley. Sorry. I didn't really do a good look. I thought it was something from recent, but I got you now. Nat Adderley, okay? Okay, now, what else happened? Hendrix boots. I bet 9 on Rockin' with the Crip. I'll look again, but I think, so the bids on Rocket was Craig put 7, and then you put Hella for 5, which is the same record. And then that was at 44. And then your bid on Rocket didn't come in until almost 48. And I think if you bid, then it just didn't come through in time. And then maybe if you sent it again, then it just didn't show up till after I ended it. We have Art Ensemble of Chicago, Full Force, an original 1980 US, 1999. We have The Promise of a Future, Hugh Muscella, 68 US, 1999, and Max Roach, Lift Every Voice and Sing. Max Roach is on a white label promo, a 71 US white label promo, 1999. All right, so sorry, my brain is it's like one of those jams right now. I lost my flow. I lost my Orinoco flow. Maybe I need some blue juice. Every once in a while this happens. It's just like y'all remember, I don't hear much about computers freezing anymore. I remember like, oh, the computer's frozen. I guess I've had a Mac so long in this modern era, they don't freeze anymore, but that's what's happened to my brain right now. I've went to a lockdown. So let me drink some blue juice and reset my mind. Okay, I'm going to open to a different dimension after this. All right. Let me reset here. Now, Johnny Cash is sold to Shane Devers for $15. Evil Knievel. That's him. It's a sealed record with hop sticker. Tony McDaniel has it for $46. $46. Evil Knievel. $46. The Rolling Stones Hyde Park Vintage Bootleg. Craig or Carol, our in-house Rolling Stone, said this cover was kind of manufactured later, homemade. You can kind of tell it's like a printed picture. Vintage crude bootleg here, as I call it. That has one bid for $46. That's the same bid as Evil Knievel right now. Now, Elliot has asked a few times for the price on the Doors Morrison Hotel. The Doors Morrison Hotel is a 2 LP, 45 RPM, high quality, analog production, audiophile grade pressing, $64.99. It's a 2 LP, $64.99. That's just not your normal Morrison Hotel. It's not an OG, but it's also just not a standard reissue. That's an audiophile treatment, $64.99. Do you have any Beatles Butcher reissues? The Beatles Butcher cover has never been reissued before. Now, Yesterday and Today has been reissued, but they have never reissued the Beatles Yesterday and Today as a Butcher cover. They have, but they're all bootlegs and unofficials. A Beatles Butcher cover reissue does not exist. Not officially. Now, Evil Knievel's at $50 with Shane Devers. He bid that a long time ago. And since then, bids have got out of order. He bid that almost 7 minutes ago. And since then, there was a bid for 45, 45, 45, 46. And that's how the bids got out of order. Now, earlier, I think somebody also claimed Max Roach, and I missed it. Adam Bernardi claimed Max Roach. In between, when my brain shut down, Adam Bernardi got Max Roach, and then David Hoy just claimed it, and now Janet just claimed it. But Adam claimed it almost 5 minutes ago when my brain shut down. So that's sold to him, Adam Bernardi. Back to the bin. I'm about to put up new 45s. We have the Fallen Angels. It's a long way down. The Fallen Angels is a bootleg, an unofficial, one of the best psych records ever made, according to Paul. That's a big statement. I've never seen it. It looks like it would be very expensive if you found an original. $34.99. Evil Knievel, 51. Evil Knievel, 53. Lighthouse by David Crosby. David Crosby is a 2016 US, $29.99 on David Crosby. And then we have Benjamin Booker from Third Man Records, 2015, $19.99. The Rolling Stones is sold for $56, and this is sold to Kathy Collinsworth. ELO's Greatest Hits is sold out, but if you want on a waiting list, let me know. Next, we have John Gollin on Fallen Angels. John Gollin on Fallen Angels. Next is Evil Knievel at $60. Zawinul, as in Joe Zawinul, a 1974 Italian import, $29.99. Evil Knievel's now at $60. Evil Knievel's now at $60. And so our next auction is going to go up right now. I see Muddy Waters, Super Blues, Talking Heads, Betty Davis, Pink Floyd, Hooker, Fleetwood Mac, Miles Davis, Iggy Pop. Let's go ahead and run it, and then I'm going to put up one of these other Pink Floyds. This is an original 1979 UK with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $30 start. A $30 start, Iggy Pop, New Values. This is a $30 start. This is Iggy Pop, New Values. That is a $30 start. Okay, now Evil Knievel, 53. Evil Knievel, 60. Fred Cardinal, you were second on Fallen Angels. That is a bootleg, Elliot. That's what I was talking about. The only way you can get a Beatles Butcher cover is a bootleg. That's on colored vinyl. Those are unofficial pressings. Those aren't actual official reissues. And then we have... Kathy said only bid $46 on the bootleg. Is that what I said? The Rolling Stones is sold to Kathy for $46. Rolling Stones Hyde Park, $46 on that. Ziggy's at $30. Iggy's at $30. Iggy at $30. Not Ziggy, Iggy. Iggy Pop's at $30 and $30. Okay, so that's done. That goes to that. And now we have Evil Knievel's out. And there's been a lot of bidders on that. Evil Knievel's at $60. Okay? Now, let's go back and find some more 45s, okay? But let's see what we have here. Okay, here we go. First thing I have is the Splinters. What a cool cover. The Splinters is going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid. And Johnny Dollar, Action Packed. Johnny Dollar is going to go up for a $5 start. Those are $5 and $5. Those are up for bid. Okay? Next thing is Between Nothingness and Eternity, Mahavishnu Orchestra Live. EX Edition, $17.99. Chris Kirkley wants to David Crosby. Chris Kirkley gets David Crosby. Evil Knievel's at $65. Iggy Pop's now at $33. Here's the bids on Iggy. $30, $30, $32, $33. And we have Court and Spark, Joni Mitchell. VG Condition, $9.99. VG, $9.99. Big Walter Horton with Carrie Bell. An early U.S. reissue. VG Plus, $17.99. And we have Blues Avalanche, Bo Diddley, Muddy Waters, Coco Taylor, and T-Bone Walker. EX, $22.99, 1972. You get both Seinfeld names together. T-Bone and Coco right there back to back. EX, $22.99. Iggy Pop is an original 1979 UK with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus. It has a high bid of $33. Evil Knievel's at $65. Tony, you're out. It's back to you. High and low, Memphis Slim, EX, $17.99. Art Ensemble of Chicago, Les Stances o Sophia. A 70s U.S. repress, a Wakefield press, $84.99. 84.99. $84.99. EX Plus copy. That is available. Also, we have Martians Come Back, Shorty Rogers and His Giants. That's an original 1956 mono, EX edition, $27.99. Iggy, $35. Iggy, $35. Evil Knievel, a final call to Shane Devers. These 45s do not have bids. The Splinters or Johnny Dollar, final call for 5 and 5. No bids on those. We have Improvisations by the Don Shirley Duo, a 1957 U.S. Mono, VG 999. What is the Iggy Pop condition? The Iggy Pop condition is VG Plus. It is a 1979 UK original on Arista, VG Plus. Let's take a closer look at it. Very nice. I see like a scuff right there. That's probably what's keeping it VG Plus. And then there's the original on her sleeve. There's Iggy. Splinters has one bid for 5. Next is Lonnie Liston Smith and the Cosmic Echoes Renaissance. VG Plus, $24.99. Free Jazz, a collective improvisation by the Ornette Coleman. Double Quartet, a 1974 US. VG Plus, $24.99. VG Plus, $24.99. Also, Sonny Rollins, Brass Sonny Rollins Trio, a 1962 U.S. Mono, VG Plus, $19.99. George Samberez on Shirley. Don't call me Shirley. So to George Samberez. Splinters, 556. Nobody bet on Johnny Dollar. Johnny Dollar is only $5. He's a buy now. And Montera, Bobby Hutcherson. VG condition, wow. $119.99. An original 1975 VG copy. Iggy, still getting bids, 43, now 44. Tony McDaniel, back to you. I was just waiting for your final word. The last bid on Evil Knievel's, Shane Devers at $65. And now we have Rick Berrien on Ornette Coleman. That's so to Rick Berrien. Iggy's at 44. Chris X on SR for Sonny Rollins. Wow. And we have a new 45 that needs to go up for auction. Also, let me clear up my no bids over here and see if we can do a bundle deal. So here so far are the records that have not sold tonight. Johnny Dollar, $5. The Gorgons, $5. The Meows, $5. Johnny Cash, $7. And U2, $5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $15 for all 5. $3 each. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. 15 for the bundle deal of 45s there. All right, so Evil Knievel is sold to Shane Devers for $65. Tony says he's out. William Dragovich takes the bundle. William Dragovich gets the bundle for $15. Got those cleaned up. 5 no bids. Time for bundles. Fred was next. Iggy's now at 50. And now our next auction. And let's do one of the 2 Pink Floyds here. Let's do their first album. I haven't got to see what pressing it is. I'm kind of curious here. Pink Floyd, nice. An original. I like that word when I'm holding this album. An original. 1967, U.S. Scranton. VG Plus. It does have some marks. They do not affect play. And Paul says there's some doodles on the back, but they're kind of awesome and fitting. And you'll see those in 1 second. But here's the Scranton press. There's the Scranton mark right there. That triangle with IAM. That means Scranton. If you see that right there, that's a clear indication you've got a Scranton, Pennsylvania press. It's a triangle with IAM. Scranton. You can glance at that and know, boom, I've got a Scranton press. $65 start. This is an original. This is an original 67 U.S. Scranton stereo. Now, here's the doodles he's talking about. There's some very almost psychedelic doodles on the back. Somebody did some pink. They doodled silly, help, I'm down the tubes with like a guy in a tube and it looks like he's drowning or about to. There is a name. It looks like it says Sid Barrett. I'm just joking. And then we have See Emily Play colored in, Interstellar Overdrive colored in, and there's some more doodles here. Looks like somebody dropped acid and decided to write on their Pink Floyd record. I don't know that for sure, but it looks like somebody's dropped acid and then decided to write on their Pink Floyd record. Help, I'm down in the tubes. It's almost like a 3D look there to it. And then Sid Barrett signed the back of it. Wouldn't that be incredible? Rare autograph for Sid Barrett. Roger Waters, Nick Wright, and Nicky Mason. They didn't call him that much longer. Nick Mason. That is an OG, the Pink Floyd first album, 67 US Scranton stereo, VG Plus, $65 start. All right. Iggy Pop's at $52. What about the splinters here? Here's the bids. Fred Carnell 5, Tim Voldness 5, Tim Voldness 6. Sold to Tim Voldness for $6. All right, back to the bin. It's been a fantastic crate so far. The Quintet, Herbie Hancock, Freddie Hubbard, Wayne Shorter, Ron Carter, and Tony Williams. An original 1977 US EX 1799. Can you show the AEOC label? The Art Ensemble of Chicago. I can. This is on Nessa Lestances of Sophie. Art Ensemble of Chicago. BW N-48 number 6 with a odd symbol and then 15703. And that's a 70s US repress, a Wakefield press. $84.99. Pink Floyd has an opening bid of $75. Jared Inc. on the Quintet. Jetstream second. Iggy Pop is officially sold. I must have lost Rebecca somewhere or she would have been bidding on that. This is sold to Teresa for $52. Everybody did say outright. Yeah. All right, that is sold. Jared Inc. says pass on the Quintet, so never mind. Let's change that to Jetstream. Jetstream, in fact, you are going to get the Quintet. That's so due. Pink Floyd has an open bid for $75. That's tough. That's an OG pressing back there. We got Pink Floyd, and let's jump right over here to Muddy Waters. Mud in your ear. Muddy Waters is an original. I like that word. A white label promo. I like those words. Mud in your ear. Clean, nice. A $45 start. Muddy Waters, Mud in your ear. A white label promo. That is now up for bid. Let's grab some more 45s while I'm over here. And the next 45 is this and this. What a bizarre deal here. Sit and Spin. Faster and High School. $5 start on Sit and Spin. And the Navajudas. And that's a $5 start. Zawinul Details. Sorry, I forgot to answer you. Zawinul's right back here. Joe Zawinul is a 1974 Italian import from Atlantic Records. $29.99. Zawinul. $29.99. All right, moving right along. We have Where Eric Dolphy with Ron Carter, Mile Waldron, George Duvier, and Charlie Persip. That's a 71 US reissue, EX edition, $36.99. Gene Ammons, Original Jazz Classics, an 82 US reissue, VG condition, $14.99. Chet Baker, She Was Too Good to Me with Hubert Laws, Paul Desmond, Bob James, Ron Carter, Jack DeJohnette. What a lineup. VG Plus, $29.99. And Jazz Dialogue with the Modern Jazz Quartet and the All-Star Jazz Band, an original 66 US on Atlantic with a very jazz cover. Always a kind of avant-garde art on some of those. $14.99. Okay, so the next thing we have here, we have Sit for five, Muddy Waters 45, Sit for 5. New bid on Pink Floyd, $86 with George Samberes. New bid on Pink Floyd. Sit 666, Muddy Waters 45. Adam Bernardi on Joe Zawinul. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And then also we got Jetstream on the Gene Ammons here. That's sold to him. And then Jared on Modern Jazz Quintet. But before I pull that for Jared, my second crate over here has become quite full. And let me swap them out. Okay, let me not trip over the lower crate, which I plan on doing next. Maybe the John crate, because he's got some good-looking stuff over here, too. We've already seen it, or some of it tonight. Oh, sorry, it's tight quarters in here. And I don't know if I'll have time to... Well, what time will the Masters be over? I might have time to come here tomorrow. I told everybody, tomorrow I am out of commission, okay? I will be tuned in to the Masters, so... But I do plan on coming here and trying to clean this place up tomorrow night. Oh my gosh. So much to do here. All right, Jared Inc. got that Modern Jazz Quartet. And then Muddy Waters 50, sit 7, sit 8, and then sit 10. Pricing condition on Bobby Hutcherson Montara. This is in VG condition, $119.99. It's an original 75 US. An original 75 US. Now, Todd's out on Pink Floyd. That means George Samberez, you do have that for 86. What about the Navajudas? Fred Carnell's in at 5. Sits at 11 also with Fred. And they're still bidding on Muddy Waters. It's at 60. Janet, you're out. Let's get back to this Paul crate. Oliver Nelson, the Blues and the Abstract Truth with Paul Chambers and others. VG plus $24.99. I said others like no big deal, and you got Bill Evans and Freddie Hubbard and Eric Dolphy. VG plus $24.99. The Blue Notes 3 Decades of Jazz, or Blue Notes 3 Decades of Jazz. An original 69 double LP compilation from Blue Note, $19.99. Also, the Kinks. Wow, that's a tougher one to get. It's a 1980 Spanish press, but we just never see it. That's the Village Green Preservation Society, the Kinks. That's EX $32.99. Chet Baker is right back here. That's called She Was Too Good to Me. That's a 74 US on CTI. VG Plus $29.99 on Chet Baker. And we have the Modern Jazz Quartet Blues on Bach. And that's an original 74 EX $12.99. Jetstream wants the compilation. That's so to Jetstream. The Navajudas, I'll go ahead and roll that to Fred for 5. And George Samberez, thank you on the Pink Floyd. I figured this would bring well over 100, honestly. This is sold to George Samberez for $86. I thought that would bring well over 100. Wouldn't have surprised me. All right. Let's put that away. And now Muddy Waters and Sit and Kinks, and here we go. So the most recent bids, or the most recent comments, was Chet Baker. I just answered that. Sit 12, Sit 13. Jetstream got Blue. Samuel Kopich picking up the Kinks. Sit 15. Jeremiah next on Kinks. And then Chet, VG Plus, Sit 16, and we're still rolling. So let's go ahead and put up another LP. We got Muddy Waters, so I won't put up another blues record. Let's put up... This is kind of an outlier here. Let's go ahead and run this. A tough-to-get album. It's out of print. It's never been reissued. I wish it would, because it's Robert Plant from Led Zeppelin, his Band of Joy. And, of course, that's what he called. He was in a band in the 60s, pre-Led Zeppelin, called Band of Joy. And then in his most recent part of his career, his band was called Band of Joy. This was pressed one time, and it's never been reissued. It's an original 2010. It has never been reissued on vinyl. This is the original 2010, 2LP, $65 start on that. So Adam Bernardi on Chet Baker, that's sold to Adam Bernardi. Sit and Spins at 16 with Fred Cardinale. The Yellow Jackets is an 81 promo single, EX $9.99. And we got Sonny Rollins, The Freedom Suite. That's a 1968. That is a stereo remaster, EX $22.99. The last bid on Muddy Waters was $60 with Shane Devers. Did Janet say out? Janet officially hadn't said out. And Janet, I'm just waiting for you. Muddy Waters is at 60. And then Sit and Spin is with Fred at 16. And Teresa was the only other bidder that hadn't said out. That's still final call. Just waiting for a couple people to say out so I don't sell anything too early. And want to make sure I don't miss any bids. I'm going to go ahead and grab our next single. What an interesting cover on this one, as usual. I know Davey Allen and the Arrows. This is called Encounter. There's the B-side, Fuzz Gun 2001, and Blues for Stoner. $5 start on that. All right. Okay. That was an interesting crate from Paul, as usual. I feel like we need to run through that one again, eh? As soon as Chad does a stretch. And then a Laura crate on deck. I know that's going to keep some people interested. Sorry, I'm down here stretching. I'm almost on the floor. I'll tell you what, this Masters week is exhausting. And I don't even play. I'm just watching it. Whew. I bet Roy McIlroy, I bet he's tossing and turning. He is probably as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory. He is going to be pretty nervous tomorrow, and he's been on the biggest stages, but tomorrow is probably the biggest day of his life. And millions will be watching. I'm nervous for the man. I kind of want him to win now. All right. So here's where we're at. We have, he took him, yeah, surely he took something. There's no way. If I was leading on a Saturday night going into the Sunday Master, I wouldn't be able to sleep. I'd be wired. Like, can we go ahead and start early? Pacing the floors, you got to wait all day. You still got to eat right and work out and do everything they do. Oh my gosh, they stretch and warm up for hours and have to get mentally focused. Yeah, I'm getting nervous just thinking about it. Okay, here's where we're at on our auctions. Yeah, he's in one of the most biggest situations probably a golfer has faced in years. Robert Plant's a final call to Mike Torres for $65. Muddy Waters is a final call. No, it was already a final call. I was just waiting for Janet. Okay, Janet's done. This is sold to Shane Devers for $60. That is sold for $60. And then Sit and Spin, 19 on that with Fred Cardinale and Davey Allen and the Arrows. Davey Allen is at 10 with Fred Cardinale, and Craig's out. That's a final call. Okay, let's read through these one more time because this was a very complex crate with a lot of interesting stuff here. McCoy Tyner, Song for My Lady, $19.99 from McCoy Tyner, 87 US Remaster, new crate on deck. We have Art Ensemble of Chicago live at Mandel Hall, $34.99. $34.99. Wynton Marsalis, $19.99. The Masters is different, though. The Masters, you've seen what happens to people. It's when that back nine, when they get up there on 12 tee box, or they're trying to reach the green in 2 on 15, things happen differently. $19.99. Buddy Miles, We've Got to Live Together. No Redding Band, that's sealed for $24.99. Art Ensemble of Chicago, Full Force, $19.99. The Promise of a Future, Hugh Muscella, $19.99. We have Benjamin Booker, $19.99. Between Nothingness and Eternity, Mahavishnu, EX, $17.99. Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark, VG, $9.99. Big Walter Horton with Carrie Bell, an early U.S. reissue, VG Plus, $17.99. Bo Diddley, Muddy Waters, Coco Taylor, and Tebow Walker, Blues Avalanche, EX, $22.99. High and Low, Lightning Slim, EX, $17.99. Martians Come Back, Shorty Rogers and His Giants, EX, $27.99, and original 56 US mono. First question is Sunny Details. Next stream is McCoy. Jet stream on McCoy Tyner. Let's go ahead and pull that. McCoy Tyner. That was the first record. And then Sunny Details. You must be talking about the last record of the bin. Sonny Rollins is a 68 US stereo remaster. EX, $22.99. All right, so Fred Cardinale got Davey Allen for 10. Sit and Spin is sold to Teresa for 22. And Robert Plant is sold for 65 to Mike Torres. And as soon as I said that, Charlie DeFrank wants the details. Already sold. Lonnie Liston Smith, VG Plus, $24.99. Art Ensemble of Chicago, EX Plus, $84.99. Adam Bernardi on Sonny Rollins, that's sold. ST on The Martians Come Back, that's sold to ST. We have Where, Eric Dolphy with Ron Carter, EX, $36.99. Bobby Hutcherson, VG, $119.99. Oliver Nelson, VG Plus, $24.99. Modern Jazz Quartet, EX, $12.99. And Yellow Jackets is EX, $9.99. All right, new auctions going up right now. That was a fantastic crate. First, we got Miles Davis and Fleetwood Mac. And then I'm bringing over a new crate. We have Fleetwood Mac. This is an original 68 US. Wow, did you hear what I just said? This is the original OG US pressing of Fleetwood Mac's first album, the bluesy Fleetwood Mac. And look how shiny and pretty. This is going to go up for a $55 start and a beautiful jacket. Nice. Fleetwood Mac, $55 start there. That is the first album. Miles Davis, Birth of the Cool. Miles Davis, a 1961 US mono, a Scranton press, extremely clean, EX Plus. That's amazing. A 61 mono Miles Davis being graded EX Plus or better. This is going to go up for a $55 start. Miles Davis, Birth of the Cool, $55 start. There's the original inner sleeve. There is the jacket. That's pretty cool there. Next is ST on Ed. ED, that's for Eric Dolphy. That is sold to ST. And then ST on Modern. And that is sold to ST. Okay? Now, Miles Davis already has a bid for $55. And Fleetwood Mac is an opening bid for $55 as well. Okay? There we have it. And now let's take this crate off the table and let's bring over another one, all right? And I think I can go ahead and condense this. I think the first 4 bins, I think the first 4 crates that we've gone through tonight, everything left is in one. It's pretty amazing. And then we still got a handful of auctions, and let's bring this right here, okay? So, Miles Davis, Fleetwood Mac, Miles Davis. Next is this next crate. As soon as I can bring it over here, which is some records that Laura has marked. The last one was pretty interesting. And here it is. Laura crate with Snoopy. That one's pretty cool. He's dancing. In the back playing is For Whom the Bell Tolls. All righty. Here we go. Time for some more 45s right quick. And see what's going on. First thing I have is let me see what else I've got in this little crate here. That's interesting. Trying to sort through these last so many New Orleans records. All right. This is the Human Beings, classic 60s group here. Turn Your Love Light, It's Fun to Be Clean. And that's an original. That's going to go up for a $5 start. They're known for the hit song, Nobody, Nobody But Me. And then here's another New Orleans single. Big Trouble House, Bullet for a Bad Man. That's a $5 start. Okay? So, let me run down the comment chain and see what I've missed since I have not, since I've been away. Miles Davis, 55. Fleetwood Mac, 60. Miles Davis, 55. Miles Davis, 75. Miles Davis, 60. My Fleetwood Mac Condition. Did I get the Blue Note double LP? No, you did not. Fleetwood Mac, 65. Human Beings, 5. Fleetwood Mac Condition, beautiful. It couldn't get any better. It is near mint minus. That is a beautiful copy. That should bring $2,000 or $3,000 back there. First record in here. Let's see what we got. First person to claim the record in here gets the Laura Crate sticker. King Crimson, Starless and Bible Black. A 1974 U.S. Presswell original. EX condition, $32.99. King Crimson, Starless and Bible Black. EX condition, $32.99 on King Crimson. We have the London Bo Diddley Sessions, a German Bellaphon original, a 73 German original, EX condition, $22.99 on the London Bo Diddley Sessions. Love Revisited, a 1970 U.S. Monarch original, that's EX $27.99. And Thin Lizzy, Chinatown, wow. VG Plus $19.99. Thin Lizzy Chinatown. Wow. VG Plus $19.99. We're off to a hot and heavy start with this bin. Holy moly. That was a lot of activity for just the first few records in the bin. Let's update all of the auctions now. The last thing I said was Miles Davis was at 75 with Samuel Kopich. 75. Fleetwood Mac 65. Human Beings 5. Trouble 5. Fleetwood Mac 75. Another $5 bid on Big Trouble. Teresa, you were second. Another $75 bid on Fleetwood Mac. Another $75 bid on Fleetwood Mac. A $77 bid on Fleetwood Mac. An $80 bid on Fleetwood Mac. And Kevin Brown on the first claim in here for Love Revisited. This is sold to Kevin Brown. Thank you, Kevin. That is sold to you. Kevin Brown, that is sold to you. Ivan R. on Thin Lizzy. That was probably almost an auction-worthy record there. Thin Lizzy's been such a hot topic lately. That probably could have almost went on the auction block. That sold to Ivan R. Hiram was second. Classy was third. Kevin was fourth. Susie second on Love. Michael fifth on Thin Lizzy. Miles Davis has a new bid for 96. Teresa sixth on Trouble. So William Dragovich has the Human Beings for 5. Fred, you've been outbid on this. Fleetwood Mac's at 83. And Miles Davis is at 96. Next is the Doobie Brothers. What were once vices are now habits. EX condition, $17.99 on the Doobie Brothers. It has the original inner sleeve. Another rainy day, another park, another Sunday, and then Oh Black Waters on there as well. Also, we have Little Feet, Waiting for the Sun. Waiting for Columbus. EX $22.99, a classic live album, highly regarded. EX $22.99, Fleetwood Mac's at 83, Out on Trouble, and then Miles Davis, 96 with George Samberes. Paul's in on the Human Beings at 6. William Dragovich, you've been outbid. Budgie, If I Were Britannia, I'd Waive the Rules. A 76 U.S. Pittman original. Budgie, EX $27.99. That's interesting. Also, we have the Music Machine featuring Talk Talk. It appears to be unofficial, unknown year, but definitely not from the 60s, Garage and Sock. And yes, this album has a lot of vintage unofficial pressings. It's not from the 60s, I agree, but this album's been bootlegged a lot. The Music Machine. This is VG 1999. Big Trouble sold to Teresa for 6. Are we done on Miles Davis? Who was bidding before George Samberes? The last bid before that was Samuel Kopich. Just want to make sure he's done. George has it for 96. And Samuel, you hadn't set out on that yet. Just letting you know. And then MT Matt had Fleetwood Mac at 83. The bidder before that was Carol. And Carol says he's out. And Kevin Brown gets Budgie. All right. And then Samuel Kopich on Little Feet. Now, we're good to go. Also, we have NXS. Who is this? Yeah. Elegantly Wasted. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. EX $22.99. NXS. I've never had that album before by them. The B-52's Mesopotamia. That's EX $17.99. And we have another Thin Lizzy, Fighting. VG $14.99. That's a great one there. Rosalie's on there. Yes, that's a great one. Rosalie, great cover here. A Bob Seger song originally. Suicide, Fighting My Way Back. King's Vengeance. That one's almost as good as Jailbreak. VG on Fighting, $14.99. Human Beings is sold to Paul Fritsch for $60. Paul, that is sold to you. And then Kathy Collinsworth on NXS. Then John Dodd. Then John Franz. We have Hiram on Rosalie. Hiram on Thin Lizzy. Classy Lonnie Metal second. Patrick on the B-52s. Vintage Vinyl third on Thin Lizzy. Leslie next on B-52s. Greg next on NXS. Edwin next on Thin Lizzy. JK next on Thin Lizzy. Wow. Fleetwood Mac. Let's go ahead and sell this. FM. And what a beautiful copy. Beautiful. Original. Super clean. $83. That was a top copy and sold. And now we have Miles Davis, The Birth of the Cool. Another cool Miles Davis record. No pun intended. Sold to George Samberes, $96. Awesome. Very cool. Birth of the Cool. Now we need all new everything. Coming up right now. I'm going to go ahead and show 2 more records. This crate's been like a James Bond movie. All action. And we just got started. It's like the opening segment. Bob Seger, Live Bullet. VG Condition, $12.99. Live Bullet. And the B-52's Wild Planet. A 1980 U.S. Jacksonville reissue. VG Plus, $19.99. The B-52's Wild Planet. back to back there. Here is our next auction. We have Pink Floyd. Oh boy. Oh man. I like this label. It is a 1969 US, a Winchester. It is 69, which classifies it as a repress. But this is a beautiful copy. Paul even wrote on the informational sticker, a super clean copy. Wow. Rainbow stripe label. That is going to go up for a $55 start and a really nice jacket. Capital, technically Tower. Tower's a subsidiary of Capital. First label Pink Floyd was on. Awesome. That is a saucer full of secrets. $55 start. Leslie, first on the B-52s. Janie was second. Y'all just overlooked one of the greatest live albums ever, Live Bullet. That's now up for consideration. And so is another classic jazz album here. And this album is a early 80s U.S. reissue. So an early 80s pressing. This is John Coltrane, Blue Train, an early 80s U.S. reissue. EX condition, a $35 start. John Coltrane, Blue Train, a $35 start. Next, Humble Pie, a fantastic album. VG Plus, $12.99, especially that first track. Awesome, $12.99. Live With Me, Humble Pie, self-titled, VG Plus, $12.99. I'm liking what's in here. Also, 10 years after, self-titled, their debut original, VG Plus, $14.99, 10 years after. Unfortunately, Shalor wrote their name on the label and on the back cover, VG Plus, $14.99. And Bruce Springsteen, The River, VG, $14.99 on Bruce Springsteen, The River. Our next auctions are going to be 45s. I'm pulling them from my basket. I've got a basket of records over here, and I'm pulling them here. We're pulling them there. I'm pulling them everywhere. And let's see what I have. The first thing I have is the Flashback 5 Ugly Thing. $5 start, and Rix, I think, or Rix, R-I-X-E, Coup et Blessures. Coup et Blessures. I don't know what I just said, but $5 start on that. Okay. MT Mac got Humble Pie. Kevin Brown on second. Carol won it 10 years after. He's going to pass, so give it to Rick Perrine. Where are we on Blue Note? Or excuse me, where are we on John Coltrane? John Coltrane, $35. Paul Fritsch wants to confirm the Human Beings was $6. Yes, that's sold to you for $6. And then Pink Floyd. The last bid on Pink Floyd was Vintage Vinyl for $60. Vintage Vinyl, South Carolina, has that for $60. Final call. Nobody's been on Coltrane, a $35 start. Okay, let's keep rolling. Very cool bin here. Tower of Power, East Bay Grease, a white label promo, VG Plus with promo sticker. Awesome. $12.99. Queen Jazz, EX, $47.99. $47.99. A 78 US PRC Compton original with the bike race poster. Also known as the nudie poster. The Fat Bottom Girls poster. All of Freddie Mercury's girlfriends. EX condition, $47.99. Queen Jazz, the OG, $47.99 on that. Blood Rock, USA, VG Plus, $14.99. What a cover. Blood Rock, USA, VG Plus, $14.99. And Crazy Elephant, a 69 US original. This is a bubblegum sock record in shrink. Crazy Elephant, VG condition, $14.99. So quick update. Pink Floyd was at 60, and then Flash had a bid for 5. Pink Floyd 65, Pink Floyd 72. Susie on Tower of Power. Trina second on Tower of Power. Trina second. Pink Floyd 75. Pink Floyd out. Vintage vinyl on Blood Rock. Vintage vinyl on Blood Rock. And then Kevin Brown on Crazy Elephant. Coltrane is a buy it now for $35. John Coltrane is a buy it now for $35. It is a nice copy, an early 80s US reissue EX. $35 on that. A Jazz Essential. And in case you missed it earlier, we only have one no bid. The Zombies, Odyssey and Oracle. A 68 US Santa Maria. Super clean disc. EX Plus. $145 on that. Rebecca wants Queen Jazz. That's sold to Rebecca. Rebecca wants Queen, sold. Romelu got Coltrane for $35. Garrett was second. Rox has a bid for 5. Flash has a bid for 6, okay? So here's what I'm going to do. Robert Tomick, you get Rox for 5. Teresa, I was about to sell that for 5, but she just bid 6. It popped up in time. And the high bid on Pink Floyd is at $88 with George Sambares. We're about to sell that. Final call. Let's get another LP going before we go any further in this bin. The next LP is Talking Heads, Fear of Music. An original 1979 Winchester, original inner sleeve, super clean, a $35 start. Here's another Record Store Day single from 2019. Game Face, I Owe You, and 2 Gunslingers. That's sealed. It's going to go up for a 5. Well, it's new. It's not sealed, but it's new. $5 start on that. Back to the bin. This has been pretty incredible so far. Wow. David Crosby, If I Could Only Remember My Name. A 71 US Presswell OG white label promo EX 67.99 with the hop sticker, the title hop sticker, and a promo sticker, and it's a white label promo. Wow. Great album, too. If I Could Only Remember My Name. And yes, look at the lineup. Look at all the people who played on here. Neil Young, Graham Nash, most of the Grateful Dead, most of Jefferson Airplane, Greg Raleigh, Joni Mitchell, Robert Hunter. Incredible. And a white label promo. That's a nice copy. I used to have one of these autographed. I regret selling it. I forgot who bought it. Is the person bought it watching? We got good money out of it. It's David Crosby signed albums on the front. I think we got like $675 for it, but I'm sure you couldn't buy. I'm sure you couldn't buy one of those now for that. Ram Jam with Black Betty, EX 17.99. Ram Jam, EX 17.99 with Black Betty. Fever Tree, Another Time, Another Place. This has some writing on the front. It's a sock record, does have some cover writing. VG 9.99. And Jesus Use Me. Little Richard Miller, Born Without Arms and Legs. A 1966 US OG, very scarce. Last copy sold in March of 2022. VG Plus for $77. This is real. This guy doesn't have any arms or legs. Jesus Use Me. A 66 US OG, very scarce country gospel record. VG Plus, $74.99. The last one sold 3 years ago. $74.99 on that. All right, so let's go back to the top and figure out where I left off. Pink Floyd was at 88, and nobody bid on that. I need to go ahead and sell it. So Pink Floyd is sold to George Sambares for $88. That is sold. Thank you, George. Very nice copy there. Okay. Now, flashback, Robert bid 7. Teresa, I haven't heard back from you on that one. Teresa just bid 8. Game face. No bid. That's a $5 buy it now. Game face. The next comment is D-Kong on Ram Jam. MJ Misty Dog, Zombies and Original U.S. Press. Give me 1 second. Next on Ram Jam, Fever Tree sold to Kevin Brown. Michael Butler on David Crosby. Then Scott D. Roche. Then Brian Call. And then Flash is at 8. Flash out. Flash is sold to Teresa for 8. The Zombies, Odyssey, and Oracle is an original 1968 U.S. Santa Maria. Disc is very nice. Super clean. EX. There is some cover wear. I graded the cover VG minus. $145. That was supposed to be the starting bid. I thought it would go up from there, or at least Paul did when he researched it based on comps. It's right now just a $145 buy it now. That is OG. It's the time of the season. Odyssey and Oracle. And then Game Face is a buy it now for $5. Talking Heads, final opportunity on that one. An original 79 U.S. Winchester, $35 start. Very nice copy. Next auction is going up right now. And this is Fleetwood Mac. An original 68 UK mono. The only time pressed in mono. An original 68 UK Fleetwood Mac, Mr. Wonderful. Mono, UK. The only time pressed in mono. Now, if y'all hadn't noticed, we've had some pretty wild auctions in the last couple days, right? We just bought 6,000 records from a local collection, and there's all just really killer, kind of just great collectible records like these we've had tonight. Blues, jazz, rock, soul, and it's going to continue next week on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's going to continue again next week. So that's why we've had an influx lately in just so many great auctions. Here is Fleetwood Mac. Flip back. It's got flip back, a flip back style jacket on the inside. Here's the disc on Blue Horizon, an original mono. And that VG Plus is a conservative grade, a $65 start. All right, let's get back to this bin. Very cool stuff in here. The Insect Trust, Hoboken Saturday Night, a white label promo, 1970 U.S. Presswell original, EX edition, $17.99. Insect Trust, $17.99. The Easy Beats, Gonna Have a Good Time. The Easy Beats is a 1999 U.S. OG compilation, EX edition, $22.99 on the Easy Beats. Born in the USA, Bruce Springsteen, an OG with the original inner sleeve and lyric insert, $22.99 on that. That's Bruce Springsteen. And the Peanut Butter Conspiracy is spreading. Their big hit song is It's a Happening Thing. A psych record, a 67 U.S. Terre Haute original, VG $14.99. VG $14.99. Now, we have, I apologize, I'm new if the Blue Note Double. Bill Keenum, the Blue Note Double album is long gone. You were second to claim it. Over on YouTube, somebody else bought it named Jetstream. They were first to it. And I think since then, you've asked a few questions. It is long gone. Somebody got it well before you did, and it's gone. It is no longer available. Nick Dahmer got Insect Trust. John Kaiser gets the Zombies for $145. The Zombies is sold to John Kaiser for $145. Talking Heads has new bids for $40, now $45. Susie Breedlove on the Easy Beats. Nick Dahmer on the Peanut Butter Conspiracy. Kevin Brown was second. And Fleetwood Mac does not have a bid. Still looking for a $65 start. I'm going to pause right here with Liquid Smoke. A blue psych record, a 1970 U.S. Rockaway original. VG Plus, $37.99. VG Plus, $37.99. Now we need new auctions. 45 auctions, that is. Here's the next two in a New Orleans box. We've only got a few more left, and then they're all gone. I'm just joking. I don't know where the next batch is. I'm seriously going to have to do some hunting, and maybe even tomorrow before Paul goes live. Wow, the gatefold of this record is much different than the front cover. This is going to go up for a $5 start. This is Humans Play. Humans Play and La Compagnie Creole Cesse Bon Pour Le Morale. That's a $5 start, okay? So those are our next auctions there. Next question was, what was the info on the Jesus Use Me? This is called Jesus Use Me, Little Richard Miller, born without arms and legs. A 1966 U.S. original, a very scarce country gospel. The last one sold 3 years ago. We've got this one marked $74.99. One sold 3 years ago for $77. This is a country gospel album. And from what I'm seeing here, this man was born without arms and legs. And on this album, I don't know this for certain, but it sounds like he's playing music on here. I would have to read through this information on the back. It says he plays the guitar and ukulele. And it tells about his history. So, very interesting. So, I don't know, but it's one of those just, it's so bizarre, it's collectible, okay? It's just one of those records, it's so bizarre, it sounds like it's highly collectible. Talking Heads 46, John Gollin on Liquid Smoke. Fleetwood Mac did get a bid for 65. Todd Saw on Spring. Spring. I don't see anything left named Spring. Human Beings 5, or Humans Play 5. Fleetwood Mac 65. So 2 bids on Fleetwood Mac, MT Matt and John Kaiser. This is an original mono, and this is the only time it's been pressed in mono. There is no other mono available, and that's an original 68 UK. And then Talking Heads is Jason Jones is for 46, Final Call. Springsteen, thank you. It took Laura all the way in the back for me to figure that out. Springsteen is so to Todd Saw. Okay, got it. Moving on, we have Coven, always a collectible band. A white label promo, a 71 US original, with a DJ promo sticker on the back, Coven. White label promo, self-titled, $17.99. Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. A 74 US specialty original, EX condition, $37.99. An original with the poster, Queen, Sheer Heart Attack, $37.99. Awesome. She's a killer. Queen. Oh, he wanted Born in the USA. There was 2 Springsteens, my bad. He wants Born in the USA. Okay, that's so to Todd Saw. The River's still available too. Now, George, was you claiming a Springsteen or was you just helping me out? These have bids for 5 and 5. Kevin Brown gets Coven. And then John Kaiser, you tied MT Matt on Fleetwood Mac. So technically you're out. Kevin Brown just got Coven. Classy Lonnie Metal second. How much was Bob Seger? VG condition, $12.99. Teresa first on Queen. Wait a minute. What did I just move? Oh, it's still here. Queen sold to Teresa. Enoch Light presents Spaced Out. What a cool cover. A Space Age Big Band record. EX, $17.99. It's essentially probably... There was a lot of covers back then that tried to take advantage of the space race and just space and sci-fi. It looks like they're covering Beatles stuff. There's Eleanor Rigby, Bond Street, Obla Dibla Da, Get Back, Norwegian Wood. Interesting. Spaced Out. If anything, a cool cover. Fleetwood Mac 67. All right, these 45s are sold. Robert gets Humans for 5. This is sold to Rebecca for $5. Tracy gets Spaced Out, a perfect Tracy Songer record. David Shelton gets Bruce. Todd Saw was second. And Talking Heads is sold. I bet Jason Jones, it's like, please drop the hammer on this. 46 sold to Jason Jones. All right. There's a lot of covers and a spoof type records you'll see. Space Age and Beatles related stuff. A lot of people just covered or put any kind of Beatles type deal, and especially space stuff though, by far. All right, let's put up John Lee Hooker and Betty Davis. Well, actually, we only have one slot. Let's do Betty Davis then. All right, let's see what's going on here. We know what Tracy Songer wants. And Tracy, we've got a bunch. So I think next week I'm going to start doing some late night segments. I'm going to go ahead and let everybody know now so maybe you can know not to sign off too early. So we've bought a lot of collections lately with like unprocessed $6.99 records that I know a lot of y'all will buy. So if y'all notice, we kind of have a threshold of what we can price a record for that makes financial sense to us, which is usually $10. And if it ends up being half off and we sell it for $5, that's okay. The 45s are a little bit different story because I figured out how to do those faster and easier doing them this way. But we have hundreds, if not thousands now, that we hadn't shown in a long time of like clean, nice records that don't need to be marked for 10 that we'll sell for like $6.99 or maybe even $5. But we need to show them kind of late at night, not during this time of the show when we're selling our other expensive stuff. So we really can't sell dollar records here. We can't sell $4 records. We kind of only have to buy and put out minimum $10 records because just financially, time, cost, business expense. So we end up with thousands and thousands of like cheaper records. And we kind of just have to wait for the right time of the night to show them. And Paul showed me some the other day. I mean, some of it's really good rock and even country and adult contemporary like Tracy likes. And we're just going to have to start going through them late at night. So, and bundle them and just getting, it's kind of like Fred Goodwin stuff. Fred had a ton of great records, but they're just not worth $10. If we put $10 on them, it would be like beyond max value. So, we'd have to like sell them in lots or something. So best time to do it's late at night. All right, here's our next auction. We have Betty Davis, Nasty Gal. This is an original 75 US. So if you're looking for budget records, you have to wait a little bit later at night, okay? We try to do we try to sell the better stuff during, between 5 and midnight, okay? When everybody's watching. An original 75 US gold disc pressing, Betty Davis records, always desirable. Original inner sleeve, a strong VG plus. I don't think I've ever had this before. Nasty Gal, a $65 start. All right, and now Fleetwood Mac is sold to John Kaiser for $57. We're going through a crazy crate right now, so don't go anywhere. And putting up new auctions, kind of getting reset at the moment. But, I mean, and some records, like, we do mark for $9.99, but if it's a record that really shouldn't be $9.99, if we put it out for $9.99, we've cleaned it, it's like near mint, and of course we've put it in a sleeve, because we have a lot of predicaments with like John Denver records. I mean, I really think those should be like maybe $6 or $7 if they're really nice. But, kind of for us, we're like, well, these are super clean if John puts them out. But if they don't sell, we'll take an offer later, or they'll end up in a half-off bin for $5, which will be very reasonable, especially since we've already cleaned them, put them in a sleeve, and they're perfect. But we do end up with a lot of VG plus Linda Ronstadt albums, and you're like, well, what do you do with all these? And they should be like $5. So that's what we do with those. We either sell them in bundles, we put them in our sidewalk sales here at the store, or every once in a while, I'll get on a roll late night, about 4 or 5 nights a week. We'll try to sell them off here. $5, $7, $5, $7. All right, here is October This is a New Orleans single. October, Crane and the Grifters. $5. And the Chamber Strings, Make It Through the Summer. $5 start on that. Okay? Not picking on John Denver or Linda Ronstadt, but they're the first couple artists that come into mind. They've got they sold millions of records. They're highly plentiful. People will buy them, but, they're just not a $20 record. Some of them are, but not all of them. All right, we got John Lee Hooker, Endless Boogie. John Lee Hooker, Endless Boogie. This has a not for sale, promotion use only stamp on the front, and it's a white label promo. And I like these words. Super clean. $45 start for John Lee Hooker. Let's keep going through this bin. Nice. Shadows of the Night, the last check condition. A Garage Psych record, a 68 US original. VG Plus, $24.99. Shadows of the Night. VG Plus, $24.99. Real World Problems at ColleCo. It is. We actually have a problem getting rid of cheap records because we end up with so many of them. You buy these huge collections, not everything's a $50 record or even a $20 record. We end up with thousands sometimes of just cheap records, and we never know what to do with them. Or not only cheap, but just stuff people don't want. Wow, one of my favorite compilations. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. The cover does have just some discoloration, but the vinyl's nice. $17.99. CSN, $17.99 on CSNY Greatest Hits, essentially. They really only had they had 2 albums out, and then they put out a Greatest Hits. Isn't that weird? The Ramones, Leave Home. The Ramones is a 2018 Euro reissue, sealed, Rhino 180 gram, $29.99. Here's an update. Betty Davis does not have a bid. We're looking for a $65 start. October 5. Chamber Strings 5. Chamber Strings 5. October 6. John Lee Hooker 45. Chamber 6. Nick Dahmer on Shadows. ST next on Shadow. ST first on CSNY. John Golla next on Shadows. Rebecca first on the Ramones. 7 and 7. Final call. There's only one bid on John Lee Hooker for 45, and Betty Davis is also final call, like I just said. How about the Rolling Stones? This is Bigger Bang, and this is $29.99. There is some seam splitting going on at the top. $29.99, and this is interesting looking. I was about to say, it's got to be King Gizzard. I had no idea, but that's the first thing that came to my mind. What a cool cover. This is all die cut. This is yellow and pink colored vinyl split with yellow splatter. This is King Gizzard Demos from 2010 to 2011. What is this exactly called? Teenage Gizzard. $24.99. The River Details, Bruce Springsteen is in VG condition, $14.99. Also, the John Spencer Blues Explosion, 1994 US original, a limited edition silver picture disc. I've had this before. It's been a while since I've seen one. Wow, look at that. It's a picture disc. Looks like a spaceship. $74.99. These are sold to Teresa for 7 and 7. Only one bid on John Lee Hooker. That's sold to Michael Butler for 45. And Betty Davis is a $65 buy it now. That's called Nasty Gal. $65 buy it now on Betty Davis. Time for some more auctions. I think I got Coltrane. I think I got more Hooker. And he has JS wants John Spencer, then pass. Let's give it to MT Matt then. MT Matt, that's sold to you. Next is, let's see here. We got, let's do Coltrane. And this is a 73 US reissue with company inner sleeve. So a 73 US pressing. EX edition, a $35 start. $35 start. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the gatefold. Mr. John Coltrane. $35 start. Awesome. All right, Kevin Brown on King Gizzard. Laura is right. We're very close, and I think based on what I peeked at, the quality of stuff coming up next, we might sell everything in this bin. First, next, J.J. Cale. I don't know if I've ever seen this one. Travel Log. 1990, that's why. 1990 US and out of print. Yeah, I've never seen this J.J. Cale. Original inner sleeve, $39.99. First time ever seeing that one. Soul Survivors. This is $19.99. This has got a great song on it. Expressway to Your Heart. It's a Soul Psych record, a 68 U.S. original. That's a classic, 1999. Beautiful copy, too. Coltrane's a $35 start. Next is John Lee Hooker, live at Soul Dad Prison. It's got a promo sticker on the front. Another white label promo. This has been the night of promo copies. Wow. Not just promo marks, but this is a white label promo. What an incredible batch of records we've had tonight. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. An incredible night of records. There's some blue blues John Coltrane, and there's a blue blues John Lee Hooker back there. Also a $35 start. All right, next is Phantom Canuck on Soul Survivors. Betty Davis details. Betty Davis is called Nasty Gal. An original 1975 US. That's a gold disc pressing with the original on her sleeve. A strong VG Plus, a $65 start. Let's put up some new singles. They're going to go up right now for $5 starts. I have Jake's Flower Garden, Jake Vegas, Naked Kiss, $5 start. I don't know what's the song or the artist. And then we have the Kaisers, What You Gonna Say, and You Don't Care. The Kaisers, $5 start on that. Oh, Chad, it's got to go down. Hold on a minute. Stretch time. Stretch time. Whew. 1 second. Oh, okay. Needed to glance at my phone right quick, too. Here we go. Next, Love Forever Changes. A 2012 U.S. reissue, $24.99. Heavy record here. The Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits. Awesome. Sealed, $29.99. Sealed, $29.99. And the Jack Rubies, a 1990 U.S. original alternate rock, the Jack Rubies. Is there a band called the Lee Harvey Oswalds? $14.99. And we have the Dead Kennedys already. 1970 U.S. Presswell original, $34.99. A 1970 U.S. Presswell original, The Wake of Poseidon, $34.99. The Kaisers has a bid for $5 with Brian Martin. That's a final call. Next is ST on Love, Forever Changes. Susie Breedlove second. Jeremy Dalton on Foo Fighters. Mystery Machine next on Love. Janie next on Foo Fighters. Jack Ruby sold to Craig Thomas. All right, so here's the deal. Hooker sold to Chris Frazier for $35. John Coltrane is a $35 buy it now if anybody wants Coltrane. And Coltrane was a 73 U.S. reissue with company inner sleeve. Jake's Flower Garden is a buy it now for $5. Kaiser's final call for $5. And Coltrane is a buy it now. It's a 73 U.S. reissue with a company inner sleeve. EX, a $35 start. That is available. And it's no longer available. It's going to George Samberez. Sold for $35. ZZ Top Eliminator, a Columbia Club original 83 Carrollton original. $34.99. Give Me All Your Lovin', Got Me Under Pressure, Sharp Dressed Man, Legs, a smash hit record, $34.99. And Glass Harp. Glass Harp is a 1980 U.S. reissue, Psych Prague, $19.99. The Kaisers is sold for $5 to Brian Martin. And now the board is clear, and we're ready for more. And what is more? 2 new LPs here. The next one, the first one, is Super Blues, Bo Diddley, Muddy Waters, Little Walter, Join Forces. An original 67 US and VG condition, a $25 start, and another John Coltrane, Setting the Pace. And this is a 64 US mono. It's a reissue, a $35 start. Next is Jeremy Dalton on ZZ Top, Michael Butler picking up that J.J. Cale. And this is here. And we have a putback on Jack Ruby's. Not a problem. That's going back in there if anybody does decide you want that. And Taj, as in Taj Mahal, he's only $14.99. And Omar and the Howlers, Hard Times in Atlanta Plenty. I've never seen that one before. 1987, $9.99. Let's try to find a couple other New Orleans singles. I know it's late or getting later, but let me ask you a question. Have you hit the like button on Facebook yet? Have you hit the like button on YouTube yet? Have you hit the like button on anywhere you can see a like button? If you have, thank you. If you haven't, shame. Shame on you for not hitting the like button, because that helps you and it helps me. It helps you see more ColleCo content, especially when we go live, if you subscribed and followed, or just anytime we post a hot picture. If you see a hot picture and you like seeing the hot pictures, anytime you see those hot pictures, make sure you've hit like, because that will show you more ColleCo stuff. That's how the like button works. You know, like on Netflix, it's like, did you like this? If you say yes, it'll show you other stuff like that. Now, if you don't like ColleCo stuff, then you'll see less of it. And I really don't want you to see less of it. I want you to see more of it, okay? So that's why we got to have everybody hit the like button. That helps on Facebook, YouTube, and that way you don't miss anything. Some people's like, I never did see the hot picture. I never did see you post that video. I never did see you make that post. And I'm like, that's because you're not hitting the like button too much. I'm a big like button guy. I even like my own post. That way I can see them. That way they pop up more. That way I don't miss anything if I missed a comment or something. Here's our next auction. Wildfire Willie and the Ramblers, $5 start. And we have Chocolate Watch Band. Wow. A Sunday's reissue. Chocolate Watch Band sitting there standing, $5. Next is William Dragovich on Omar. Was there a dead Kennedy's? There was not a dead Kennedy's. No, we had a Jack Ruby's, and I mentioned the Lee Harvey Oswalds, and then I mentioned the dead Kennedys, because all that is related. Lucifer's Friend, Where the Groupies Kill the Blues. That's a white label promo, a 75 US reissue of Lucifer's Friend, $29.99 on that. Roger Daltrey, the frontman and lead vocalist from The Who, Ride a Rock Horse, a top copy. I like those words. Hop sticker, original on her sleeve, looks like it's brand new. Sterling, mastered by Lee Holko, $24.99. We have White Animals Ecstasy, $14.99 on White Animals Ecstasy. Wow, Asia. A sealed original copy with hop sticker? That's pretty sweet. $24.99. And Black Rose. This is with Cher. Laura already knew. A 1980 US PRC Richmond. Cher's rock album on Casablanca features Les Dudek, who Cher was dating at the time. Pretty cool there. Now, let's pause to sell Coltrane. And as soon as I said that, there's a question. What is the Coltrane? So let me update everything else then. Generators plugged up and rolling. Thank you for the reminder. Generators plugged in already. Wildfire 5, Chocolate 5. Coltrane details. First, Brian Call on White Animals. That was this one. Thank you, Brian. Chocolate 7. Susie on Cher, a.k.a. Black Rose, Chocolate 8. Let's go ahead and make Super Blues a buy it now for just $25. Bo Diddley, Muddy Waters, Little Walter. A VG copy, $25 buy it now. Now, before I could even give the update on John Coltrane, there's 3 new bidders. A 64 US mono reissue. This is a 1964 US mono reissue. There is some cover damage right here, but the vinyl's really nice. Beautiful vinyl. I learned history tonight who Jack Ruby was. Jack Ruby killed Lee Harvey Oswald, the presumed assassin of President Kennedy, 2 days after the assassination in police custody. Pretty bizarre. Tied to the mob. Possibly a CIA informant. 2 days later, killed the guy who evidently killed the president. Very suspicious, right? John Coltrane's at $40. Tom Colino got Super Blues for $25. Also, have y'all heard the story about that guy going, when Jack Ruby was in prison, a guy went and visited him that also had ties to the CIA, and then like that next day or pretty soon after that, he got sick and died. Wow. Phil Freeman on Betty Davis for $55. I'll take that offer. This is sold to Phil Freeman for $55. Now we've went down this JFK rabbit hole, and I may never recover. We may never recover. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. So John Coltrane all of a sudden just took off. We was at 35, and then 38, then 40. The high bid's George Samberez at 44. And then we have Wildfire Willie and the Ramblers. I think this only had one bid for $5 to Robert Warner. That's sold. And then the Chocolate Watch Band. The last bid on this was Robert Warner at 8. And he went out after John Gollin bid 9. And now that's sold to John Gollin for 9. And now I'm going to take this stack of SO 45s in here before they spill over because I'm about to change crates. Before I change crates, Laura really wants us to buy, excuse me, she wants you to buy. I've already bought them. They already belong to me, but she wants you to buy them from me, everything left in here, so we can have a Laura crate clean out. Wow. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to read through these one more time, and I'm challenging you. This is a challenge to buy everything that's left in here. Our next auction is going up right now. This is an OG Scranton Beatles Magical Mystery Tour. It is a stereo press. It's a gatefold. It is a stereo pressing. That's not the correct inner sleeve. That's the inner sleeve for Sgt. Pepper's. It is a Scranton. Here's the book, which is bizarrely not really attached. It's like completely out. It's got a correct jacket, though, for an OG Scranton. John had priced it. I need more auctions. I'm going to start it for $1. $1. A VG OG stereo copy. $1 start. Coltrane has a new bid. We have Regina, somebody bought King Gizzard before you did. Next thing, Laura crate buyout with a sticker. Are you saying you'll buy everything in here if you get a free custom Laura sticker? I bet we can make that arrangement. I'll have Laura draw you a very nice picture of your request, and we'll just go ahead and say everything in here is sold to George Samberez. While he's thinking about that, we're going to go ahead and put up another 45 auction. That's a pretty good offer. I'll buy everything if I get a free Laura sticker. Laura, have your ink pen ready. Here's our next auctions. We have Phil Trigwell and the Thunderjets. Phil Trigwell and the Thunderjets. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Maybe that's not what George meant, but that's the way I read it. If not, I'm about to start reading through these. Next is The Dig. And this is The Dig, Mr. Nobody, and Send It Through the Post. And that's going to go up for, the sleeve has some damage. It's got some chipping. Oh, okay. My bad. My bad. I was thinking George was just go. I thought George was going to take me up and just say, "Go ahead and ring me up. I'll take them all." All right. We'll see what happens. Let's keep going through these. First thing we have is King Crimson, which should have already sold. Starless and Bible Black, EX condition, $32.99. A 74 US Presswell original, EX condition, $32.99 on some classic prog there. The London Bo Diddley Sessions, a 73 German original, Belaphon EX, $22.99. The Doobie Brothers, what were once vices are now habits, EX, $17.99. So right off the bat, Brian Call got King Crimson. That's a big thank you. And now we're relieved. We was worried about the state of the universe. Still got a nice German Bo Diddley there and an OG Doobie Brothers with some classic music. Now, who was the last bid on Coltrane? The last bid on Coltrane was David Hoy at 46. Rick Barrand, it goes back to you. Now, I want to let y'all know, I was about to start Magical Mystery Tour for $25. And I've started at $1 and we're only at $6, and I'm highly concerned because I was thinking it would have already took off much faster because I was about to start it at 25, but we're already at just 6. Phil Trigwell is currently higher than Magical Mystery Tour. Nothing gets Phil Trigwell, but I'm just trying to make the correlation there. And then who was the other bidder on Coltrane? I think it was Rick Barrand. I got to make sure. No, George is out, so it's David Hoy's at 46, okay? And then the Dig has a bid for 5. And then Michael Butler got the Doobie Brothers and Leslie Holt on Bo Diddley. All right, now I like the way this is going. We're on a great pace. We're 3 for 3. The Music Machine, classic. This is an unofficial. It appears unofficial. We think it's unofficial. It's VG condition, $14.99. The Beatles Magical Mystery Tour is only at $6 of Richie Lander. I'm about to sell it. And then I'm never going to put up another Beatles record for $1 start ever again. Leslie has it for $9. Phil Trigwell's at $7. Teresa's about to get both auctions. Jesus Use Me. Now, this may be the hardest sell of the entire bin. It's going to be tough. This is so bizarre. This is going to be the record that may breaks us. Richard Miller, Born Without Arms and Legs. A very scarce 66 U.S. original gospel country album. VG Plus, $34.99. The Beatles 10, the Beatles 11, the Beatles 11, the Beatles 11, the Beatles 13, the Beatles 10, the Beatles 12, the Beatles 13, the Beatles 12. I'm liking the way this is going now. The Rolling Stones, Bigger Bang, $29.99. A half-speed master. There is a sing split, $29.99. So we got the Music Machine. We still got the Stones. I had to mute my mic to sneeze. We have John Coltrane is sold to David Hoy. And this is sold to David Hoy for $46. That is gone. That is sold. Phil Trigwell is sold for $7 to Teresa. She also got the Dig for $5. The Beatles is now at $19. Y'all are almost at the starting bid of $25. You're getting there. How much was the Music Machine? $14.99. And this is $74.99. $74.99. Jesus Use Me. Next is Bruce Springsteen, The River. VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. Another King Crimson. A 70 U.S. Presswell original, $34.99. The Wake of Poseidon. A beautiful copy. No condition notes. Rebecca wants the Music Machine. We're chipping away. That's so to Rebecca Howitt. Leslie, you got the Bo Diddley. Glass Harp. I think somebody asked the price earlier and I never did answer. So if you asked and I didn't answer, here's your chance. It's a Psych Prog album. It's an 80 reissue, $19.99. Brian helping us out with the King Crimsons. That's so to Brian Call, King Crimson. The Beatles is a final call for $22 to Leslie Holt. $22. She has it. Final call. Next, going up for a $1 starting bid again. Huey Lewis and the News Sports. Original under sleeve. No condition notes. An 80s classic, $1 start on Huey Lewis. The Jack Rubies, See the Money in My Smile, 1990 US OG alternate rock. Now, I think there is another Jack Rubies that's classified as punk. I don't know if that's the same. That one has been billed alternate rock, but I know for sure we've had some 45s, and they were definitely, quote, punk. Huey has a bid for 5. Teresa wants the Jack Rubies. No more Jack. Next 2 records. Taj Mahal, Clean, Nice Taj by Taj Mahal, $14.99. And these usually get grabbed. Lucifer's Friend. It has a promo sticker, $29.99. It's a white label promo on Passport where the groupies killed the blues. $29.99. My crate has gotten really full, so let me go ahead and swap out over here. That's our 4th full pack crate tonight of pretty much nothing but vintage OG records. That's pretty amazing. That's a lot. And let's try to fill up another one. All right. Next is Huey Lewis, 4, 5, 9, 10, 12. The Beatles got new bids, 23, then 24. Now the Beatles is at 24 with Patrick Fu. Now Huey Lewis is at 5, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Rebecca Howard on Lucifer's Friend. Jesus Save Me. It's still available, $74.99. Technically, Jesus Use Me. Richard Miller, $74.99. It's still available. If we sell that, I have a feeling we might can move the rest of the bin. Roger Daltrey, Ride a Rock Horse, a top copy, $24.99. And wow, sealed OG Asia with hop sticker, just $24.99. Sealed, original, not a new reissue. That's how it sat in the store rack. And now it can sit on your turntable as soon as you open it. That'd be a cool one to open. Brand spanking new. Rebecca Howard Takes It. Mike Torres was 2nd. David Suddy was 3rd. Huey Lewis is at $16 with Jeremy Dalton. The last bid on the Beatles is now a final call. Tim Colino, you're out. Leslie Holt, you're out. Patrick Fu has the Beatles for $24. Jetstream got Taj Mahal. Leslie says she's out on the Beatles. Cyclone next on Taj Mahal. Moses says he'll take it. Awesome. Now, folks, we're on the home stretch. We're about to round 3rd. We have 4 records left. Not only are we going to have an air horn, but you're going to make Laura very happy. Michael Rudolph on Daltrey. We have 3 records left. Let's go back and look at them one more time. The Rolling Stones, Bigger Bang. A half-speed master, 180 gram. The top seam does have some splits, $29.99. Michael Butler on glass harp. Now 2 records remain. We also got Bruce, VG, $14.99. This has both original inner sleeves and the insert. Susie on the Rolling Stones. Then Mike Torres. That just leaves the boss. That's it. Who's going to get it? She says she has a custom sticker to whoever cleans out the last of the crate. The pressure's on. I'm just waiting. I'm not going anywhere. It's just a wait at this point. Scott O'Man. There we go. See how easy that was? I mean, look at him. He's like, are you seriously not going to buy me right now? Look at all the Bruce comments. Scott does it. Boom. All right. Now we don't have enough. We could have sold 12 copies of the river right then. All right, so let's go ahead and wrap this up. Y'all almost made it to the start. I was going to start this at 25. And I think at a $1 start, we made it all the way to 24 with Patrick Fu. And that was it. $24. That's sold. Okay. I should have just left it in the bin. John had it marked for more than that. John had it marked for more than that. I thought it was going to bring a lot more. Where's Huey Lewis? Huey Lewis, HL. It was a final call for $16 to Jeremy Dalton, I believe. Yep, Jeremy Dalton had this about 3 minutes ago for $16. The other bidder set out $16. All right. Now that just means one thing. We have to blow an air horn. And we have more new arrival crates coming, so don't go anywhere. I am pretty low on auctions as far as LPs, but I have plenty of other stuff to show you. And I think I'm just going to keep pulling records out and putting them up for $1 starts. I think I'm just going to keep doing that. I'm just going to keep pulling records out of crates and putting up from 1 and 5 and 10. I don't know if I'm going to do them all for $1, but how did this not sell the other night? You know? I mean, here we go. We got an Alice Cooper, an OG copy of Goes to Hell, original on her sleeve, beautiful vinyl, just a beautiful copy. Nobody bought it the other night. So let's sell it right now. Alice Cooper Goes to Hell, a $15 start. Alice Cooper Goes to Hell, $15 start. That's now up for bid. This crate is completely empty. We need a air horn. I'm putting on my headphones right now for ear protection. And Moses is the real winner. Moses bought the tough record in there. I mean, that was a big step up by Moses. Moses bought a Jesus record. How ironic is that? Let's go ahead and blow the air horn. Appreciate everybody. We've turned out a fantastic night tonight. Here we go. Get ready to see you're about to see a visualization of sound right now. This thing's so loud, it literally disrupts the visual medium of air, space, and time. Watch this. All right. Moses parted the crate. Huey Lewis is at, it's sold to Jeremy Dalton for $16. Alice Cooper has bids for $15 and $15. Brian opened it at $15. Jason bid $15. We're tied. And we're ready for another new crate. Let's grab another one. Let's see what we got in here. All right, this is a pretty cool looking crate here. John's got us another knockdown, drag out. Man. Wow. Sorry, I'm looking through these. I'm trying to find maybe some auctions. I'm trying to figure out what he's done here with this Allman Brothers. Is that, yeah, that's the one I seen back there last night. Okay. I mean, I could pull 20 records out of here, but the problem is I don't have the information on them. You know, there's 20 records in here, but I could probably auction. That's how good of a crate it is. But just most of them though is this is a good crate. That's all I have to say. I have nothing else to say besides that. Let's see what's going on here. 1 second, please. Here we go. So, Alice Cooper 15. Alice Cooper 16, 18, 20. Alice Cooper 22. And here we go. Blue Oyster Cult, Fire of an Unknown Origin. Burning for You is on here. Nice, clean copy. Beautiful. $24.99 for the Blue Oyster Cult. $24.99. BB King, live in Cook County Jail. $29.99. BB King. Very nice copy. Live at Cook County Jail. BOC, Soda Rebecca. Alice Cooper, Final Call to Classy Lonnie Medal for $22. Next auction. The Rolling Stones, Emotional Rescue, with poster, OG, nice. It has a poster with it. No condition notes. Super clean. $15 start on the Rolling Stones, Emotional Rescue. Old Blue Eyes is back. Frank Sinatra, $14.99 for Frank. Another nice clean record. Frank. Todd Rundgren, acapella, gold stamp promo. Everything in here is EX Plus or better. Superb so far. $19.99. Next auction. 45s coming at you. Let's pull one out. Let's pull two out. This one's like disintegrating. Let me toss this sleeve. This one needs to be... All these New Orleans singles need to be cleaned, by the way. The Haunted, numbered on the back, 71, $5 start. And the Bebops, Gonna Find Me a Baby, $5 start. Next is Rolling Stones 15, now 20. Romelu on Frank Sinatra. Randy Bachman, Survivor. Randy Bachman, Survivor. Nice, clean, $19.99. Zappa, a 1984 promo, $39.99. Thingfish, Them or Us. At first, I thought it was a single, but there's 6 tracks on here. Never seen that before. $39.99. Alex Corner's All-Stars Blues Incorporated. $19.99. Alex Corner's All-Stars Blues Incorporated. Don Nix, Living by the Days. Don Nix is $24.99. All right, so here's what's going on. Alice Cooper is sold for $22, the Classy Lonnie Medal. That was Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. Haunted 5, Haunted 5, Bebops 5, Stones 26, Stones 30. And Neil Sean, Late Night, Gold Stamp Promo. Neil Sean, $19.99. The Allman Brothers, this is the one I just looked at. It is on the regular Capricorn label, but it's superb. Really nice copy. $49.99 on that. The Stones is at 30, now 38. Our next auction is the best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Very cool record here, a $10 start. It has an original inner sleeve with it. Beautiful vinyl. The best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Custom original inner sleeve. Very nice. $10 start on that. George Samberez on Neil Sean. Eden Riviera second. The Haunt is now at 7. Ikettes, $19.99. Never seen this before. The Ikettes, old and new, $19.99 on that. Beautiful Allman Brothers there. James and Bobby Purify, $29.99. Bell Records, no condition notes, clean. Savoy Brown, Line Share. Savoy Brown, Savoy Brown Lion Share has a gimmick flip open cover with the original inner sleeve. $19.99 on that. The Stones is at $45, and that's with Shane Devers. David Shelton, Emerson, Lake and Palmer is a $10 start. The Bebops is sold to Teresa for $5. We have Love Transfusion Rockets with a hood ornament cover that looks like a rocket. Rockets, Love Transfusion. Rockets is the name of the group, $24.99. Satin Chickens Rhinoceros. Satin Chickens is $29.99. Red Electra Nice. Final call to get a bid on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Haunted has now hit 10 with Robert. Teresa, you're out. And Roxy Music. Excuse the nudity there. Country Life, the 4th Roxy Music album, $34.99 on Roxy Music. That is a very nice copy. Atco, very clean disc, just saying. And the original inner sleeve. Greg Allman, one of his studio albums here, Laid Back. Very nice. That has his cover of These Days on it. And his version of Midnight Rider. $29.99. The Eric Burden Band, Stop. What a bizarre cover here. We bought a collection one time where Eric Burden had signed a bunch of albums for somebody, Dale's Pittsburgh collection. And this one here, when he wouldn't sign it, he drew an X and he said they didn't pay me for this or something like that. I sold it to somebody, but evidently he didn't get paid for this album. I don't know exactly what he wrote, but I remember him writing an X and he wrote something like, they didn't pay me for this. I don't know if y'all remember that. Janie Green on Roxy Music. Janie Green on Roxy Music, that's sold. And then the Rolling Stones is sold. Beautiful copy with poster to Shane Devers for $45. Emerson, Lake and Palmer's a no bid. The best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, just a $10 buy it now on that. Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. The Haunted is sold to Teresa for $11. This is now a $10 buy it now. Beautiful copy. Looks like we need new auctions. Here's our next one. It's a Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request, an original, VG condition, a $25 start. The vinyl is VG. It's an original stereo press. That's the original inner sleeve. Lenticular cover, a $25 start. Next is Romelu on EM. And EM was maybe for Emerson. Emerson, Lake and Palmer for $10. $25 start on the Stones. The Free Willin' Bob Dylan. $34.99. 70s pressing. No condition notes. Terre Haute. Very nice. Shades of Deep Purple. A French pressing. $34.99. In mono, stereo. What's it in? It says stereo and mono. Stereo, $34.99. Wow, this has been a very exciting crate so far again. Let's see what else we can come over here for 45 department to auction. Let's see what this is and this is. Rarities Invades. Rarities Invades the USA, $5 start. And the Englishman, Little Red Riding Hood, and Gypsy Lady on X-Bat label, $5 start. The Paramount Years Sinatra, $14.99, the Paramount Years. The Allman Brothers Band Debut, $34.99. So far, they're still available. There's about 5 records in here I thought I was going to pull out an auction. Allman Brothers was one. Deep Purple was one. The other couple, Allman Brothers again. Like, those would have been records normally I would have probably pulled out, handed to Laura, and be like, go ahead and give me the notes on these, and I'll do the research on them. they're still available for sale for sticker price, is what I'm trying to say. Blue Oyster Cult Secret Treaties. BOC is $19.99. Secret Treaties. And BB King, 6 silver strings. A gold stamp promo, $19.99. Radis has a bid for 5. Next is Romelu on Sinatra. Janet on Allman Brothers. Now, Janet, do you want self-titled or do you want Fillmore? Gregory was next. He's interested in knowing the condition if you don't get them. Rebecca Howard on BOC. And now, Red. Right. Teresa has this one for 5 and maybe that one. And by the way, the Rolling Stones just has one bid for $25. I started this one about half of what we had as sticker, just saying. And it only has one bid. That's a lenticular OG stereo. This is the Englishman, Gypsy Lady, and Little Red Riding Hood. Randy Newman. Oh, Red Riding, sorry. Randy Newman's $19.99. Little Criminals, Randy Newman. Janet does want the self-titled album. Very nice copy. Everything in here should be EX or better. Otis Redding, a Sunday's pressing, $49.99 in mono. Otis Redding, Dictionary of Soul, complete and unbelievable. Mono Sundays, $49.99. Queen, A Day at the Races, $34.99. Queen, A Day at the Races. Another nice Queen record in the bin tonight. $34.99. Let's get another LP up for auction. And the next LP up for auction is Angel. Sinful. Angel's going to go up for a $10 start. Craig's in on XBAT at 7. Teresa, you've been outbid. Angel is on Casablanca. Extremely nice. $10 start. It does have a clip corner. It's now up for bid. Janie on Queen. I think Robert Vladicek was second. Teresa gets Radis for 5. And the Rolling Stones is gone for just $25 to Thomas Reed. Robert, I figured your A was for A Day at the Races. But either way, you were second on that one. Teresa, you've been outbid on XBAT or Little Red Riding Hood. BB King, Take It Home. Very cool. $34.99. BB King, Take It Home. Angel has a bid for 11. The Who, who's next? We were looking at this last night, a 2008 pressing. How about an OG Decca pressing here? OG original. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover has a little bit of wear, VG Plus. A classic album, $32.99. Now Teresa's back in at 8. Our next LP is going to go up for auction right now. And it is going to be whatever this is right here. Loretta Nervous Eaters. I think it's the Nervous Eaters, yeah. Nervous Eaters, Loretta. $5 start. George Samberez on The Who. Adam Bernardi was second. Okay. We also have Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards. Very nice here. Very nice. $19.99. Susie third on The Who. And The Doors, live at the Hollywood Bowl. $29.99. The Doors, live at the Hollywood Bowl. Angel is at 11 with David Shelton. That's a final call. X-Bats at 15. Nervous Eaters is at 5. We also have Frank Sinatra, Cycles. Sinatra is a 68 Pittman press, $24.99. Beautiful. $24.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan in Double Trouble. Couldn't Stand the Weather, 12-inch promo. Wow. I think I auctioned the last one we had of those. $24.99 for Mr. SRV. 12-inch promo on that one. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is Huey Lewis and the News 4. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Has the original on her sleeve. Huey Lewis and the News 4. Nice. $10 start. Stevie Ray Vaughan sold to Alex Kane. Angel has a new bid for 13. We're not done on Angel. Little Red, a.k.a. X-Bat, has a new bid. Nervous is now at 8. And Craig says, let's look at the Nervous Eaters closely. Okay. This is the Nervous Eaters Loretta. It's on the Penny Man label. And he's saying we might need to do a deeper dive into this one. All right, I'll dive in with you. I see 2,000 right here. So that tells me it's a reissue right off the bat. Nervous Eaters. Loretta. So the 1976 original can get pricey. The other pressing can get really pricey. This is one of the 2000 Spain pressings. Probably that one. But I see what you're saying. It looks like this can get to be a pretty pricey record. Not super expensive, but pretty desirable. That is a punk record that originally came out in 1976. So it's a garage rock punk record that originally came out in 76. This is a 2000 Spain reissue. Angel 10, Angel 13. Huey Lewis was a $10 start. So all of a sudden, wait, what happened here on Angel? Angel had a $10 bid, $11 bid with David Shelton. And then, at the last second, Classy Lonnie Metal bid 13. And then we had another bid for 10, and then another bid for 13. So, David, you're out. Dr. Zebo, you're out. Classy has it for 13. Nervous is now at 9. X-Bat over here is with Teresa at 17. Craig, it's back to you. Craig says he's out. This is sold to Teresa for $17. Okay? And Huey Lewis is a $10 start. No bid on that yet. Back to the bin. Great new vintage stuff here. Todd Rundgren's Utopia for $19.99. And by the way, there is another John crate coming up right after this one. Naz 2 in shrink wrap. We've sold a lot of Naz tonight. We've sold Naz, and this is Naz 2 on the correct label in shrink wrap, $34.99. Wow. Johnny Winter, Birds Can't Row Boats, $19.99. Angel has a new bid for 14. Nervous is now at 10. Zappa, Zoot Allures. Zappa is $39.99. Zoot Allures. Let's grab another auction. And this next auction, I don't know. I've got to find something. Give me a second. Let's right here in this stack. Here we go. Right out, boom, pulled something. Here we go. The Missing Links. Wild About You. The Missing Links. Wild About You. $5 start. Naz 3. Thank you. Yes. We had Naz, which is Naz 2, and this is Naz 3. So we've had the Naz trifecta tonight. Of course, that's Todd Rundgren's original band. Huey Lewis does have a bid for 10. Angels at 16. Uriah Heep Firefly, $19.99. Also, somebody else asked, Pete Maselli. Pete, sorry, I read that in my head and I didn't answer you. Uriah Heep Demons and Wizards is an original OG. It has the gatefold cover. What is going on here? Why is it held together by tape? It's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to have a flap, and somebody has temporarily taped it. But it's not supposed to be like that. But you can fix that. Just cut open the tape. That's very bizarre, though, how they've done that. It's supposed to have like a flip. So you open it, and then this is supposed to flip open. But someone has taped it, so you can't do that. I don't know why. But it's supposed to be basically like a book. No big deal, but just saying. So back-to-back Uriah Heeps there, if you count that one. Huey Lewis, Angel, Missing. And then Angel, Missing, Angel. Okay. Back wow, Pink Floyd, a 75 Jacksonville press, $64.99. No condition notes on the vinyl. There's no extras, just the disc. But it's really nice condition. ColleCo Taylor is $24.99. And, is this John Mayall? Yeah, John Mayall, a hardcore package, $26.99. I'm going to mute my mic. I'm desperately needing some water. Let me grab some of this right quick. I didn't grab some of it. I went ahead and grabbed all of it. Water is gone. That was very good. Angel 17 missing 17. Angel 18 missing 18. All right, so let's go ahead and sell Huey Lewis for 10 to Jeremy Dalton. That's sold to him for $10. Okay. Let me turn it around so they know. Missing links is at 8. What about Nervous Eaters? William and out. Teresa gets that for $10. Jetstream on Sinatra. Sinatra is a 68 Pittman. FS 1027. Superb vinyl. There's Tiny Tim. There's George Harrison. $24.99. Demons and Wizards and condition of the vinyl. The price is $19.99. The vinyl is EX Plus or better. The McCoys Human Ball. $36.99 for the McCoys. Rick Zeringer. You may know him as Rick Derringer. Zeringer. Jetstream says he'll take Sinatra. Next is The Nice with Keith Emerson. $34.99. It's got a bizarre title. These next two are pretty good records. First, we sold an EX copy earlier. This one also has the nudie poster, original on her sleeve, Queen Jazz, a beautiful copy, $44.99. Wow, another Queen record. Nice. $44.99. Sorry, I need to clean my fingers off. Bottle of water had condensation on it. Teresa got Queen. That was fast. The Best of the Doors, a 2 LP, $64.99. Probably one of the more desirable Doors compilations. There's Jim Morrison. Val Kilmer, $64.99. HSAS Through the Fire, $24.99. Nice copy. And Sean and Hammer, $24.99. The Missing Links is at 11. Angel is at 19 with Jackie Reynolds. And this is a final call to Jackie Reynolds for $19. We're about to sell it. Okay. About time for Chad to go get a V8 and or I had my purple juice over here earlier, but I need more ice. I'm going to take it up there with me. I just hope the ice machine made more ice since I've been back here. Now, here's kind of the agenda for the rest of the night. I'm about to go through another new arrivals bin. Hopefully, we knock out some discount crates. We'll see what time that takes us. We'll see how well participation is. We'll see how much more I can show and tell, and how much more we can sell. Show, tell, and sell. I do have more new arrivals coming right after I read through all these again. Pete Maselli does want the Uriah Heep Demons and Wizards. Nice pickup there. Missing Links is sold to Teresa for $12. Jackie got Angel for $19. And we're ready for all new auctions, including 45s and albums. Yeah, I got to go check on the ice machine. I'm about to. Let me go ahead and put up some new auctions, and then I'm going to step up front because I do need an energy reboost. I do need an energy. If we're going to be live for at least another hour, if not two, I'm going to need some energy boost. So let me grab some 45s here. Wow, this is pretty cool. And let's grab this first, though. I'm more familiar with what this isn't, which it's a New Orleans single. And then let's grab this back here and see what we got. All right. We have Dawn and the Galaxies, $5 start, Sundown and Avalanche. I would normally discard this sleeve because it's kind of dingy, but it still has the sticker on it, so I'm going to leave it in there. This is called the Bedlam 4, 60s punk sock from Minnesota. No One Left to Love. What we may do is I may can go through the other new arrivals crate. I might can get into one or two of those boxes I was talking about earlier of kind of unprocessed, some like discount budget records. If y'all want to do that later tonight at the tail end of the show. If you need a price on anything in here, let me know. We have BB King. We have Todd Rundgren, Randy Botman, Zappa, Alex Corner, Don Nix, the Ikettes, James and Bobby, Savoy Brown, Rockets, Satin Chickens by Rhinoceros, Beautiful Greg Allman, Eric Burden, Bob Dylan, Deep Purple, BB King, Allman Brothers, Randy Newman, Otis Redding, BB King, The Doors, Todd Rundgren, Johnny Winter, Frank Zappa, Naz, Uriah Heep, Dark Side of the Moon, Coco Taylor, John Mayall, the McCoys, the Doors, the Nice, HSAS, Hager, Sean, Harrison, Shreve, and then there's Sean and Hammer. Alex Kane gets Shades of Deep Purple. I was about to say, if this doesn't sell, I'm going to pull it out, give it to the auction department, which is Paul and Laura. They're going to clean this, re-tag it, and it's probably going to sell for a lot more than $35. But right now, Alex gets it for $35. The singles are Dawn and the Galaxies, Sundown and Avalanche, and the Bedlam 4, No One Left to Love. Okay? Let me go up front, and I'm going to bring up a new crate. Let me go get some ice if it's up there. If I don't have ice, I'll just grab a V8. I'm good with either one. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. How about this? Everybody let me know where you're watching from. When I come back, I'm going to bring up a new crate, and let's do that, okay? Let me know where you're watching from. All over the world, hopefully. I'll be right back. We'll resume for part 2. All right, let's see what happened here. So when I left off, we had Bedlam 5, Bedlam 5, Bedlam 7, Bedlam 8, Bedlam 5. Michael Butler got the Alex corner. That was sold to Michael Butler. Bedlam 8, Bedlam 10. All right, and then we got viewers in California, Times Square, New York City. Wow, that's a big jump across the map. Pennsylvania, Omaha, Nebraska. We have Denver, Colorado, Puerto Rico with Edwin Riviera, Pennsylvania, Alabama, New York City, another New York City, Bedlam 7, West Tennessee. My map got, hold on a minute, y'all can't see my finger. Let's see, West Tennessee. We'll say West Tennessee is right here, okay? There we go, West Tennessee. Then we got Colorado, California, Washington, Florida, Indiana, Tennessee, Frankfurt, Germany. That's like over here. North Carolina, Truman Lake. You threw me a curveball there. Arizona, Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, California, Maryland, Cleveland, Ohio. My map still got my thing. I don't know where y'all can see my hand at. I'm trying to point to the map here. So New Hampshire, that's up here. If Tennessee's here, New Hampshire is kind of like up there. All right, so those are high bids now. Bedlam at 22. That's between Teresa and Tracy. And what about old Don here? Don and the Galaxies. I think Don and the Galaxies just got that one bid from Robert, and it sold for $5. Okay? There we have it. Jason's right here in Lebanon. That's right here. And then we got Wisconsin. That's up there. I'm pretty good at my geography. Some people tell locations like for movies and just for the fun, and I don't know where they'll be like, I'm in such and such. And I'm like, I don't know where that is. I've never heard of that. They're like, well, must have never seen The Breakfast Club or something. And I was like, well, no, I haven't. All right, let's bring over another new crate. Is that one still on the table? It's not, because we're about to bring over another new one. Let me peek at it right quick. Let me see what kind of crate we have here. And John's marked for us. Nice. Lots of great classic stuff in here. Let's go ahead and go through it. And then I think we're ready for, I don't know what else. A lot. Boy, that's a cool pressing of that. I might have to take a look at that myself. Would you look at it? Would you just look at it? Take a look at this. Just look at it. All right, we have Wisconsin, the doors. Bedlam, Bedlam. Janie wants the doors. I'm assuming you want that greatest hits record, Janie. This right here, awesome. If that's what you wanted, that's sold to you. All right, and then I promised some more auctions over here, so let's see what we can do. Let me also turn these around. Here we go. Here's a sealed record that I had marked for what? Okay, I'm going to cut the price on this and put it up for a $20 start. This is a new sealed copy of the Suite. Oddsnitz Blitz. That's Suite live in Denmark, as in Ballroom Blitz and as in Fox on the Run. That band, classic Suite. 2 LP orange vinyl, a $20 start. If you haven't seen Breakfast, Blazing Saddles. I have never watched Breakfast Club. I have never watched Blazing Saddles. No. Now, I know the music of Breakfast Club forwards and backwards, especially Simple Minds. Okay? Here we go. New arrivals priced as marked. A period of transition in shrink wrap, Van Morrison, $34.99. Van Morrison, a period of transition. Nat King Cole, Ramblin' Rose, in shrink wrap, $9.99. Also, Brian Ferry, the Bride Strip Bear. Brian Ferry is $24.99. Bedlam, $29. Bedlam, $34. The Suite is a $25 start. Bill Nelson's Red Noise, $19.99 for Bill Nelson. Aretha Franklin, Who? Zoomin' Who? Aretha Franklin, $19.99. Melanie at Carnegie Hall, in shrink wrap, $19.99. Eddie Money, Playing for Keeps. Eddie Money, $14.99. And the Moody Blues Octave, $14.99. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, never seen it. I know the premise, but that's about it. Is that a movie? Wait, don't start playing mind games with me, okay? I'm going to take a drink of this drink that I just went up and put ice in before it spills over everywhere. Okay, let me mute my mic because it's about to spill everywhere. All right. Bedlam 37. Susie Breelove on Eddie Money. George Samberes second. Sweet 25. That's at $25. Going once, going twice. Bedlam is at 37. That goes back to Teresa. Also, we have Dave Clark 5 and Shrink Wrap. More Greatest Hits. $9.99. Very clean copy. 16 Candles. Never seen it. Quicksilver coming through. Quicksilver is $19.99. Quicksilver coming through. $19.99. Gatefold. Grape Jam, as in Moby Grape. $29.99. Grape Jam, a Columbia 2i label. $29.99 for Grape Jam. Champagne Jam, Atlanta Rhythm section. $9.99. Yeah, we have a lot of new people here that don't realize probably two things. One, I've hardly seen very little movies. And two, probably, I think you're dealing with, you don't realize how young I am. So a lot of people hop on, they're like, wow, you've never seen that? And I'm like, well, that movie came out 15 years before I was born. So, yeah. It came out, y'all are talking about stuff that came out 20 years before I was born. The Rolling Stones, The Aftermath. Gregory knows. He's like, Chad's a little bit too young for some of these movies. But based on my job as a collectibles dealer and nostalgia supplier, I have to be aware. It's like I can tell you actors and movies and soundtracks and years and premises, but I just haven't had time to watch them. So, I mean, I have to know about this stuff. I have to know about movies. I have to know about music and all this stuff. I have to. Otherwise, this show could get pretty off the wall because I wouldn't know what I was talking about. So most of this stuff, like I've never seen before. Most of this music I've listened to, and I'm very much familiar with it. But movies, we are talking about stuff that is well before my time. But if I have had a chance to watch it, I've tried. But I've also stayed pretty busy right here, as you can see. Ian Gillan and Roger Glover, $24.99. And Wilmer and the Dukes. This is a 1969 pressing. Wow, Wilmer and the Dukes, that's a pretty odd one to have in there. $39.99 on that. And the Beach Boys, Surfing Safari, a 62 mono, $39.99. The Beach Boys, Surfing Safari, that's a beautiful mono copy. $39.99. So let's go ahead and sell the suite for $25 to Alex Kane. I have one more copy. We had those marked for $40. I've got one more if anybody else wants one for $25. Wow. Big discount on that if you want it for $25, just saying. Bedlam was at $39. Bedlam's at $41. I've never seen Kiss Meets the Phantom. I've never seen Tommy. I have watched Hard Day's Night by the Beatles. Yes, I've seen that. All right. And then the Rolling Stones is Susie. No, that's too early for that song again. And Bedlam 43. Next is the Dickie Betts Band. This is Pattern Disruptive. $26.99. $26.99. Also, we have Arthur Conley, Sweet Soul Music. Wow, that's pretty cool. $39.99. Arthur Conley, Sweet Soul Music. $39.99. That's a very clean copy of that. Let's sell another copy of that sweet record. Just $25 to Ed and Riviera. Now Bedlam's at $46. Let's go back to the top. We have Chain Lightning and Don McLean. $9.99. Apocalypse Now. Nope. Francis Ford Coppola. Robert Duvall. Marlon Brando. I can tell you all about it. I can tell you what happens, the scenes, the horror. but I've never seen it. Leftover wine, Melanie. I can tell you everything about Apocalypse Now, but I can't tell you that I've seen it. Melanie, leftover wine, $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, a white label promo, $24.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $24.99. A white label promo. Changes, a David Bowie compilation, awesome. $34.99. Changes, but that's a compilation with Ziggy Stardust and Rebel Yebel, Rebel, and Young Americans and Golden Years. $34.99. And the Moody Blues 7th Sojourn. This is $14.99. The Moody Blues 7th Sojourn. Very clean copy of that. $14.99. The Bedlam. Tracy has it for $46. We have Teresa's out. We have Van Morrison Wavelength, $34.99. $34.99. Van Morrison Wavelength. And Aerosmith, Draw the Line. Very nice here. $24.99 on Aerosmith, Draw the Line. We have Janie Green on DB. That is sold to Janie Green, the David Bowie. Now Bedlam's at $48. And never seen Animal House. Nope. John Belushi. I can tell you a lot about it. Probably can pinpoint the year, but nope. Next New Orleans single is the Ton Up Rockers. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Ton Up Rockers, Rockers Mood. That's a $5 start. Next auction here is going to go up right now. And the next auction is going to be this. I'm still looking. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Strange Brew, the best of cream. This is awesome here. Strange Brew. Awesome. Awesome track listing on this one. $15 start. Badge, Sunshine of Your Love, Crossroads, Right Room, Born Under a Bad Sign, Strange Brew, Anyone for Tennis, I Feel Free, Politician, and Spoonful. That's a $15 start on cream. Bedlam's at $52. The Ton Up Rockers, Rockers Mood is a $5 start. Next is Bay City Rollers Greatest Hits, $9.99. We have The Balancing Act, 3 Squares and a Roof, $14.99. The Balancing Act. Michael Butler's in on cream at $20. Adam Bernardi wants the Moody Blues 7th Sojourn. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Daryl Hall and John Oates, $19.99. Eddie Money, Life for the Taken, $14.99. Original Under Sleeve, Eddie Money, The Best of the Ventures. That is a 2 LP compilation in shrink wrap, $19.99. BCR, sold to David Shelton. Cream has a new bid for $22. What about the Bedlam 4 here? Bedlam 4. Bedlam 4. The last bid. We have quite the battle between Teresa and Tracy. Tracy's right back in at 52. It goes back to you. Cream is a compilation. It's called The Very Best of Cream. Near Mint has a high bid right now of $22. Ron Cantrell, you're out. Greg's back in at $23. And the Ton Up Rockers, TON, is a $5 start. Atlanta Rhythm Section, Dog Days, $9.99. The hits are on Verve, $19.99. Back to the Future. I've seen Back to the Future. Oh, yeah. Now, if I hadn't seen that, there's some that's like, if I hadn't have seen, I would question my own reality and sanity. That's one of them. I mean, I would have to say, yeah, I mean, everybody's had to have seen that at some point, or no references from it or something. Brian May and Friends, Starfleet Project, Eddie Van Halen. Eddie Van Halen, Brian May from Queen, the Starfleet Project, $29.99, gold stamp promo. Speaking of Brian May, Queen, News of the World, a beautiful copy, We Will Rock You, $34.99. Todd Rundgren Healing, $19.99. Also, Frank Sinatra in the wee small hours. Sinatra, Capitol Records, 1999. Black Capitol label. That's early for sure. Earlier. And Tim Graham on Starfleet Project. Ton Up Rockers. Now, here's the problem. Teresa just bid 5, but Robert has had it for 5 for 3 minutes, Teresa. So you're out. Michael Butler has Cream for 30. We're about to sell that. And then, Teresa, I never did hear back from you on this. Yes, she said out. Tracy Songer, this is sold to you. Tracy Songer, that's sold to you for $52. Sorry, I didn't see Teresa said out. Now, Teresa, you tied Robert. He already had that for 5. Greg second on Starfleet Project. And then Susie on, that's already sold. George got this. I just seen Jaws a few months ago. I just watched that I had to do that one. I think I watched that one, and Laura just walked by and she said she hadn't seen Jaws. Okay. Have you seen Back to the Future? Yeah. Okay. I've never seen like all 3 of those. Okay. Yeah, I have a feeling most people's watched all those, even Laura and me. But yeah, so Laura's got to see Jaws. Yeah, I had to watch that. And then I had to watch. I was excited about watching 2001 Space Odyssey. I mean, I could tell you everything about it, and I had never seen it before. I felt like I had become more complete of a person. I had sold posters, toys, records, books, soundtracks. I have sold so much, and when I finally sat down to watch that, I was like, wow. After all these years of selling all this 2001 Space Odyssey stuff, just everything, that's a highly collectible movie. I finally sat down and watched it. I mean, I had it on my TV, surround sound. I sat right in the middle of my couch. And it was bizarre, but I could see why it's so prolific. George Samberez got that. Oso Adventure, City of Angels. Is that still in here? City of Angels? Or is that a movie? And then we have the quintessential Billie Holiday Gold Stamp Promo, $29.99. The quintessential Billie Holiday. Michael Butler, you get Cream for $30. That's sold to you. That's sold to you for $30. I'll tell you one, I had sold so many soundtracks. I was like, I've got to go watch this. Airport. I don't know how many soundtracks of Airport I have sold and seen. Like, I mean, we sell them. I hadn't seen one in a while, but it seemed like there for about a year, we had hundreds of Airport soundtracks. I was like, all right, stop the show. I'm going home and watching Airport. Because, man, and we had all the movie posters. That was wild. All right, so Ton Up Rockers. Teresa 5. She never did bid again, so this is sold to Robert Warner for 5, okay? Now, let's go here. We have another side of Bob Dylan, $34.99, another side of Bob Dylan. Very clean copy, a beautiful copy. It's a 70s press, though, but look at it. It's beautiful, $34.99. And we have The Who Quadrophenia, $34.99. Second label, very nice. Teresa, I'm sorry, your bid on the Rockers came in very late. The best of B.B. King for $24.99. And then Blue Oyster Cult, Cultosaurus erectus. This is a white label promo, $29.99. Can you show Emerson, Lake and Palmer again? Emerson, Lake and Palmer, yeah, that's a white label promo of their debut album, $24.99. Yeah, white label promo, SD, OG for sure, promo stickers, $24.99. Okay. Also, Keith Hartley, Lakeshire Hustler, $39.99 for Keith Hartley. Deep Purple, The House of Blue Light, $29.99, Deep Purple. The Rockets, Rocket Roll. The Rockets is $14.99. Don Nix and God We Trust, 72 Scandinavia, $24.99. And The Doors, Alive She Cried, $34.99. The Doors, Alive She Cried. All right. Now we have All right, so Jetstream Sinatra already sold. Chris X, I think all the Eddie Moneys in here have already sold too. Maybe not. Chris X, if you were asking about this one, it's nice, really nice. It's still available. Never seen Return of the Living Dead. No, that's new to me. I mean, I know a lot about it, but that's it. And then Jason got BOC. All right. And Betty Davis is long gone. Nope. Hiram sold on the Emerson Lake and Palmer promo. All the promos in here have got grabbed, it looks like. And we'll see if he still wants that. Okay, so excellent. Let me see if anybody commented on today's video since I've been here. Laura just sent me the auctions for Monday. Wow. She's already got Monday's auctions ready. Nice. I'm looking at them right now. Wouldn't you like to see them? I'm looking at them. Maybe I might show them. And then, let's see here. See if there's any videos. I hadn't opened up Facebook. Okay. Sorry. Make sure there's no video. Next comment. Alex Kane on Rockets. That's sold to Alex Kane. I've seen Caddyshack multiple times. Never seen Shawshank Redemption. No. All right. Never seen Boondock Saints. Never seen Spinal Tap. I know all about Shawshank. We've sold the soundtracks, actors, premise. I've seen the scene. Spoiler alert. I've seen all the spoiler alerts, so I've watched more clips of that movie than anything. No book with this. G. Bepco, this is a second label. So this is a second press. Unfortunately, no book, but it is really nice. Man, this has The Real Me on it and Love Reign Over Me. Yeah, see, y'all have already threw enough movies at me. I mean, there's just no way. I don't have time. I try to watch one on Sunday. Maybe on Sundays I have time for one movie, maybe two, but that's it. I mean, if I start trying to go home and watch movies, it's just not. I just don't have time. I'm here, and then I'm here working so much, and then there's just no time. No time. No time. I can listen to music because I can listen to music and work. I can't hardly work and focus and do what I need to do for these sales to, you know. We have, nope, never seen American Graffiti. I can tell you a lot about it, though. I've sold hundreds of Midnight Express soundtracks. Never seen it. No. So, okay. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to read through these titles. Let me try to find a few more 45 auctions. Like I said, I have much more knowledge about stuff than actually seen in it. I can tell you a lot about music without ever listening to it. Isn't that bizarre? I can tell you a lot about music. I hadn't listened to it. I think I feel like I know a lot about certain bands, and I've never really listened to a lot of their music. Just comes naturally. All right. So we have Born to Be Wheel, Decontrol, $5 start. That's a $5 start. And we have Monsters, the T-Bone Baddos, $5 start on that. Okay. Yeah, Quentin Tarantino, that's a bizarre phenomenon because, like, I know all of his soundtracks, you know, all of the music he's using in his movies, but I hadn't seen many of them. Oh, boy, I better not see this. I don't think I've really watched Pulp Fiction. Ow, that's going to get me. That's probably going to get me in really big trouble. I don't think I've ever seen it. I think I've seen enough of it. I know what's going on, but I've never I don't know the full storyline. I read about it the other day on Wikipedia. Like, I read the entire Wikipedia entry on Pulp Fiction, but I read the plot and everything, and I was like, no, I've never seen this before. So, okay. Oh, I consider myself a Godfather expert. I'm a Godfather expert. Okay. Yes, I'm an expert. I'm a self-proclaimed guru on The Godfather. Okay. So first thing we do, I'm going to read through these titles. I have Van Morrison. If you need a price, let me know. Nat King Cole, Ramblin' Rose, Brian Ferry, Bill Nelson, Aretha Franklin, Melanie, Moody Blues, Dave Clark 5, Quicksilver. Also, Grape Jam, Atlanta Rhythm Section, Ian Gill and Roger Glover, Wilmer and the Dukes, The Beach Boys. We have the Rolling Stones, Dickie Betts Band, Arthur Conley, Don McLean, Melanie, Van Morrison, Aerosmith, The Balancing Act, Hall & Oates, The Best of the Ventures, Atlanta Rhythm Section, the hits on Verve, which has a lot of jazz stuff. A lot of jazz stuff there. We have Queen. We have Todd Rundgren. Also, Billie Holiday, Bob Dylan, B.B. King, Keith Hartley, Deep Purple, Don Nix, Eddie Money, The Doors, and The Who. Now, we left off. Let me go back up to the top and figure out where I left off. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss any claims, but also answer people's movie questions. I think at this point I've got people intrigued. Never seen Rocky, no. And then Pete put, let's see here, Monster 5, D-Control 5, so 5.5. And then my claim to restream is 1.18. Now, Teresa, what is going on there? She said my claim to restream was 1.18. What does that mean? And then we have, is that SSD control? I don't know. The label says Joe Blow this doomsday. D-Control Enterprises. I don't know what this is. That just made me even more confused. And then we have Verve and price condition, Queen price. Okay, so Donna asked first about the Verve. The hits are on Verve. Stan Jets, D. Essen Fernando. I know I just butchered that. Walk on the Wild Side, Jimmy Smith, Kyle Winding Moore, The Girl from Impamanamina. We have Kojo Bean, Bill Evans, Sweet September, Hobo Flask, Jimmy Smith, Pat Thomas, I'm in the Mood for Love, Jimmy Smith, What I'd Say, Little Tracy, Wynton Kelly, and Gravy Waltz, Kyle Winding. That's $19.99. And then Donna Mitchell, Queen is still available. This is an OG, beautiful cover of Queen, News of the World. I can't believe no one's bought this. Look at the artwork, beautiful jacket. We were talking about Pulp Fiction instead of somebody missing an opportunity for this beautiful. This should be pulled out in auction because this is a near mint, top copy, OG pressing, a Queen, News of the World. I can't believe no one's bought it. Now I'm mad unless Donna buys it. I'm going to end the sale because this is in here. It's a beautiful top copy. No one's bought it. Donna, let me know if you're passing, or excuse me, Janet. Janet, let me know if you're passing on this. If so, it's so to Chris X. Surely Donna will buy that now. Who has the high bid on these 45s? It looks like we're still 5 and 5. I'm about to sell it. And then Teresa, I didn't know what your comment mean. You said my claim to restream is 1.18. Is that like your delay? You have a 1 minute, 18-second delay. Is that what that means? Janet says she will take Verve. Okay? And Queen is hopefully sold to Donna. And if she doesn't, somebody else. Okay? All right, there's that, and there's that. That is a beautiful copy. Okay, now I've got to make a decision what we're going to do. Laura is gone, so no more new arrivals. That was the last crate. But I do have new arrivals. Queen is $34.99. I'm going to go over here and peek in these boxes that I was talking about earlier and see what's over here. I have enough 45s. We can keep those going for auction. I may bring over at least one of these boxes and see what's kind of over here, or bring over some of these records. Let me see what kind of stuff's over here. You know, I can... I mean, like, here's an example where we have, hopefully y'all can still hear me. We've got artists here, like this guy's discography, Paul Anka. Very clean, nice records. Very clean, nice records. And let me give you an example. And we can do some artist bundles. Let me see what's going on here. Michael Butler wants the Moby Grape. That was Grape Jam. That's sold to Michael Butler. And then Monsters has a new bid for 6 and now 5. Wow, Teresa, you might want to refresh your connection. Teresa has like a massive delay because I was about to sell these 45s and now there's new bids. And then Queen is $34.99. So I'm going to bring over, I don't know, we'll see what happens with these. It's going to be kind of discount or budget records. And this is all like stuff that we normally wouldn't put out for sale, but they're just really clean and nice records. And if you want them, if not, that's okay, because we probably wasn't going to put them out for sale either. But for example, here's Paul Anka, the painter. This is $6.99. We hadn't cleaned any of these, but I'm going to look at them and tell you that most of them's nice. It all came from that collection where this guy had really nice stuff. And that's an Andy Warhol cover. So Paul Anka, $6.99. But I also have a ton of Paul Ankas. Just ignore these sticky notes. I think somebody before us was cataloging them and maybe about to price them. So we have a ton of different Paul Ankas here. $6.99. There's the third one. Here's the fourth one. Well, and at some point, if you see an artist and you want to do a bundle deal, this is sealed. It's never been opened. And I think that's all the Paul Ankas. So there's a sealed copy. So we got, those are $6.99 each, or we can do a bundle. These are really nice here. This is surprised John didn't put these out for sale. These are beautiful Petula Clark albums. There's one. These are $6.99 each. That one was beautiful looking. The Other Man's Grass is Always Greener. I Know a Place, original gold label. Most of these are going to be minimum of EX. So that one's really nice. How about her classic Downtown? That's in the original baggie. Look at the vinyl. Beautiful. I'm telling y'all, this is the kind of stuff that typically we wouldn't put out for sale, but it's just sitting over here ready to be sold. $6.99 each on all these. The Best of Pearl Bailey, $6.99 on that. Here's another Pearl Bailey, a broad. Pearl Bailey, $6.99 each on those. Here's another Pearl Bailey. These are on roulette. That one needs a cleaning. I'll let you know. I'll peek at them before we sell them to make sure y'all know if they're going to need a cleaning or if they're dirty or if they're in bad shape. Most of the stuff should be really nice. So I just looked at this one because that's an early Julie Andrews, like from The Sound of Music. Very clean. All these are $6.99 each. We got Boots Randolph. Yakety Revisited. All right. Let me put these in here, and let me set these over here. And like I said, these hadn't been cleaned or sleeved, but just so you know, I'll peek at them right quick. Like all these Petula Clarks were nice. Gregory said he would do $20 for the 3. I'll do that. Those are sold to, or excuse me, those are sold to George Sambaraz, okay? Monsters is now at 15. What happened on D-Control? D-Control, are we still at 5 on this with Robert? Did anybody ever bid on this one again? I guess Teresa tied them. Born to be Wild, D-Control. So, Teresa, you technically never did outbid him. Trying to get all these sticky notes off of them, too. There's another Boots Randolph. There's his classic Yakety Sax in shrink. Another Boots Randolph. Some classic country here. Jim Reeves, Pure Gold. These are all $6.99. Jim Reeves, Sincerely Yours. I won't hesitate at all to do some kind of bundle deal with somebody. Best of Jim Reeves. These here are surprisingly, they're really nice. I'm surprised we didn't maybe elect to go ahead and put these out. These Nancy Wilsons. fantastic condition. Beautiful capital pressings. Nancy Wilson naturally. Everything you're seeing I'm putting in here is $6.99. There's another Nancy Wilson. That one's called I've Never Been to Me. I've Never Been to Me. Johnny Mathis, Those Were the Days. Cool cover. Look at that car on there. What is that, a Mustang? Columbia 2i label. Nancy, Johnny. There is another Johnny Mathis. That's his all-time greatest hits. Tracy takes the Nancy. There's only one left. These are only $6.99. Here's Helen O'Connell. Peter Nero's greatest hits. We also have Peter Nero, The Summer of 42. Peter Nero Up Close. $6.99 each. Or bundle deal. And then Helen Reddy, I Am a Woman. Helen Reddy, Long Hard Climb. Helen Reddy, I Don't Know How to Love Him. Helen Reddy, Ear Candy. Helen Reddy, Free and Easy. Helen Reddy, Love Song for Jeffrey. Helen Reddy, Ready by Helen Reddy. All right, let me figure out who was next on Nancy Wilson. Technically, it's Adam. He asked for a bundle, but there's only one more. So, Adam, if you want that, it's yours. If not, then I think Adam does want it. So, yeah, that's sold to Adam. Janet wants one each of the Jim Reeves. Okay, let me peek at them right quick because there's 2 copies of this. That one's nice. I just want to make sure none of these are like totally damaged or something majorly wrong. Just like I'm saying, they're coming kind of as is. But so far, everything I've looked at's nice. So those are all sold to Janet. Jim Reeves, $6.99 each. Those are all sold. And then Chris X, you were third on Nancy Wilson. And then we have Adam Bernardi got the Nancy. And then Tracy Sorg on Helen Reddy, Free and Easy. This is sold to Tracy for $6.99. Let's take a quick peek at it. It's nice. And then 3 boots for $20. You got it. These 3 right here. Let me peek at them right quick. Yakety Sax. I've already looked at that one. Let me look at greatest hits here. It's okay. And then I think I've already looked at this one. I did. Okay, so those 3 are sold to Alex for $20. And then we have Helen Reddy bundle and then $35 for the 7. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. Now, Adam asked first. Adam, I'll sell those to you for $30. George was basically offering the same thing if you want them. And then Janet, I'll go ahead. Janet, here's what I'll do for you. I went ahead and tagged those for $6.99. But actually, I'll go ahead and cut you a, let's see, let's do 11. Let's see, so that was 7. Let me think about this. 20. Let's sell these to her for $22, okay? So that's $5.50 each instead of the $6.99. That's 11, yeah, 22. So I already had them in there for $6.99 each, but we'll do that for Janet and then sell the rest of these here to Adam Bernardi for $5 a piece. All right, now, did Tracy ever bid again on this? This is sold to Robert Warner for $5. And then D-Control, are we still bidding on this? I need to... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. That was Monsters. Hold on. Wrong one. Teresa has the Monsters and the T-Bone Bados for $18. Final call. And Robert, I think I've said this 10 times, but I think 2 people are still tied with you. It's very bizarre. D-Control is with Robert for $5. I think he's had it for like 15 minutes. I'm about to sell it to him. At this point, he's probably like, any day now. Now, guess what? I've got 30,000 more boxes of records like that. Are y'all ready for some more? Nope. I thought somebody would buy Paul Anka just because it's Andy Warhol. But I've got 30 billion more boxes. Anybody else? Pearl Bailey, Paul Anka. I've got 30,000 trillion more boxes. Let's see what else is over here. I like doing this. This is fun because I've never got to look through these either. I just grabbed, these were just laying on top of the boxes. So let me go get some more. They might be too heavy. I'm going to try to just carry them over here by hand and then carry a box so I can position it here next to me. Okay. All right. So, original soundtrack music, Never on Sunday. Might get into some soundtracks. That could be pretty interesting. Never on Sunday, $6.99. This is a classic, The Sandpiper soundtrack, Elizabeth Taylor. Let's take a quick look at this. $6.99. I'm not going to look at every disc. I'm just making sure this is similar quality. It is. Sandpiper, $6.99. Go Into Your Dance and Wonder Bar, $6.99. All right, so this is sold to Teresa, Monster for $18, and this is sold to Teresa for $6. Okay. We have The King and I. That's a Rodgers and Hammerstein's. Annie, Get Your Gun. Original cast album. Freddie Cannon. We have some Bill Cosby comedy records here. We have The Best of Bill Cosby. We have Bill Cosby, I Started Out as a Child. My Son, the Folk Singer, Alan Sherman. That's a comedy record. Again. Leslie Holt says she'll take the Paul Anka Warhol cover for $6.99. The music of Leroy Anderson conducting his orchestra. Meadowlark Sampler, 1985. Meadowlark Sampler, 1985. This is like, I don't know what you consider that. Meadowlark. Larry Smith on FC for Freddie Cannon. Let me take a quick peek at that. Larry, this is like VG Plus. That one's like VG Plus. I'm just going to put them in the bin if they're always EX or better. And Chuck Haley, Alan Sherman. This feels very crisp. Some of you can just tell by the crispness. Yeah, that's very nice. That's sold to Chuck Haley. $6.99 on that. Guys and Dolls from Seinfeld. It's not Guys and Guys. It's Guys and Dolls. Guy Lombardo. That is, and the Royal Canadians Go Dixie. Julio Iglesias. Mario Lanza sings Caruso favorites. A Man and a Woman, original motion picture soundtrack. Joe Dow, Wooden Heart. The Dukes of Dixieland. And the very best of David Rose and his orchestra. These are all $6.99 or possibly bundle deals. The box I picked at earlier had more like artist discographies in them. I like those for sure. Burt Camford's My Way of Love and his orchestra. Classical Disco for Knott and Tyker. Bow That Head, Webb Pierce. Connie Francis, Connie at the Copa. Connie at the Copa, that's from that Wisconsin collection. Sing Along with Connie Francis. The Lennon Sisters, Goodnight Sweetie. And the Norman Luboff Choir, the Latin Luboff. All right, so Larry, I'm assuming you were okay with VG Plus Freddie Cannon. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in there. And then Larry Smith on BK. And BK was... hold on a second. BK was Burt Camford. And then Larry Smith on Connie. Now, let me know which of the Connies you wanted there. And then we have Tracy Songer on the Norman Luboff Choir. Okay. This one looks very cool. Looks like a Tracy record for sure. That's so do you. All right, let's get some more 45s up for auction. I'll see which one of those two he wants. And let's see what I had next here in the 45 department. I have in the 45 two New Orleans singles. These are both sold for $6.99, $6.99 to Larry Smith, and Rick Harrington wanted the Webb Pierce, Bow That Head, Decca here. Well, there's nobody here in the store but me, and I just heard like records being flipped through in the back. So there's evidently a ghost here in the store looking through records right now. We have Searching for Cool, the Daytonas. This is numbered 213 of 500. And Bama Llama, Espanol Volume 2. Those are $5 starts. $5 starts on those. There's our next two New Orleans. I'll be right back. These records, luckily, are just right around the corner, but it is quite of a journey to walk over here and get to them. If y'all can still hear me, I'll keep you entertained by chatting for a few seconds. That would be one, and I opportunity. I bet somebody buy this for the empty jacket. I was like, whoa, look what's in here. This is worth it for the empty jacket, though. I was like, they've overlooked one. All right. Yeah, Larry Smith wants me to double check his Connies. Let me do that right quick. I think I already looked at one. This one's also about VG Plus. A quick glance, and I already looked at that one. Yeah, that one's nice. So I guess I'll just put them over here. I'll try to remind you of the condition. What happened here? 5 and 5, but if it's, totally trash, different story. All right, let's see what we got here. I'm going to try to look at a lot of them too. Ian Thomas self-titled. David Clayton Thomas, Tequila Sunrise. That's David Clayton Thomas. Also, we have an empty jacket, creamed Israeli Gears. Looks like it's an original jacket. I think that's worth $6.99. That's a piece of art right there. $6.99. Also, I have Bobby Goldsboro, Honey. I think this is pretty clean. Bobby Goldsboro, Honey. Yes, very nice. $6.99. We have Leslie Gore, Girl Talk. Leslie Gore. Nice. $6.99. Glenn Miller, a legendary performer, 2LP. Searching for Something Cool. And Bama Llama, our $5 bids with Teresa, final call. Uh-oh. Here he is. It's Liberace. Sincerely Yours from the original motion picture soundtrack. Disc. VG Plus. $6.99 for old Liberace here. That's Liberace. Liberace. David Baber on Cream. That's so to David Baber. Chuck Haley on Bobby Goldsboro. That's so to Chuck Haley. My crate's getting really full over here. All right, let's see what else we got. We have Roberta Sherwood, Get Away from Those Swinging Doors. Doris Day, Listen to Doris Sing. Bill Anderson, Whispering Bill Anderson's Greatest Hits. Ballad of the Blues, Joe Stafford. Tennessee Ernie Ford. Tex Ritter. And another Paul Anka. And this is Paul Anka sings his Big 15. Oh man, Tracy already has Liberace. I probably sold it to you. Paul Anka. Peggy Lee. Cool Mario Lanza cover here. Student Prince. Mario Lanza, RCA cover. Vic Dana. Peggy Lee. And a classical record here. Hanfitz. Heinfetz, Sibelius Violin Concerto. All right. Now, let's see what's going on here. First thing is, these are sold to Teresa for $5 each. Nico Imamalava is gone. He said, I need more money. And we said, see you later. David Shelton on TEF. I bet he meant Tex. Tex Ritter. Is that what you meant, David? Hillbilly Heaven. Capitol Records. It looks like Chuck Haley was second. You put TEF. I'm assuming you meant Tex. And then Larry Smith on PA. And PA was for Paul Anka. And I've already looked at that one. It was around VG Plus as well. So those are sold and sold. Now my crate has filled up. We filled that up quick. Let me show the last few records. That's an empty jacket. The Four Tops Greatest Hits, empty jacket. Fred and the Dreamers, empty jacket. Wagner, empty jacket. Richard and Mimi Farina. Brahms Orchestra. And a bunch of Kingston Trio disc. He said TEF was Tennessee Ernie Ford. Okay, never mind. So leave Tex Ritter for Chuck Haley, and let's give David Shelton Tennessee Ernie Ford. Was there two of them? No, there was only one. Nearness to the Cross. Nice copy. All right, that's going to go in there as well. All right. Yeah, he messed up his career pretty bad. Leaving a school as big as Tennessee with the money we have and NIL opportunities to have not produced anything and then want more money. That's a pretty bad decision. I mean, yeah, we made it to the playoffs, but look what happened. We got absolutely destroyed by eventually the national championship team. But yeah, if he would have won a national championship, maybe. Yeah, you win a national championship, sure, $2 million, boom, no problem. All right. Almost done with one box. I'm going to jump over here and look at this box, though. I'm going to look at this box, too, see what they got. Wish I had these lined up where I could get to them easier. I may try to do that tonight. Okay, let me get back over here. So let's see what happened here. All right, here's another Nancy Wilson. This one's kind of got a scuff here, but I know that one did very well earlier. So there's another one for $6.99. Let me grab a couple more New Orleans singles right quick. And I try to condense a couple boxes over there. And the problem is just getting the stuff back over here. I'd like to get them where I can have them over here ready. Like I said, it was my plan to start doing that next week, like for part 2. Let everybody know we were going to be doing it. And I kind of want to give you a sampler. It's like kind of stuff you don't know what's going to be popping up. Nancy Wilson, so did Tracy Songer. We have the Incredible Kings, the Elegance. There's the next New Orleans single 5, and the Irritations. The Irritation, Schoolyard Justice. That's a $5 start. Anybody else on any of those there? If not, let me find the next best kind of just other kind of crate to go through right quick. Let's see if I can find a perhaps great vintage crate, price vintage crate to go through. I was going to go at least till 12. It is 12, and then hopefully till maybe midnight. I know the other day, David Hoy, I don't know if you're still watching, David, you had asked about David had asked about a jazz crate from Paul, and I wish I could find that so we could do some best offer. He told me the artist, and I really hadn't found it yet, and I was hoping it would pop up. It was some very good jazz albums, kind of like we had tonight, that hadn't been claimed yet. And I was hoping I could flip around right quick and find them. Cassettes. What's in there? Oh, wow. What's in here? I got boxes on top of boxes, and I'm like, what is this? What is that? Ooh. What is in here? 45s. I like this box. Huh. Wow. I'm making messes. I'll tell you exactly what I'm doing. I'm making messes. I'm making it harder for me to even get to stuff. All right, let me see what else is going on over here. What does the audience say? What does the audience say right now? I hadn't done a cleanup. Y'all know I usually pause and I like start condensing and cleaning up. Well, I hadn't done that basically since I've had a show, since I've been back from the Masters on Wednesday. And so, honestly, the place is pretty much a wreck. I don't know where I am or where anything is. I just found boxes. I just found boxes full of cassettes and 45s I didn't even know we had. And if you don't believe me, I'll show them to you right now because it's incredible stuff. Like great 45s. And I just found them over here on a rack. I was like, where did this stuff come from? I mean, I have seen some pretty incredible stuff for auction in the near future. Like Deep Purple foreign picture sleeves, Beatles records, Sex Pistols. Very bizarre looking stuff. I don't know where any of this came from. But we have definitely found more batches of auction-worthy material. Promo. A lot of foreign stuff in here. Interesting. Well, we'll work on that one either tonight or next week. What are these cassettes here? Oh, man. Holy moly. There's the cassettes we've been looking for. There they are. I found them. That is, those will make the hair on the back of your neck stand up kind of cassettes. Wow, that's a great box. There's 4 more boxes like that. I don't know where this stuff came from. And honestly, if I hadn't moved this other box, I wouldn't have known this box was over here. So I love moving boxes. That's why I'm playing cleanup right now. I am playing cleanup. That was like the holy grails of cassettes. Okay. Let's see what else is going on here. Here's 45s we didn't go through, have we? Stories. Oh, man, why didn't I go through these tonight? There's all the good bite now 45s. I never did make it to this box. I mean, we still got time, but we still got time. Here's some more, you know, just, these hadn't been read through, I don't think. Okay, I'll leave that there for y'all to be, your curiosity piqued. All right, let me chip away at a few more things over here, okay? I'm trying to get to my next layer. I've emptied 145 box. I've emptied 2 crates. Also, I think since I've been away, I've seen 4 people put back something, which is going to be very complicated, but we'll try our best to figure that out. I'm getting there. If you bear with me, you will be rewarded with more records. If you leave, you're going to wake up in the morning and regret it. But I am in a pickle of a mess here. And not the good pickles either. Not the kind you get like on a sandwich. We're in a bad pickle right now. Jason says it's 6 a.m. in the UK and he's still listening to music. I can see that across the monitor over here. I've got a screen mounted on the wall in front of me so I can kind of see comments when I'm away. I've got all the New Orleans stuff now in about 3 boxes I'm chipping away. Now that's empty. All right. What are all these things here? Oh, we hadn't gone through these, or these here would have all been sold. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we hadn't been through any of these. Freebird, Night Moves. Yeah, that's bizarre. Okay. There's no way I can move all this. If I tried moving all this, y'all would be sitting here for another half hour. So let me put the lid on this, literally. Is that good? That's empty. All right, so that's empty. Empty. Lid. Empty. This is all empty. Empty, 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 empty. Okay, empty, 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 empty. Let's see what we need to do with these. Somehow y'all are still bidding on something. I just saw bids pop up. I don't even know what's up for auction. Here's another one of those brown boxes full of cassettes and 45s. Here's another white box full of 45s I've never seen before. Or have I? Never seen any of those before. They're over here on this rack too. Here's the rest of those metal cassettes or metal CDs we never did finish showing from like 2 months ago. Here's a whole box of cassettes we never did finish going through. There's a bunch of James Bond paperbacks that I was going to keep, but I don't know if I'd have them or not. All right. So let's go through some 45s and auction 45s and see what we can do, okay? Everybody ready? Here we go. I've cleaned up enough behind me. My OCD is okay. So we had the Irritations and the Incredible Kings. I apologize to whoever's watching this sale. You could hopefully fast forward through of all that. Kings 10, 12, 10, 12. Okay, so Kings 12 sold to Teresa. Irritation sold for 12 to William Dragovich. Buy it now 45s, $6.99, unless I veto something for auction. And I love vetoing for auction. Here we go. Let's grab a handful right in here, I think. These are $6.99. MC5. I pulled that out of a John crate to auction it. And I never get to it. I accidentally laid it up here, which is a big no-no, because now you've seen it. But it's a 69 Monarch censored. $99.99. It's a 1969 Monarch censored. $99.99. So instead of saying, kick out the jams, blankety blankers, he says, kick out the jams, something, something. First thing, Neil Young, The Needle and the Damage Done. I've never seen that before. And Sugar Mountain on the B-side. $6.99. From Decade. That's from Decade. Tiffany, All This Time. And Can't Stop a Heartbeat. Tiffany, $6.99. Heart, Heartless. Steppenwolf, Magic Carpet Ride. Born to Be Wild. Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton, We'll Get Ahead Someday, Green Label promo. Stevie Wonder, Sir Duke, a promo from Songs in the Key of Life. Seals and Croft, Diamond Girl, a double-sided white label promo. And Shadows of Night, Gloria, and Dark Side. Some great singles there, all $6.99. MC5 is sold to Jason Boxell for $85. David Baber says, I can put back the cream jacket he claimed. And Tracy wants to give Nancy Wilson to the next person in line. So Nancy Wilson was a pass. The next person in line on Nancy Wilson was Gary Wellman. Give this to Gary Wellman instead. Now, the other record he's talking about is an empty jacket only, for creamed Israeli gears. David Baber says he no longer needs this. It's about a nice VG Plus jacket. Beautiful. It's an empty cover. Original, $6.99. Consider it like a piece of art to hang in your house, because that's what it is. Psychedelia at its peak. $6.99. Original jacket from '67. Sherry Darnell on Steppenwolf for $6.99. Jason Boxell on Stevie Wonder for $6.99. Thomas Clark wants Brothers and Sisters. Brothers and Sisters. Now, what was that? And then G. Bepco got Neil Young. So that left Tiffany, Hart, Porter and Dolly, Seals and Croft, and Shadows of Night. Those are all $6.99 each. The Byrds, Cowgirl in the Sand, and Love, Long Live the King. The Byrds. Elton John, Empty Garden, and Blue Eyes. Toto, Africa. Toto, Pamela, and the 7th one. Come sail away. Come sail away with me. Sticks. Sticks, lady. Sticks. Pet Shop Boys. Or excuse me, Sticks, lady. And then Pet Shop Boys. Always on my mind, and do I have to? Boy meets girl, waiting for a star to fall. Chicago, look away and come in from the night. Camouflage, every now and then, and that smiling face. Camouflage from 1988. Mike and the Mechanics, The Living Years, and Too Many Friends. IKO, IKO. Walk the Dinosaur, Was Not Was. A George Thorogood 4-track EP. And Billy Joe Royal, Down in the Boondocks. Let me pause there. Oh, that was Kick Out the Jams, Brothers and Sisters. Yeah, MC5, thank you. Thomas Clark said he will take the cream jacket for $6.99. Thank you. That's an awesome jacket. Leslie on Pet Shop Boys. That sold to Leslie for $6.99. Robert Vloderchek was second. Robert Vloderchek first, though, on IKO, IKO. Susie Breedlove on Billy Joe Royal. Robert Vloderchek on Dinosaur. That was, what was that? Was Not Was? Yeah, Walk the Dinosaur. That's sold to Robert Vloderchek. All right. Devo, Working in the Coal Mine. And that's from the Heavy Metal movie, isn't it? Devo. Also, 38 Special, Live EP, Rough House and Wild Eyed Southern Boys, Stone Cold Believer, and 20th Century Fox. And Joe Dulce, Should Dap You Face, and Ain't No Hurry. Joe Dulce, I think. And then George Thorogood, sold to Vicki Allison. So those are all available, $6.99 each. And guess what? I've got 30,000 more to read through. So don't go anywhere. Here's the next handful. First thing we have is the Druids of Stonehenge, a garden where nothing grows. That's pretty cool. What about Frigid Pink? Sing a Song for Freedom. And End of the Line, Frigid Pink. Pac-Man Fever, Buckner and Garcia. A Paul McCartney and Wings promo, Arrow Through Me. The Silky, You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. Come and Get It by Badfinger. Free Bird, Yeah. Leonard Skinner, $6.99. The flip to that one was Searching. We got William Dragovich on Devo. Larry Smith on the 38 Special EP. And now we got Jason Boxall on Frigid Pink. This is sold to Jason Boxall. William Dragovich wants the Druids of Stonehenge. Jason Boxall on Badfinger. Susie Breedlove on Free Bird, Yeah. And then Vicky was second. So we got the Silky. We still got Wings promo, Arrow Through Me. That's from Back to the Egg. And Pac-Man Fever, surprisingly of no claim. Ray Stevens, Ahab the Arab. And Harry the Hairy Ape. Ray Stevens promo. Robert Kennedy Jr. or Robert Kennedy. Robert Francis Kennedy. Memorial Record. Working on Those Night Moves. Bob Seger. Alabama, Feels So Right. Amy Grant, Find a Way. Herman's Hermits, Listen People. KC and the Sunshine Band, Do You Feel All Right, Picture Sleeve. Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians, What I Am. And Dolly Parton, Coat of Many Colors. And Touch Your Woman. Those are all $6.99. First thing we have is Jason on BS. That's for old Bob Seger. That's Working on Those Night Moves. Jason also on HJ. And HJ is for, well, we've got BS, HJ, HHD, DODP. So, first thing we have, so Jason on Bob Seger. Jason also wanted Herman's Hermits, Listen People. Susie on D for Dolly, then Jason, then Jason. That leaves Edie Brickell, KC, Amy Grant, Alabama, Robert Kennedy, and Ray Stevens. Those are all still available. All right, here's the next handful. Make sure we hadn't gone through these. No, we haven't. All right, we got Berlin, The Metro, and Sex, I'm a ... Berlin, Silly Love Songs from Wings, Paul McCartney. Whitney Houston, One Moment in Time. Art Garfunkel, Breakaway. Delilah, Tom Jones. The Young Rascals, It's Wonderful. Tony Joe White, We'll Live on Love. Tony Joe White. I Think We're Alone Now. Tommy James and the Shondells. Donna Summer, On the Radio. Linda Ronstadt, Tracks of My Tears. Earth, Wind & Fire, Can't Hide Love. Steady Date with Tommy Sands, an EP. James Brown, Night Train, Night Train and Prisoner of Love. Also, the Janettes, Sally Go Round the Roses, and Big Brother and the Holding Company promo, Keep On, Janis Joplin. All right, first is RK. David Shelton wants RK. Robert Kennedy, that's so to David Shelton, $6.99. Next is Jason on DS. And DS was Donna Summer. Susie Breelove on Linda Ronstadt, Tracks of My Tears. Larry Smith on TS. Tommy Sands. Jason first on James Brown. Steve next on TS. And John Griffin wants Pac-Man. Buckner and Garcia. That was right here. That's so to John Griffin. John Griffin. All right. Steve Biddlecombe is also watching from the UK. We have Eddie Brickell. I've already read through those. So that last stack had, in reverse order, Janis Joplin, the Janettes, Earth, Wind & Fire, Tommy James and the Shondells, Tony Joe White, the Young Rascals, Tom Jones, Art Garfunkel, Whitney Houston, Wings, and Berlin. Okay, moving right along. Let me fix up this stack so we don't have a disaster. Where do we get these crates? It's called Farm Plastics. Farm Milk Crates Direct. Farm Plastics. All right. First thing is Elvis Costello, My Funny Valentine on red vinyl. Elvis Costello. Dolly Parton, You're the Only One, and Down. Dolly Parton, Working Girl, and The House of the Rising Sun. Jan and Dean promo, Yellow Balloon. Napoleon, the 14th, They're Coming to Take Me Away, Ha Ha. The Kinks, Dedicated Follower of Fashion. Mr. Roboto. Boy, what a cool monument picture sleeve. Company sleeve, Roy Orbison. The Beach Boys 409. All We Are Saying is Give Peace a Chance. Plastic Ono Band, John Lennon. Holy Holly, Holly Holy, Neil Diamond. Tighten Up, Archie Bell and the Drells in the original sleeve. My Baby Does the Hanky Panky, Tommy James. Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress, U2 Discotheque from 1997. And the Staple Singers, Let's Get Together and Power of Love. Wow, a lot of cool stuff right there. Let's go back up to the top, and I have the following. Steve says he's just keeping an eye on Jason Boxell spending on behalf of his wife. Uh-oh. Jason's woke up early in the morning in the UK, and he's on a 45 buying frenzy. His wife still may be asleep. Susie Breelove wants Dolly. Susie, do you want one or both? I'll put that in pending. We got Craig getting Elvis Costello. Jason Boxell on Jan and Dean. Jason Boxell on the Kinks. Jason Boxell on Roy Orbison. Tracy was second. Jason Boxell on Neil Diamond. Don't Tell His Wife. Next is AB. AB was Archie Bell and the Drells. Susie got Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress. Jason Boxell on Heel. And that was Heel. I didn't get the last one. Heel. That might have been Holly's. If so, you were second. Susie wants both Dollies. And Susie also gets U2 Discotheque. Oh, he hasn't been to bed yet. Oh, you're out there partying in London. What do y'all do over there? let me ask you this. Is there any fish and chips involved? Is there any fish and chips involved? Staple Singers, Hanky Panky, Give Peace a Chance, The Beach Boys, Surfing Safari, and 409, Mr. Roboto, and They're Coming to Take Me Away, ha ha. What does a late night party in London consist of? I feel like there's lots of top hats, mod checkered clothing, horn tooth jackets. I'm really stereotyping the British right now. Anybody wearing any... Let me ask you this. Have you been to a party and anybody's wearing a red coat? Okay? Are there any red coats around you right now? That's the main question. Anybody wearing plaid clothing? There's no telling what he's thinking, the stereotypic. Now, I wonder what he thinks when he thinks the stereotype for somebody living in the southern United States. I'm afraid to even ask what he would think a stereotype, somebody living in Tennessee. Teresa wants They're Coming to Take Me Away, ha ha. All right, here's the Rolling Stones, 19th Nervous Breakdown. We have Los Bravos, Black is Black, Bring a Little Loving. We have Working on the Chain Gang, Sam Cooke. That's really cool in the original sleeve. Nice. Coven, 110 Soldier, The Legend of Billy Jack. Ray Charles, Busted. Elvis Presley, Crying in the Chapel. Nancy Sinatra, Sugar Town. Another Pac-Man Fever. Roy Orbison, Hideaway. Chicago, Does Anybody Really Know What Time It Is? I'm going to pass on that one. Man, I'm going to throw it out there. Here we go. We're going to throw both of them. I think these are ones I set aside the auction. Michael Jackson, Will You Be There? And Chawambamba by Tub Thumping. All right, where did we leave off? Chad thinks everybody's Austin Powers. Yeah. Have you said the word groovy today? Has that been in your rotation of words, groovy? Okay, so first thing we have, or yeah, baby. Ginger Lynch is saying we just need peace. That's so to Ginger Lynch, $6.99. Jason got the Rolling Stones. That's going back to Britain, where they're from. Leslie was second. Jason Boxel on LB for Los Bravos. Susie got the Chain Gang, Sam Cooke. Jason was second. Susie was first on Coven. Jason is first on Ray Charles. Jason first on Elvis, then Chris X. Jason first on Roy Orbison. Leslie third on EP. Chris X next on RO. Susie first on MJ. Robert Vladicek second. Tracy next on Peace. Michael third on that. And we have Tub Thumping, Chawambamba. Chicago, Does Anybody Really Know What Time It Is? Buckner and Garcia. And Sugartown by Nancy. Wow, that's still 4 great ones there. Jason says, out of the kindness of his heart, he will give Susie, or he'll give Leslie, the 19th Nervous Breakdown. So the Stones luckily get to stay in the United States. Susie lives right down the road. I was waiting for Jim B to buy that. This is like a $35 record. We had, what, like 9 of these one night? We were selling them for $24, $34.99 each or something. I think that was my last one. Or John found another one. That's so to Jim B for, yeah, that's a very good record. Now Jim B can pay his rent this month. We got Nancy Sinatra, Buckner and Garcia, and Chicago. How about we put up 2 New Orleans singles and throw everybody off right quick? 2 more New Orleans auctions. Who's ready for 2 New Orleans auctions? I have this deal here. The sleeve's a little wrinkled. It's okay. And then I have this deal. All right. Susie got, or Leslie. Vicky, wait a minute. Who was next? It was Vicky. Vicky Allison. If you're passing on the stones, Vicky Allison second. Vicky Allison, not Susie. I think I've said Leslie, Vicky, and Susie. All of my late night female friends are watching. Vicky, Susie, Leslie, Tracy. All of my late night female friends are tuned in right now. And it's Vicky Allison. Vicky Allison. I love my late night female record buying buddies. Thanks for tuning in. That goes to Vicky, the Rolling Stones. Here is here's the Keepers. Stop Pretending. The sleeve has some scuffing or something. The disc is okay. $5 start on the Keepers. And Sounds Unlimited, which is a Sundays, looks like a 60s group. Pam Murray, Chad's Angels. Who else? Who's willing to join Chad's late night female record buying club? Pam? Pam says, I would like to be a Chad's Angel. Let's not get too crazy here, okay? It is after midnight on a Saturday night, and I've had an unusual amount of caffeine. Can't forget about Teresa. She's already in on the sounds at 5. Let's grab some more 699ers. I like this action. This is, I said it earlier, it feels like we're watching a James Bond movie, and we're just getting started. You know how the first opening scene's always full of action? I rewatched the 326. You filled the black jazz crate with a small stack of vinyl LP by the members. Hope it helps around 543. Okay. David, what I plan on doing, I'll try to take a peek maybe before we sign off tonight. Or what I'll do is I'll let you know if I find it. I'll make sure you're watching or let you know when that crate comes back up. All right, here we go. Alice Cooper, $6.99. How Are You Gonna See Me Now? Alice Cooper and No Tricks. Fanny, Charity Ball, $6.99 action here. ABBA, SOS, double-sided promo. This is the most fun you can have for $6.99 in your life. Neil Young, Human Highway, 4 Strong Winds. Neil Young, never seen that one before. What album's that? Comes a Time? Yeah, those are single from Comes a Time. Jackie DeShannon, Put a Little Love in Your Heart, a promo copy. That's a great song. Village People, In the Navy. We got The Motels, Forever Mine. John Michael Montgomery. Boy, that's not too easy to get. $6.99. Be My Baby Tonight. What a Fool Believes. Oh, man. Nina Simone in the original company sleeve. That's an auction. That's a slip up. Shakedown, Bob Seger. How about the Addressy Brothers? We've got to get it on again. The Sweet Little Willie. Pozo Seiko Sinkers. I Can't Make It With You. Marty Robbins, The Same Two Lips. And Come On by Poco. All righty, so let's see what happened here. We put up 245s, the Keepers and Sounds Unlimited. Teresa bid 5 on Sounds, final call. Big stack here. Susie, first on Alice Cooper for $6.99. Susie, first on Neil Young for $6.99. Pam Murray, first on Fanny. Oh, wait a minute. That was Fanny there. Here's Neil Young for Susie. Pam Murray got Fanny. Jason Boxell on Jackie DeShannon. Sherry Darnell on JMM. John Michael Montgomery, so does Sherry Darnell. Susie was next. Jason on BS for, I bet that was for Bob Seger. Nina Simone, sold to Craig. Curious what this looks like. Nice. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was an auction-worthy one there. That's sold to Craig. Jason was second. Arnold on SMMC. Hold on a second. SMMC. SMMC. Has already been claimed? I think so. SMMC. SMCC. I'm not for sure. I might have to get that acronym. John Griffin on suite. BS was NS. Hold on a second. I'm kind of, I showed too many. Okay, there's the suite to John Griffin. Sounds has a new bid for 6. Teresa, you're out. And then the Keepers is a buy now for $5. Okay, and then G. Bepco, you were second on Jackie DeShannon, and you were second on Little Willie. So here's what's left. Village People in the Navy, ABBA, SOS, The Motels, Forever Mine, Poco Come On, Marty Robbins, Pozo Sakers, the Addressy Brothers, and the Doobie Brothers. Okay, and then we had a challenge flag from Jason. He put BS, NS. His BS was an autocorrect. Craig, my bad. I thought he was going after Seeger. This is a putback on Bob Seeger. No Seeger for Jason. And that means we need to change this from Craig to Jason. Okay? And then the suite was sold, and that went to John Griffin, and then G. Bepco was second. All right. Now, let's move on. Let me go ahead and take this back there. This is a dangerously janky stack here. We don't like any janky, stanky stacks. Okay. Let me move some more of these empty. I've almost emptied this box, so let me go ahead and move it over here. Great. All right. We'll clean that up later. Let me pull from a different box. All right, these are $6.99. The Who. You better, you better, you bet. In the picture sleeve. The Who. $6.99. The Bobettes. Mr. Lee. Three Dog Night. Celebrate. Three Dog Night. Nobody. Sal Sings. Who is Sal? Sal Mino? Yes, You Got Sweet. Over the Rainbow, Judy Garland. Sexual Healing, Marvin Gaye. And Music for Modern America, presented by Chrysler Motors Corporation, makers of America's most modern cars. Look at that. A Plymouth Barracuda, a Plymouth Fury, a good old Dodge Dart, a Dodge Corvette. I'll take one of each. Mint, undriven, delivered tomorrow for whatever they were charging back then. $3,000, $800. How much were these? Something stupid. All right. First thing we have was All right, what was the last thing that I said? Sounds has a new bid with Teresa for 11. All right. Let's go back over this. Susie got the Who. Susie got Three Dog Night. Susie got Three Dog Night. Larry Smith got Sal. Jason Boxell on Judy Garland. Stacy was second. Robert Vladicek third. Susie got Sex. Let me clarify. Sexual Healing by Marvin Gaye. Tracy got Chrysler. Wow, Craig Sweden. I have never I've never seen Craig on this late. He says, hello. Just got back from a long record store day. Craig, I noticed your absence tonight for sure. Traveled over 200 miles. Did you get what you wanted? Thanks for joining us. I was about to say, what's Craig doing on at 12:35? But you're out in California, so it's like 9 a.m. The Sounds is at 11, Sounds at 12, and then Craig says, figures, I log into the show and the mic goes dead. That's pretty funny, honestly. They're still betting on the Sounds. We're doing rapid fire 45s here. And Craig, since you're on, every 45 I show, I need you to share every Wikipedia entry for every 45. All right. We have Bobby Sherman, Julie, Do You Love Me? Paul Young, Love of the Common People. Harper's Bazaar, Feeling Groovy. The 59th Street Bridge song. Leslie Gore, Judy's Turn to Cry. Leslie Gore, Mr. Sandman. The Flamingos, I Only Have Eyes for You. Edison Lighthouse, that's a great one. Love Grows Where My Rosemary Goes. That's a good one. How about Dave Edmonds, a UK, Bad is Bad on Led Zeppelin's label there, Swan Song. And Alan Freed, Right Now. Alan Freed and his rock and roll band. All right. How about Sounds? This is So to Teresa for 13. Thank you, Teresa. We have Stacy wanting some BS. And that's Bobby Sherman, So to Stacy. Chuck was next. Jason on WL. And he meant EL. And EL was for Edison Lighthouse. Was WL a miscue? Susie wants Dave Edmonds. Jason wants Alan Freed, Chuck Haley second. Chuck, I feel like I've said Chuck Haley second about 20 times tonight. Still got the Flamencos, the Cordettes, Leslie Gore, Feeling Groovy. All right. We did change the restream color. You should have seen how Jake had to do that. He actually had to go into the code of Restream and code this differently. But that's why we like having Jake here. He's in college right now studying audio video production. So obviously we like having him here on staff. And yeah, he coded all that so it turns blue or it turns a darker black instead of blue. Mine still kind of has a blue theme. I think I can change it. I don't want to mess appearance. I think I can change mine. I can color, author names, compact mode. I don't want to mess anything up, but all right. Jake's pretty smart. Jake knows what he's doing. Jake is getting upset. All right, here we go. Girls just want to have fun. Cyndi Lauper. It's a family affair. Sly and the Family Stone. Wanda Jackson. A girl don't have to drink to have fun. Wow, my days are dark. I've never heard that song before. A girl don't have to drink to have fun. $6.99. Winona Judd. Girls with Guitars. Roberta Flack. A promo. The First Time I Ever Saw Your Face. Toto. $99. What do we have here? Bleeder. Beckington's Kissers in the World. Best Kissers in the World. Stevie Nicks, Gate and Garden. Stevie Nicks, Leather and Lace with Don Henley. ZZ Top, Asleep in the Desert. We have Pacific Gas and Electric, Are You Ready? The Sultans of Swing, wow, Dire Straits. And Wilson Phillips, Flesh and Blood. Wilson Phillips. Those are all $6.99. How about a couple more New Orleans auctions? Here we go. New Orleans. Mardi Gras. Jazz. Ooh, here's a weird one. Oh, man, this is the kind of stuff I live for right here for New Orleans. This is, when I think of New Orleans singles, this is what I'm looking for. How about the Les Fantamalagues? The Les Fantamalagues. $5 start. Indiscrimination. Indiscrimination. Says blues from Holland. A little dirty. It's going to need a cleaning, but nice. $5 start. All right. Okay. Where did this come out of? This guy had to buy. This guy had to have bought a lot of these offline, because I have found eBay receipts, UK customs receipts. He had to have bought a lot of these like online or on Discogs. It says, "Hi Paul, thanks again for fast payment. Fine and close the Les Thantalogs EP. Enjoy, best wishes, somebody. Let's put that back in there. Cool memento to keep there with it. All right. Sorry, I just showed a lot of records. The first comment is Jason on Sly. Jason gets Sly, Family Affair. Susie second. Jason first on Roberta Flack. Stacy was second. Leslie first on WJ for Wanda Jackson. Susie first on Stevie, as in Stevie Nicks. She wants ×2. Both Stevie Nicks sold to Susie. Teresa wants Bleeder for $6.99. Susie on Sultans of Swing. Chevy in the Dark. It's a Rain in the Park. Michael Ruttman next on Dyer. Then Arnold. Chuck Haley on Ready. You might have got one there. Are You Ready? Pacific Gas and Electric. Fan 5. Williams still in at 5. N5, 675, 678, And Leslie on WJ. That's Winona Judd, okay? Winona Judd. What did I give you? Did I tag you for something? Oh, Wanda Jackson, okay. So you wanted Winona Judd. 2 WJs in there. All right. Now everything else is good. Chuck, you got that. Okay, so that left Wanda Jackson, Cyndi Lauper, Toto, Wilson Phillips, and ZZ Top. It's Only Love and Asleep in the Desert. We got a 45 auction over here. They're about to throw some punches, so it could get nasty. Just buckle up and watch. Here's some more $6.99 action. Larry says he'll take Wanda. Was it Wanda Jackson we were looking up last night to see? She has some pretty pricey 45s. I don't know which ones they are. I'm sure I've let them slip through here. Bob Dylan, Drifting Too Far from Shore. Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love. I Sweat, Nona Hendrix from Perfect. Ambrosia, How Much I Feel. La Bamba, Los Lobos. Sting, Love is the Seventh Wave. Human League, This Is Hard Times and Love Action. She's a Man-Eater, Hall & Oates. Foreigner, That Was Yesterday, double-sided promo. And a big song here from the Marmalade, Reflections of My Life, a promo. Reflections of My Life, a promo. We got to do something about the glare, Tanner. We got to do something about the glare. We're going to have to cut off these lights, and I'm going to have secondary lighting. Or we're going to have to take some of these bulbs out. We may have to take some of these bulbs out and then bring in secondary lighting. There was glare when I used to do it up front too, but not as I think as bad as it is here. When we moved back here, I replaced all the bulbs. Let me rephrase that. I had them replace all the bulbs. And I think it's too bright. It's way too bright back here. Plus, it hurts my eyes. I'm here kind of focused, and I'd much rather work in the dark. Y'all know me. All right, Susie got Los Lobos. Larry Smith second. Susie Breedlove on Sting. Vans at 12. Arnold wants Hall & Oates, Maneater. Alex Kane on the Foreigner. Van 13. Dan 15. But this one here, he went out on. We can go ahead and sell this to Teresa for 9. They're still battling over that one. Okay. So that left the Marmalade, the Human League, Ambrosia, Nona Henix, Jackson Brown, and Bob Dylan there. Okay. Moving on. We have Kansas. Play the game tonight. A pitcher sleeve, a German. RFTW, Love You Down. OC Becia, a promo. Blake Mills, I've had these before. Blake Mills and American Dream. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. $6.99 each on those. CSNY, Blake Mills, OC Becia, RFTW, and Kansas. We have fluorescent halogen bulbs. Yeah, they're the big, long, 6-foot halogen bulbs. There's 2 rows. Let me pick up a record here. So when let's see, where's that coming from? That glare there is coming from where? That's coming from the light right above us, I think. Yeah. It has to be. It's not from behind. I think that's coming from the light. When I hold it like that, it's coming from right above me, I think. I've got my hand up above my head. It's not from back behind me. I think it's right above. Yeah, it's got to be right above me. Yeah. You can kind of see a shadow right there. Yeah, we need to take that out. All right, Chris X on RTFW. Yeah, I actually got an email not too long ago that the state government was offering something where, they would basically come out and give you an estimate. I forgot what that deal was. So, shine a flashlight. Yeah. I wish I could turn off the lights and, just have a couple lights around me. But I'm back when they're working back there. These lights, I think, hold on a second. I think these lights turn off like this. There you go. Can y'all still see? It would be pretty dark. All right, let's see what else I have over here in New Orleans. Where did those come from? Wherever I just pulled those from, there's got to be some good ones. Oh, yeah, here we go. Invisible Men. The Invisible Men. Boots, bikes, bikinis. Clear vinyl, Invisible Men. The record's almost invisible, too. Invisible Men, $5 start on that. All right, let's hit some more 45s. Let's keep the action very fast pace. I feel like I've already shown those. Where's some I hadn't shown yet? I just had a box, and I was like, I hadn't shown any of these. These are the ones I went through late last night And I was like, I don't want to show these. I'll show them again tonight, and I didn't show them again tonight. So I feel like there's a box still I hadn't finished, though. Is this it? Really? Cento? No, we hadn't shown these because this right here would have sold. I know I hadn't shown these because this would have sold. The Yardbirds, Over, Under, Sideways, Down. Hold On Loosely, 38 Special. She's Gone. Those are 3 great songs there. Love Is Like Oxygen, Sweet. I forget about that song. Always mention Fox on the Run and Ballroom Blitz. I forget about Love Is Like Oxygen. Bo Donaldson, The Haywoods, Billy Don't Be a Hero. Bill Haley, Shake, Rattle and Roll, and Rock Around the Clock. We have Instant Karma by John Lennon. And I'm going to wait on those because I've already shown those artists. Susie on TV. She meant Yardbirds, I think. Is that right, Susie? And then Stacy Metternich got 38 Special. Chris X next on Yardbirds. Stacy on Sweet. Michael Ruttman next on Yardbirds. And John Lennon so to Susie. So that left Bill Haley, back-to-back hits. Bo Donaldson and the Haywoods. And Hall & Oates, She's Gone. Now, where are we at over here? I have the Lost Thantantalos. The Lost Thantalogs. Yeah, there we go. That makes more sense. The Lost Thantalogs. I'm not trying to even attempt to pronounce it. William, You're Out. William Drugovich. And he had it for 27. Teresa bid 30. And then Invisible's at 13. All right, and then here's another Hall & Oates. Kiss on My List and Say It Isn't So. And another Bill Haley, Rock Around the Clock and 13 Women. All right, that was a good batch. Let's keep going. This is pretty cool. RCA Jazz Sampler. From Hot to Cool. RCA Jazz Sampler. Earlier stuff here for sure, like 50s, $6.99. Hall & Oates. Larry, which of the 2 did you want? She's Gone or Kiss on My List? Let me know on that. Here's a UK Hall & Oates. I Can't Go For That. Green-Eyed Lady, Lovely Lady, Sugarloaf. Peter, Paul, and Mary, I Dig Rock and Roll Music. That should be the original there. Oh, that's Don't Knock the Rock, Bill Haley. Those are early, though, in the deck of sleeves. The Best of My Love, the Eagles. And Bob Dylan, A Fool Such As I, and Lily of the West. All right, so the last thing was the Lost Thantalogs was a final call to Teresa for 30. Invisible had bids for 13.15 and then 15.16. Chris X wants the RCA Jazz sampler. Larry Smith wants the Hall & Oates picture sleeve. Susie put High Sugar. I think she meant Hall & Oates. I Can't Go For That. And then Sugarloaf. Chris X next on Hall & Oates. And then Leslie, I've got 2 Bill Haley's here. Don't Knock the Rock and Choo Choo Chaboogie. And then You've Got the Wrong Note, Billy Goat. And Rock and Rollin' Rover. Or you can have both. Let's go ahead and sell the Lost Anthologs to Teresa for 30. That's sold to Teresa for 30. And now we have what? I have more New Orleans singles. Wow, this was in a new, this is not something I normally see in a New Orleans single. I Want to Hold Your Hand. I saw her standing there. This kick-started Beatles Mania. I Want to Hold Your Hand. Oh my gosh, this is the song that did it here in the United States. Definitely an original, and it's a Scranton. I'm not for sure. Yeah, it's a Scranton. Yeah, it's a Scranton press. 75 cents. $10 start on the Beatles. And she wants Choo Choo. Choo Choo Chaboogie for $6.99. Sold. All righty. Nobody on the Eagles. The best of my love. And where are we in Invisible? Invisible's at 20 with William Drugovich. William Drugovich. And it looks like that may do it. All right. I'm just glad to have Craig on at this hour. I'm just glad to have Craig watching here at whatever time it is. Uh-oh. There's my first yawn. Oh, the sleeve's different in the Deca. Yeah, those were different sleeves. Different records and different sleeves. The one on the right's the one you got. Right. Joni Mitchell, You Turn Me On, I'm a Radio. Someone has unfortunately punched through it. It also has an old Goodwill sticker on it. Melanie, Candles in the Rain. Neil Diamond, Salamion. David Gates, you may know him from Bread. Goodbye Girl. Leslie takes the other Bill Haley as well. Elton John, Island Girl. Sugar on the Floor. Average White Band, Cut the Cake and Person to Person. Andy Gibb, Shadow Dancing. Willie Nelson, Moonlight in Vermont. Donna Summer, Hot Stuff. Reunited and It Feels So Good. Peaches and Herb. Oh Darling, Robin Gibb, that's the Beatles song. Earth, Wind and Fire, Got to Get You Into My Life, the Beatles song. And Peter and Gordon, Woman. And I Don't Want to See You Again, which was actually written by the Beatles, but that's one of those that they let Peter and Gordon have. That was never a song done by the Beatles. I Don't Want to See You Again. All righty. So what happened here? First thing was Invisible Men. That was sold to William Drugovich for $20. The Beatles had bids for 10 with Chris and then 10 from Stacy. So Stacy, you're out. Chris X bid 10 on that first. The first claim here is Tracy Songer on the David Gates picture sleeve. Susie Breedlove wants Cut the Cake. That's Average White Band. And that left Peter and Gordon, Earth, Wind and Fire, Oh Darling, Robin Gibb, Peaches and Herb, Donna Summer, Willie Nelson, Andy Gibb, Elton John, Island Girl, big song there, Neil Diamond, Melanie, and Joni Mitchell. All right, and then Stacy's back in on the Beatles at 12. More 45 action. Next is another New Orleans single. And the next New Orleans single is going up right now. King Sound Quartet, Annihilate This Week, Memphis Train, $5 start. Let's grab a new handful. I can't wait after the sale to go eat some pimento cheese that's from the Masters. I look forward to it. Merle Rush, Angel of the Morning. Summer Breeze, Makes Me Feel Fine, Seals and Croft. Baby Hold On, The Grassroots. Vanilla Fudge, Shotgun. 38 Special, Like Oh No Other Night, and Hearts on Fire. Lori Morgan, a promo, Dear Me. Sheena Easton, Strut. Rod Lauren, If I Had a Girl. Rod Lauren, This I Know, Listen My Love, another Rod Lauren. Wow, what bizarre colors. Look at these bright neon colors from RCA. I mean, that's like a bright neon and orange there. And Three Dog Night. Mama Told Me Not to Come. The Beatles has a new bid for 15. Yummy. And then Susie on Grassroots, Baby Hold On. King has a bid for 5. And Phantom Canuck wants Seals and Crofts. Summer Breeze, Makes Me Feel Fine. Susie wants Three Dog Night. I still have for leftover. Actually, I ordered a thing from the Masters called A Taste of the Masters. And they overnight you food. It comes packaged in, I don't know if you've ever had like cold or frozen food. Not frozen, but if you've ever had cold food ordered. But they overnight it, and it's basically wrapped in freezer packs. And it's straight from Augusta. It's fresh. And, yep, it's, they send you egg salad, barbecue, pimento cheese, cups, popcorn, caramel popcorn they sell. Masters napkins, Masters little flags, like to put in your sandwiches. What else do they send you? I don't know. They've been eating on it all week. I haven't got to. I did it 3 years ago for the first time, and it was amazing getting a box in the mail from the Masters. It was like, oh man, there's a box here from the Masters. It was like, wow. William Dragovich gets King for 5. Chris X, you get the Beatles for 15. Thank you. I Want to Hold Your Hand. Oops. It's actually signed by all 4 of them. I'm joking. We can't get any more Beatles autographs conversation stirred up tonight. Let's do some more 45s. These are all $6.99. You've Lost That Lovin' Feeling. Hall & Oates, Bobby Hebb, Sonny. The Stone Ponies, To the Beat of a Different Drum. Linda Ronstadt. Stories, Brother Louie. Boz Scaggs, Heart of Mine. Art Garfunkel with James Taylor and Paul Simon. What a Wonderful World. Waylon Willie, Mamas, Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys. Neil Sedaka, Bad Blood. Classic. Santana, Evil Ways. Santana, Searching. Tommy Sands, After the Senior Prom. Santo and Johnny, we sold one of those tonight already. Sleepwalk. Wanda Jackson, I'd Be Ashamed. The Four Tops, Something to Remember. And Genesis, Too Many Misunderstandings. Too Many Misunderstandings. Susie wants Stir. Sherry wants Art. So Art Garfunkel, so does Sherry. Susie, what was Stir? She might have want Stories, Brother Louie. Susie on Santana. I'm going to go ahead and give you both of them. Tracy on Neil. Sedaka. Susie on Four Top. Susie on Genesis. Leslie next on What a Wonderful World, which was the Art Garfunkel. So that left Wanda Jackson, Santo and Johnny, Tommy Sands, Waylon Willie, Boz Scaggs, Stone Ponies, Bobby Hebb, and Hall & Oates. All right. Get my stack organized here. Well, that box is empty. Hold on, there's a few more in here. Tequila. The Champs. Friends of Distinction, This Generation. Chad Had to Sneeze. Don Johnson, Heartbeat. And a kid's record, High Hopes, Eating Goober Peas. From the motion picture Hole in the Head. starring Frank Sinatra. That's an interesting one there. $6.99. $6.99, $6.99. How many $6.99 items have we sold in the last 2 years? How many times have I said the word $6.99 in the last, well, not just 2 years, but I guess since I've been doing this, but I've really got into the $6.99 price tag lately. Susie on Dawn Johnson. Susie on the kids record for $6.99. Stacy on HH, which was High Hopes. And Sherry Darnell wants Tequila. Those are all sold for $6.99 each. Here's a few more. Les Paul and Mary Ford. This is a double EP gatefold deal. Very cool. From the 50s. Les Paul, Mary Ford. Parts 1 and 2. $6.99. RCA Victor presents Headline Hits. You get Neil Sedaka, Ann Margaret, the Browns, and Sam Cooke. Wow, it's got Nestle's chocolate on the back too. Here's another one. Here's another one. There's 3 of them. Headline Hits. This has got Norman Luboff, Della Reese. Susie Breedlove. Stacy said she's going to give you the High Hopes record. By the way, that does play at a 78 RPM. So give this to Stacy Metternich instead of Susie Breedlove. And then there's Triumph of the Man. That's from the New York World's Fair. This should be on red vinyl. Do I have a wall of CDs? Oh, my gosh. We have more CDs than we do records. More CDs than we do 45s at this point. We're selling the heck out of these 45s. I mean, at this rate, Leslie on Les Paul, Stacy next, and Tracy on Teens. Teens. Was that a... Now, which one was Teens? These are pretty cool here, I think. All right, let me see what else I have next to me. Maybe another New Orleans single. Make sure William, Craig, and Teresa's still awake. Here we go. The Kingpins, I'll Kick Your Booty, and 9 Below Zero, and Screamin' Joe Neal, Rock and Roll Deacon. $5 and $5. Tracy, 5, 5, and 5. Also to Tracy for 5, 5, and 5. How could she say no? All right. I'm going to take this stack of sold stuff in here before we have a disaster. Right. Triumph of the Man is a spoken word. It's the Triumph of Man. It's kind of like a spoken word history of man, history of mankind, dawn of man, discovery of fire, origin of art, the beginning of agriculture, the first city, the grandeur of Rome, civilization in peril, the Black Death, the voyage of man's mind, aka the Renaissance, journey to the New World, the taming of a continent, the American crisis, man's leap to the stars, and that takes you right up to when they had the New York's World's Fair. So it's basically a spoken word record about the history of mankind. And it's read by Robert Peters, or script by Robert Davis, narration by Peter Thomas, with music behind it. Yeah, pretty cool. Basically showing you civilization. We're currently still in this era. Man's leap to the stars. I don't know. These are some pretty big gaps in time here. I think we're still technically in man's leap to the stars. This was about 200 years ago. So I don't know if we have a new. I don't know if we have a new bullet pointer yet. It's been 60 years since this came out. So that's sold to Leslie for $6.99. Let me put it back in the sleeve. Yeah, we've sold a bunch of these. I think they gave these away at the World's Fair, and I think Travelers Insurance gave them away everywhere because we've had dozens of these. So, all right. So the Kingpin 7. Teresa's the only bidder on Deacon for 5. That's a final call on that. All right, I have shown. I think I've got a few more stray. I've got 45 stacked over here that like I didn't get around to showing. And let me see if I can find those. They're tucked in between albums, honestly. Yeah, like these. I don't know. This might have been stuff I was going to auction. I tucked them away. No, I'll sell these. They're pretty good. Marvin Gaye, Sexual Healing. Like a Rock, Bob Seger. Clint Black, No Time to Kill. And John Anderson, Keep Your Hands to Yourself. And Bend Until It Breaks. That's country John Anderson. Forensic Files. New to me. Or I've never seen it. I know what it is. I've never listened to it, though. I think this is from New Orleans. Bang. Secret Revolution. Mr. Immediate. Another RFTW, Ready for the World. Nikki and Rich, Cat and Mouse. We got a few of those. Jay Giles, Love Stinks. And Drive, the Cars. As in, who's going to drive you home tonight? And then Deacon. Deacon is sold to Teresa for 5. William Dragovich has the Kingpins for 10. Susie Breelove gets Marvin Gaye for $6.99. That leaves the Cars. Who's going to drive you home tonight? Jay Giles picture sleeve. Nikki and Rich, Cat and Mouse, Ready for the World, Bang. John Anderson, Clint Black, and Bob Seger sold to Sherry Darnell. And that got all those out of there, I think. Yep. That's all Beatles records. Can't sell those right now. Killer Beatles records we got for next week. That's some stray auctions. Here, I need to do a bundle of some unsold. How many unsold? Bang is sold to William Dragovich. $6.99. By the way, you're outbid on that. And we have... So, 2 from last night and 3 from tonight, unsold auction. So, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Instead of that, we'll do 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 bundle deal. $15 bundle deal there. $15 bundle deal. That's New Orleans and a couple record store day singles. And Williams back in on King at 12. Williams back in on King at 12. All right. Let's see here. If I hadn't shown these, I would have remembered these. Rod Stewart, Love Touch. Rick Springfield, Affair of the Heart. All Sports Band, Young Girl. Billy Joel, Tell Her About It. Elton John, Crocodile Rock. That's a good one. Legend in Your Own Time, Carly Simon. Tony DeFranco, the DeFranco Family, Heartbeat is a Love Beat. Roberta Flack, I'm the One. Don Williams, We've Got a Good Fire Going. Dwight Yoakam, South of Cincinnati. Air Supply, Just As I Am. El DeBarge with DeBarge, You Wear It Well. Liar, Three Dog Night. And Nat King Cole, To the Ends of the Earth. The Kingpins is sold to Teresa for $15. The bundle is sold to Stacy. No, the bundle is sold to Susie for $15. These 5 here, 3 each. Then Leslie, then William. We sold the Kingpins. And now we have Susie Breelove on Billy. That's Billy Joel for $6.99. Tracy Songer on the DeFranco Family for $6.99. Tony DeFranco. Michael Ruttman on Dwight Yoakam. Susie next on Tony, and Susie on Don Williams. Okay. John Griffin next on Billy Joel. And here we go. More coming at you. Sherry Darnell also wants Crocodile Rock, Elton John. Next is Nielsen, Me and My Arrow. Rhinoceros Backdoor, double-sided promo. Rick James, This Magic Moment, Dance With Me. The Debs, Cupid Dolls. REO Speedwagon promo, Only the Strong Survive. Oh Black Water, The Doobie Brothers. Timmy Thomas, Why Can't We Live Together? Steve Perry, She's Mine promo. Christopher Cross, Say You'll Be Mine. It says back-to-back hits, but there's nothing. Well, there's a song here, but there's nothing printed on the label. Robert Palmer, Woke Up Laughing. Bobby Sherman, La La La. Supertramp, It's Raining Again. Cher, I Saw a Man and He Danced with His Wife. If She Would Have Been Faithful, Chicago. And Blue Tears, Rockin' with the Radio. All right. First comment there is Rick James. That's to Michael Ruttman. Craig second. Susie on DB for Doobie Brothers. Susie on Steve for Steve Perry. Tracy on Cher for Cher. Susie on BS for Bobby Sherman. And Susie second on Cher. And Blue Tears, so does Susie. So that leaves Chicago, Supertramp. Cher Darnell got Supertramp. That leaves Chicago, Robert Palmer, Christopher Cross with a blank label. Timmy Thomas, REO Speedwagon, The Debs, Rhinoceros, and Nielsen, a promo. Wow. Okay, that emptied that box. That emptied that box. And we went through these last night. Man, there was some good stuff, though. We didn't finish it, though, did we? What else is in here? Here, I'll grab one handful and I'll see how these go. Okay? I'll grab one handful and see how these go. Michael Ruttman on the Christopher Cross. You get a mystery song on the B-side. It says back-to-back hits, so 1980. This side is Say You'll Be Me. It could be Sailing or Ride Like the Wind. That is sold to Michael. We got Buddy Rich, Swingin' New Big Band EP. I think that's pretty cool. A Buddy Rich EP on Pacific Jazz. Buddy Rich, $6.99. Dionne Warwick, Heartbreaker. Hank Williams Jr., Long Gone, Lonesome Blues. Jan and Dean, Drag City. The Moody Blues, The Story in Your Eye. Back-to-back CCRs. These always have hits on them. Up Around the Bend, Run Through the Jungle, Green River, and Commotion. Cool Night by Paul Davis. Bangles, If She Knew What She Wants. One-on-One, Hall & Oates. Glenn Fry, The One You Love. And Dino, Desi, and Billy, 2 in the Afternoon. And Good Luck, Best Wishes to You. Those are all $6.99 each. I don't know why I have a pen in my pocket, but I do have a pen in my pocket. All right, and I just want to let everybody know the show is coming to an end. I think I started like at 5:30, but these last few minutes, I'm going to take a moment to thank everybody again for another great week. Unfortunately, I wasn't here on Monday and Tuesday. I think Paul did very well from what I hear. And he is going to be back tomorrow with a Sunday sale. He's going to be back tomorrow with a Sunday sale. And next week will be a full week for me. We just got this new collection in. As you can see, we've had some incredible records. I'm going to try to be here tomorrow after the Masters to work on other miscellaneous stuff to sell next week. Autographs, posters, stuff that I can do in my free time. Susie Breedlove got Buddy Rich. Susie also wants both CCRs. That one was a promo copy too. Those are sold. Sneak peek of Laura's Monday records. And then Tracy, Susie already got the Buddy Rich. Let's see what Laura sent me. Laura sent me the West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band, Witchcraft Coven, Rat on Hum, U2, King Crimson, the old Copula Tatin Blues, The Cure Pornography, the Happy Jack, or the Who Happy Jack, Steely Dan Aja, Mo-Fi, Rolling Stones, Bo Diddley, 13-4 Elevators, Taj Mahal, Sons of Champlin, Bob Dylan, Funkadelic, Plan 9, The Seeds, Humble Pie. No, that's Captain Beefheart. Bobby Bland, Miles Davis, Rush, Sealed, Skinnerd, First Label, Bowie, Miles Davis, Mo-Fi, Alan Parsons, Stevie Ray Vaughan, ZZ Top, boy, that one's tough to get. John Coltrane, Lightning Hopkins, Otis Redding, Birds, Coltrane, Brubeck, and Doors. Don't forget about that box. Now, what box are you referring to? Will Laura be going back to price some more of the new Seal collection soon? She and Paul both informed me that stuff is very buried. I think they can't really get to it right now. Does that mean they'll be back to it next week? Possibly. But we have layers of stuff here, and we still got some killer stuff in the back that what time is it? 1:21. If I tried to dig out the sealed stuff, I would make an absolute mess. I might have it cleared where I get to it by 2 a.m. But the thing about that is, it's like we run out of space to put other stuff. So, oh yeah, I've got these boxes over here, the cassette boxes. But yeah, she'll get to that eventually. But I'm honestly liking the mix-up. They've been pricing OG stuff. She's been pricing OG stuff, and like almost all of it has sold tonight, as y'all know, and Paul, because it's been so long since we've had some of that stuff. You know, it's been Paul and Laura had been marking OG records in about 2 months now. So, all right, I think I'm going to go eat some pimento cheese, and I need to really go to the gym. Big time. Every day. Next week, I got to stop at midnight every night and go straight to the gym. No exceptions, okay? Because I know all the late night people's watching right now, but that's exactly what I got to do. Suzanne Vega, we can do that. For Tracy Solger, I can take care of you. But if I'm going to stop at midnight, I'll try to start right at 5. That'll be my perk. But if I don't start getting to the gym, and instead of working here all night and then going straight home and this constant cycle, Chad's got to stay in shape to do this. I'll have more energy too. I used to go every day. I would if I felt like I was going to miss a day at the gym, not only would it just make me feel bad, but I would just be like, dang, I can't start doing this. I can't miss a day. And then I got where I started missing every day. Then I started missing every week. And then I missed 3 months in a row. And I can't do that. On my sleep schedule and with my diet, I can't miss the gym. So, and what hurt me there for months, I was staying on here really late. How late was I on here? Like 3 a.m.? We would do these 2 a.m., 3 a.m. deals. Of course, we were starting at 7, But still, it wouldn't make any difference because then it was just like the night is really over. So, we got to make sure Chad's healthy. Everybody's like, Chad, you can't keep burning both ends of the candle. You're going to be like dead. And I was like, I don't want to be dead. You know, eating Whataburger, going to bed at 10 a.m., waking up at 3 p.m. Seth would be very blunt because, you know, he's supposed to be a smart pharmacist. He'd be like, dude, you're going to like just fall over one day. And I was like, well, we'll stop that. All right. Anybody have any last thing to say? I'm about to hit the button. Appreciate it again. I'm grabbing sticky notes of stuff to order. I have order Elder, order Venom, order Beastie Boys, order Anthrax, order Iron Maiden. What else am I supposed to order? Order what? Order Clutch, order MF Doom, order Presidents United States of America, order Dio. I got a lot of stuff to order. Y'all should see the other stack. I hadn't ordered vinyl all week, basically, because I've been out of town, and then I knew it wouldn't get here, and I haven't had time. And with that, for the 105 people still watching that's listened to me talk about my personal life, thanks and good night. And I'll see y'all Monday at 5 o'clock, okay? We'll go from 5 to midnight. No exceptions, but I'll make sure it's fast and furious. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody, and good night. I appreciate it. Couldn't do it without y'all. See you then. See you Monday. Paul will be here tomorrow. Please tune in and buy lots of stuff.